Bore da bawb a chroeso i'r Senedd. Welcome to your first meeting of the Senedd. Just to say that the Senedd will be meeting in both Welsh and English, and if I can just check that the translation equipment is working for all who will be using the translation equipment. Felly, na I groesawu pawb. If it's not working, just show your hand. Felly, na I groesawu pawb I gyfarfod cyntaf o Senedd Ieuenctid Cymru. Ac mae'n anrhydedd I fi, Elin Jones, llywydd Senedd, i'ch croesawu chi heddi ac I gadeirio sesiwn yr hanesyddol yma. Working? Is it working? It's not working. Can we just halt proceedings for a second while we just check that the translation equipment is working for all? Anybody else having a problem with the translation equipment? Felly, os wnaeth y cyfieithwyr bara I weid rhywbeth, ac felly mae'n gweithio nawr. Felly, dyna ni, mae'r dechnoleg o'n plaid ni. Diolch am roi gwybod I ni fod yna broblem. Felly, llongyfarchiadau I bob un ohonoch chi ar gael eich ethol yn dilyn ymgyrch etholiadol brwd iawn ôl y mis Tachwedd, a ddenodd bron I 500 o ymgeiswyr o bob cwr o Gymru I sefyll etholiad. A roedd hwn yr etholiad cyntaf o'i fath yn cael ei gynnal yn gyfan gwbl ar-lein, profiad unigryw I bobl ifanc Cymru, a daeth 40 ohonoch chi i'r brig ar ddiwedd yr ymgyrchu yna. Ac fe etholwyd 20 ohonoch chi hefyd drwy etholiadau o fewn sefydliadau sy'n gweithio'n agos gyda phobl ifanc, yn ei meysydd arbenigol nhw. Felly llongyfarchiadau gwresog I bob un ohonoch chi sydd yn eistedd ac yn cymryd eich sedd yma heddi. Chi yw aelodau Senedd Ieuenctid Cymru, yr aelodau yr Senedd cyntaf oll i'w hethol yma I Senedd Ieuenctid Cymru. Hoffwn hefyd gymryd y cyfle I groesawu teuluoedd a chefnogwyr a sefydliadau ieuenctid a'r aelodau cynhaliwyd hefyd fydd yn ymuno â ni yn ystod y dydd heddi. Croeso I chi gyd. Mae hwn yn gyfnod hanesyddol I ni gyd. Ac fel llywydd y cynulliad, rwy'n hynod o falch yn bod ni fel Senedd Cymru yn rhoi platfform I bobl ifanc yn gwlad ni I drafod materion sy'n agos at eich calonnau chi. 20 mlynedd yn ôl, fe etholwyd Senedd Cynulliad Cenedlaethol gyntaf erioed I Gymru. Fe etholwyd 60 o aelodau yn 1999 I gynrychioli gwahanol etholaethau, gwahanol gymunedau yng Nghymru yn 1999 am y tro cyntaf. Fe oedd hynna'n etholiad seneddol hanesyddol yn ei hunan. Fe ges I yn ethol yn 1999 yn yr etholiad hynny gynrychioli Ceredigion yn y Senedd yma. 20 mlynedd yn ddiweddarach I chi yn rhan o etholiad ac o ethol Senedd Ieuenctid Cymru a diwrnod hanesyddol pwysig arall i'n gwlad ni wrth I chi ymgynnull yma I Gaerdydd. Felly, heb oedi pellach, dewch I fi gael amlinellu trefen y dydd, achos fe fydd yna drefen i'r dydd yma, a fe sylwch wrth eich ochr chi fod y rheolau trafod ar bob desg, a cofiwch y rheolau, a chofiwch y bydd darllediad o'r cyfarfod yma ar gof a chadw I bawb I weld ac I wrando ar yr hyn sydd gyda chi I ddweud. Yn ystod y rhan gyntaf o'r cyfarfod yma byddaf yn holi i'r aelodau perthnasol sy'n siarad am 2 funed yr un ar y pynciau dewisol cynlynol, ac felly y 3 pwnc i'w trafod y bore yma yw diwylliant Cymru ar iaith Gymraeg, wedyn teithio llesol, ac wedyn cymorth iechyd emosiynol ac iechyd meddwl. Ac felly'r thema gyntaf bore yma, ewn ni'n syth ati yw'r diwylliant Cymru ar iaith Gymraeg, a fe gychwynnwn gyda'r thema yna, a dwi'n galw'n gyntaf ar Brengain Glyn Williams I ddatgan I henw ac I gyflwyno I arethfer ar y thema yma. Brengain Glyn Williams.
Dych chi roed I chwarae'r gêm nawr fedru cysylltu eich hun a pherson enwog mae 700 ni lai. Beth am I drio? Donald Trump, pawb yn ei nabod o? Wel, mi rydyn ni gyd wedi ysgwyd llaw hefo newydd cynulliad, sydd yn ei tro wedi cyfarfod Mark Drakeford. Ac mae Mr Drakeford wedi cyfarfod Theresa May, sydd wedi bod am yn Washington, hefo neb llai na dyn ei hun. A dyna ni, gallu cysylltu'n hyn am 4 cam efo arweinydd gwlad fwyaf pwerus yn y byd. Ond sgwn I faint o'na ni, byddai wedi bod mor llwyddiannus yn cysylltu efo'n gilydd cyn I ni ddechrau'r ein taith aelodau Seneddol Ieuenctid Cymru. Tydi'n rhyfedd sut rydyn ni'n gwybod gymaint am ymrogion o ben draw'r byd a chyn lleiad am bobl, hanes ac arferion ein gwlad fach yn hunan. Fy ngobaith i yw yn bod ni fel esicau yn cael y cyfle i ddod i'n abod etholaethau'n gilydd, a dysgu am hanes lleol yr ardaloedd hynny, a deall beth yw arferion, cymdeiriaethyddol a dyheadau'r bobl ifanc sy'n byw yno. Wedi'r cwbl, sut gallwn ni ddechrau trafod materion y problemau yn gwlad heb ein fod yn gyntaf yn abod yn deall yn gilydd? Dwi'n gobeithio byddwn ni fel esica'n gallu gwir droi hyn. Does bosib bod ni mewn sefyllfa rwan i fedru lleisio yn dyhead fel ieuenctid i liwio cwricwlwm newydd yr ysgolion, teg at hanes yn pwrthnasol i ni fel cenedl. A bob rhyfel y ddysgwn ni amdano yn Ewrop, gallwn ddysgu am wrthryfeloedd gwyllt yng Nghymru. Ac am bob brain un o Loegr, mi allwn hefyd fod yn dysgu am ein tywysogion carismataidd. A beth am hanes yn iaith? Brad llyfrau gleision, y Welsh Not a Brwydr o Beasleys. Dwi'n ddysgu am hanes cythryblus yr iaith Gymraeg, efallai byddai gwell dealltwriaeth o pam ei bod i mor bwysig i'r rhai o'n hynny. Nid llester i'w hefangos yn achlysurol ydy hi, ond yn hytrach rhywbeth sydd yn fwy, yn fyw, yn esblygu ac yn anghenraid i fywydau pobl Arfon a gweddill Cymru. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch, Brenhain. Siaradwr nesaf yw Jonathan Powell. Jonathan Powell.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Powell and I represent the constituency of Wrexham. The topic I'd like to put forward today is the promotion and preservation of Welsh culture and language. In 2017, the Welsh Government produced a report on music services in Wales. In it, it said local authorities should consider the range of provisional models, schools should work with their local authorities to adopt fair charging policies for music tuition, and that local authority music services should work together. Since this report, we are seeing a decline in music services, which will ultimately lead to the devaluation of our Welsh culture and heritage. We are seeing a decline in local authorities supporting Welsh culture in this important way. In a 2018 report, it said local authorities provide very different opportunities, and this is ever so true. Last year, my constituency's county council joined other councils, such as Powys and Carmarthenshire, in cutting their music service. And there are many other county councils which are substantially cutting funding, such as Newport Council and Flintshire, with its 30% budget cut. I am convinced that this is a great danger and a great threat for many other music services across Wrexham and Wales, which will ultimately lead to the music elitism and the loss of our most cherished heritage. As a passionate musician who is adamant that all children and young people should have the opportunity to be part of a fair, affordable music service, I believe what we need is a national model that doesn't devolve music services to county councils, but rather provides all across Wales with the exact same service. A music service that is affordable, a music service that is available to all young people, every county and in every school, and a music service that we as Wales can be proud of, a music service that shows the rest of the world that we as Wales still do value our distinctive culture and our rich musical heritage. This is why I am urging the first ever Welsh Youth Parliament to vote for the topic of language and culture, because ultimately music is at the heart of Welsh culture. And I think that we as a Parliament have a great opportunity and the ability to influence and bring positive change so that we can once again promote and preserve Welsh culture for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. The next speaker is Tommy Church. Tommy Church.
Hi, I'm Tommy, and I'm very proud to be representing Merthyr and Rumney today. The issue I'd like to talk about is increasing the amount of young people who can confidently speak Welsh in Wales. I was inspired to talk about this topic today by my Welsh teacher, Mr Morgan. He's very passionate about this issue and the Welsh language. We both think that Welsh should be taught that you'll need in everyday life, not just an exam. The ability to use our language anywhere. You may be aware that the Welsh Government has set a target that by 2050 there will be 1 million Welsh speakers in Wales. This is an ambitious target, as right now there's about 5,700, so that needs to double. But I think we can smash that target beyond 1 million. Any adult who has learned or tried to learn a foreign language will tell you how difficult and confusing it can be. This is why we need to start the learning of Welsh from a very young age, from primary school. Young children's minds are eager to learn. They're like sponges, they suck in information. Parents now have the choice to send their child to an English medium primary school or a Welsh medium primary school. But if all schools were bilingual, it would become the norm. Even if a child decided to then go to a English medium secondary school, they'd still have the gift of Welsh forever. They would then, by year 7, be truly bilingual. When I say truly, I mean they can use Welsh inside the classroom and outside the classroom. Basic phrases wouldn't need to be taught in year 7, like beth ydy dwenwyd, blaenoriaethu'n byw. They could go on to more complex Welsh. If this plan was put into place, it would be phenomenal. But we can't guarantee that children will speak Welsh outside of school or on the yard. They're more likely to speak English. Why? Because Welsh isn't cool. Why? Because most of pop culture is in English. So if this plan was put in place, the next generation of pop stars, YouTubers, authors, movie stars, they'd be proud Welsh speakers. Let's put Wales on the map. Let's make a change. Why not double that target and have 2 million Welsh speakers in 30 years? Let's make Wales Welsh. Diolch am gwrando, Cymru am beth.
Diolch yn fawr. Siaradwr nesaf yw Greta Evans. Greta Evans.
Fara da. Fy enw yw Greta Evans ac mi rydw i'n cynrychioli'r urdd yma heddiw. Mae'r galw am ysgolion Gymraeg yn gynyddol ac mae'r iaith yn cael ei ystyried yn un genedlaethol heddiw. Bydd sicrhau cyfleoedd teg i'r iaith yn golygu ein bod ni'n ymfalchu am ein diwylliant, tyfu ein hunaniaeth cenedlaethol a sicrhau cydraddoldeb. Felly beth ddylai gael i'w wneud? Beth bynnag ein blaenoriaethu ni yma heddiw, dylai'r Gymraeg fod yn rhan naturiol o'n gwaith ni fel Senedd Ieuenctid Cymru. Mae'n rhan allweddol o'n bywydau ni bob dydd, o fewn addysg, gwleidyddiaeth, yr economi a'r maes iechyd. Mae'n perthyn i bob un ohono ni, yn siaradwyr, yn ddysgwyr, yn fewnfudwyr. Dim ond wrth sicrhau bod ein ymgyrch ni yn ddwyieithog, mae modd i'n gwaith cyrraedd ei potensial llawn. Hynny yw, wrth ffocysu ar iechyd meddwl, bydde sicrhau bod cymorth a chwnsela ar gael yn Gymraeg yn golygu bod mwy a mwy o bobl ifanc yn teimlo'n hyderus i estyn allan am gymorth. Bydd ymgyrchu dros yr ymgylchedd yn Gymraeg yn golygu bydd y neges bwysig yn taro a chyrraedd pawb. A bydd addysgu am sgiliau bywyd a gwleidyddiaeth yn Gymraeg yn golygu bydd dealltwriaeth gwell gan yr ieuenctid ar sut i barhau yn ei bywydau dwyieithog yng Nghymru, Ewrop a'r byd. Felly i gloi, dylem sicrhau bod y Gymraeg yn rhan naturiol o'n gwaith ni, byth bynnag rydym yn dewis heddiw. Dylem sefyll fel Senedd cynhwysol, balch a dwyieithog. I sicrhau bod pob person ifanc yn cael mynediad at addysg, chefnogaeth a cryfder yn ddidieddor iaith. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch. Siaradwr nesaf yw Abi Carter. Abi Carter.
Bore da i bob aelod Senedd Ieuenctid Cymru a phawb arall yn yr ystafell. Ymddiheuriadau i chi gyd am fy Ngymraeg, dwi ddim yn siarad yr iaith yn aml, ond mwyn awn i drio mod galed ag y gallau. Wedi ei dweud hwnna, dwi yma i siarad am yr iaith Gymraeg a diwylliant Cymraeg. Fy enw i yw Abi Carter a dwi'n cynrychioli Sir Drefaldwyn yng Ngogledd Cymru. Diolch i chi gyd. I mi yn bersonol, fydd o'n anodd iawn i galw fy hunan yng Nghymraes llawn heb yr iaith a'r diwylliant. Mae yna llawer o elfennau sy'n creu Cymro neu Cymraes ac mae'n unigryw i bob person yn yr ystafell yma. Efallai chi, beth sy'n gwneud ti'n Cymraeg yw ble chefys ti ei eni neu'ch magu, ond bydd rhywun ohonoch yn gallu galw'ch eich hunan yn Gymraeg heb rhyw elfen o'r iaith neu'r diwylliant. Does ddim ddigon o Gymraeg yng Nghymru nawr. Dim ond 46% o bobl sy'n byw yng Nghymru yn rhugl yn Gymraeg. Falle rhai yma, bydd hwn yn dod i sioc mawr i chi, ond i rai, falle mae'n sioc faint mor uchel yw'r ffigwr. Gwydda i fod yna llawer o bobl yng Nghymru sydd wedi symud o Lloegr neu o wledydd eraill, ond mae yna gormod o blant sydd methu siarad Cymraeg a sydd gwybod ddim am y diwylliant yn cyhoeddus sydd ganddyn ni, bod nhw wedi byw yma am eu holl fywyd. Mae croeso cynnes i bawb ar draws y byd i Cymru, ond ddylai pob plentyn gallu dweud rhywbeth am Cymru yng Nghymraeg os yw Cymru be gafon nhw ei fagu. Mae'r iaith yma, sydd yn fleser i siarad, yn marw yn araf. Mae'r diwylliant yn cael ei cholli. Does ddim ddigon i cael ei wneud i'w helpu. Mae bod yn dwyieithol yn dod â llwyth o fyddion, felly ddylai Cymraeg fod y fwy o bwys i bawb. Mae fod yn dwyieithol yn helpu'ch rhychwant sylw a'ch gallu i amalfasgio. Yn y byd addysg, mae pobl dwyieithog yn perfformio'n well yn ei iaith gyntaf nac plantiniaeth. Os wyt ti'n dwyieithol, mae ganddi chi siawns y gwell yn y byd gwaith. Gall y ffaith bod ti'n siarad Cymraeg yn bod y ffactor penderfyniadol mewn cyfweliad. Trwy esgeiluso dysgu Cymraeg yn llawn i bob plentyn, mae'n ni'n gadael y fyddion yma a llawer mwy i diflannu. Rhywbeth sy'n wir yn anffodus yw'r diflaniant o'r diwylliant Cymraeg. Yn siarad i'n ffrindiau when aeth mynd i ysgol frwyd ddeol, dyn nhw ddim yn gwybod dim am y diwylliant Cymru. Y Mabinogion o Englyndŵr, dim byd oni bai Dewi Sant ar Eisteddfod. Mae yna mwy i Gymru na hwnna. Mae cymaint o diwylliant Cymru mae cymaint o diwylliant Cymru dwi ddim yn gwybod ond am, a mae'n siom i dydy mwy ddim yn cael ei dysgu i bawb. Yn fy ysgol uwchradd, dysgais ddim am diwylliant Cymraeg. Pam does gan diwylliant mor cyhoeddus a diddorol ddim pwys mewn ysgolion frwyd ddeol. Dwi'n siŵr dylai pob ysgol gwneud mwy i anogi'r diwylliant a falchder yn y diwylliant unigryw yma. Gwydda i bod Gymraeg yn codi, ond mae'r iaith yn bwysicach na 46%. Mae'r diwylliant yma yn arbennig, ond does dim digon o bwyslais arno fo. Yn y 2 flwyddyn cyntaf o'r Senedd Ieuenctid Cymru, dylwn ni wedi ganolbwyntio ar y iaith a'r diwylliant sydd yn gwahanu ni o'r gweddill o Deyrnas Unedig. Diolch yn fawr i chi gyd.
Diolch. Yr siaradwr ola ar y thema o'r ddiwylliant Cymru a'r iaith Gymraeg yw aelod Ceredigion, Caleb Rhys. Caleb Rhys.
Diolch y llywydd. Bore da, fy enw yw Caleb Rhys a fi yw llais Ceredigion yn y Senedd Ieuenctid. Heb os, mae yna nifer o faterion teilwng yn gellu'r trafod yma heddiw. Fodd bynnag, rwy fi wedi penderfynu trafod ar y testyn a pwysigrwydd Cymru fel cenedl, y iaith a'r diwylliant. Ystyriwch, a yw Cymru yn cyrraedd ei gwir potensial? Yr ateb syml yw na. Rydyn ni fel gwlad o fewn Prydain yn tangyflawni. Mae lefelau siaradwyr Cymraeg wedi aros o gwmpas 20% am 30 o flynyddoedd. Dim dirywiad, ond eto dim cynnydd. Mae gorllewin Cymru yn un o ardaloedd mwyaf tlawd gogledd Ewrop. Dim diffyg sgiliau, ond diffyg cyfleoedd a buddsoddiad. Mae gan Gymru botensial enfawr. Amryw o brosiectau megis y lygwn llanw yn Abertawe a trydaneiddio rheilffyrdd. Ond yn hytrach, mae arian yn cael ei gwario ar brosiectau di-angen megis HS2 yn Lloegr. Mae gan Geredigion un o'r rhwydweithu rheilffyrdd a bysiau gweithaf ledled y Deyrnas Unedig. Nid oes cysylltiad o Aberystwyth yng ngogledd y sir a Chaerfyrddin yn Sir Gar. A gall y cysylltiad hyn ddod â 2,500 o swyddi a 170 miliwn o bunnoedd i economi Cymru yn flynyddol. Fel dwedodd Gerallt Lloyd Owen, ein calon gan estron ŵn, ein coron gan goncwerwr. Yn syml, o fewn yr undeb ac o dan reolaeth Llundain, nid yw Cymru yn gallu gwireddu ei photensial. Ni fyddwn yn gallu cyrraedd miliwn o siaradwyr Cymraeg. Ni fyddwn yn gallu dysgu am ein hanes a'n diwylliant. Ni fyddwn yn gallu ffynnu. Mae pobl ifanc Ceredigion yn symud allan o Geredigion o ganlyniad i'r amddifadedd hyn. Ac fel Senedd Ieuenctid Cymru, rhaid i ni geisio ennill mwy o bwerau datganoli ac fel y cenhedlaeth nesaf i ni godi ymwybyddiaeth pellach o Gymru annibynnol mwyn amddiffyn ein iaith a'n diwylliant. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch am y sylwadau hynna. Dyna ni'n dod at ddiwedd yr sylwadau ffurfiol ar yr thema benodol yma, ac felly mae gyda ni rhyw 5 munud o amser i unrhyw un sydd eisiau rhoi barn ar unrhyw beth sydd wedi ei ddweud, rhywbeth sydd heb ei ddweud ar y pwnc penodol yma. Dim ond i chi ddangos eich dwylo, os ydych chi moyn cyfrannu, os ydych chi moyn gweud rhywbeth sydd yn o farn gwahanol i'r hyn sydd wedi cael ei ddweud, neu i gwestiynu rhywfaint o'r hyn sydd wedi ei ddweud eisoes. Oes na unrhyw un sydd eisiau siarad yn ychwanegol ar y pwnc yma i ddangos i dwylo os oes bendigedig? Sylw fyna.
Dwi'n cytuno'n llwyr gyda pawb wnaeth siarad. A dwi'n meddwl mewn mwy o ysgolion dylen nhw addysgu pobl ifanc am hanes Cymru. Mae yna dystiolaeth, pan nath Wal Chwerin gael ei ddinistrio yn ddiweddar, mae hwnna'n dystiolaeth bod pobl ddim yn deall hanes Cymru a dyn nhw'n cael eu haddysgu digon mewn ysgolion, so dwi'n meddwl yn holl bwysig bod ysgolion yn sylwi ar hyn ac yn gwneud newid.
Diolch. Sylw cefnogol, sylw yn y cefn.
Mine?
Hello.
So I completely agree with all the points made there, because my education has deprived me, where I live, of learning Welsh, because there's not a lot of Welsh-speaking high schools or primary schools. So I think that having Welsh taught more in schools is extremely important, as I now am having to put a lot of effort into learning Welsh, so doing dysgu, siarad Cymraeg. So I completely support all the work being done today.
Any further comments? Yeah, diolch.
Gai ddweud, teitl y peth oedd Diwylliant Cymru ar iaith Gymraeg, a gai gytuno gyda Tommy wrth ddweud dylen ni addysgu cenhedlaeth ifanca Cymru, y bobl bach sydd eisiau dysgu, sydd ddim cweit yn teimlo'r cywilydd mae pobl yn ei harddegau'n teimlo. Chos dyna yw'r broblem. Dyn ni yn ofyn siarad y Gymraeg. Fel bod pobl ddim yn barnu ni, yn ei ofyn hynny. Ac mae hynny'n afiach, ac felly os o'n ni'n ceisio addysgu'r pobl ifanca a gallen ni, mi fydd y neges yn haws i'w cyfleu, ac fydd pobl yn gwerthfawrogi'r iaith am weddill eu bywydau.
Diolch. Unrhyw sylwadau eraill cyn i ni? Reit, fe Gymraeg, mae yna 3 sylw arall yn dangos i fi. Byddai'n cymryd y 3 sylw yna, a wedyn fe fyddai'n dod ar sesiwn yma i ben. 4. You just squeezed in there. Felly, sylw fan hyn i ddechrau.
I'd like to completely agree with the comments that Cal made about devolution and the ideas of independence. And not only that, the brain drains that's going on across the whole of Wales, where students and young people are leaving Wales for further and higher education in places like England and Oxford and Cambridge. Us as a nation should have the ability to keep our students in Wales and allow us to be able to educate our students. If we want a good economy, if we want our economy to succeed, we need the smartest of people to stay in Wales. So I think that can only be done through devolution. I have to completely agree with Cal's point on that.
Right, sylw na Kevin eto eisiau cyfrannu'r ddadl.
Ie, gai fi nôl i pwynt Maisie, oedd yn dweud bod yn bwysig i addysgu plant ieuenga, a fi'n hollol cytuno gyda hynna, ond fi'n credu be arall sy'n angen cael ei wneud yw anoga efo pobl ifanc. Achos bod gyda lot o pobl yr iaith, maen nhw'n dewis peidio siarad efo, achos mae ddim digon cool i siarad e, a mae Saesneg yn well, achos y diwylliant. So falle gyda cerddoriaeth a gyda diwylliant mwy Cymreig, gyda pethau fel hans, falle fi'n gwybod ti'n boblogaidd, trwy annog pethau fel yna a wneud iaith Gymraeg yn iaith pobl ifanc, falle fel yna bydd ni'n gallu annog e'r dyfodol.
Diolch. Sylw na Kevin, o'r Kevin?
Ie, dwi'n cytuno'r llwyr efo chdi Greta. Dwi'n meddwl bod ni fel Senedwyr ifanc angen gwneud bob ymdrech yn ein ysgolion ni yn cymuned a lleol i siarad Cymraeg a gyrwyddo fo. Fatha mae Jonathan, bod o'n siarad Cymraeg, mae o wedi dod a trio dysgu, a dwi'n meddwl bod ni gyd fama angen cymryd o ddiari esiampl o a mynd y cam ymhellach, fel bod pobl eraill yn meddwl, eich ddylswn ni'n hynna hefyd.
Ac un sylw i gloi ar y pwnc yma.
I do agree with what everyone has said here today, but one thing I'd also like to encourage is how the Welsh language is taught in schools. I was taught in primary school, in nursery and still in secondary school, but one of the things that me and my fellow students and constituents have struggled with is how Welsh is being taught. So I think when we move on to the topic of life skills in the curriculum, perhaps that is something to discuss, the Welsh language being part of the curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there one final comment from here? Anybody here wanted to say something? It's been said. Fine. If it's always a very important lesson never to repeat anything anybody else has said. It's not necessary. It's already on the record. Felly, diolch i chi gyd am gyfrannu. Y rhai ohonoch chi gyfrannodd yn ffurfiol i'r sesiwn yna i gychwyn, a'r rhai ohonoch chi sydd wedi ymateb a sylwadau diddorol iawn wrth i chi ymateb i'r ddadl yna. Cofiwch bopeth i chi wedi glywed wrth i chi ddod i gasgliad tua diwedd y dydd ar be fyddwch chi eisiau ffafrio fel eitemau i'w trafod yn ystod yr Senedd Ieuenctid dros yr tymor nesaf yma. Sy'n dod â ni at yn ail thema y bore yma. Thema hynny yw teithio llesiol. A dwi'n galw ar Aled Joseph i ddatgan i enw ac i gyflwyno yn fer i gyfraniad ar teithio llesol. Aled Joseph.
Helo, fy enw yw Aled Joseph ac rydw i'n cynrychioli Caerffili. Dim ond 1% o blant ysgol gynradd sy'n beigio i ysgol a 200 o blant ysgol uwchradd. Pam? Efallai ffaith does dim digon llwybrau beicio, neu mae gan blant ofyn o feicio ar y heol gan nad ydyn nhw wedi derbyn hyfforddiant digon da. Beth bynnag y reswm, mae rhaid ni wneud mwy i gael bobl i feigio i ysgol. Mae y digonedd o fanteision iechyd, gan gynnwys gwech offidrwydd cardiovascular, cynnydd yng ngryfder cyhyrau a hyblygrwydd, lleihau lefelau straen, gwechau'r cryfder esgyrn, ac ystynach y dyluniad gwech. Gan ystyried mae 27.3% o blant yn cael eu hystyried dros bwysau neu order, bydd beigio i ysgol yn gymorth i golli pwysau. Mae ysgolion yn America wedi gweld cynnydd yn y lefelau o blant sy'n beigio i ysgol, oherwydd mae'r egni defnyddiwyd i feigio i ysgol yn cael yn helpu'r disgyblion i ganolbwyntio well o fewnwersi. Yn ychwanegol, gan fod Geraint Thomas wedi ennill y Tour de France blwyddyn diwethaf, does dim amser gwell i lawnt y sgîm i ymwneud â beigio. Dwi'n gobeithio dwi wedi eich perswadu o bleidleisio dros teithio llesol. Diolch.
Diolch. A'r siaradwr nesaf, siaradwr ola ar y thema yma, dim ond 2 siaradwr swyddogol ffurfiol sydd yn y thema yma, a'r siaradwr hynny yw Betsan Angyll Roberts. Betsan Roberts.
Helo, fy enw yw Betsan Roberts a dwi'n cynrychioli Gogledd Caerdydd. A heddiw dwi'n mynd i fod yn ceisio eich annog chi bleidleisio am teithio llesol ar ddiwedd y diwrnod hwn. Yng Nghaerdydd yn 2017, bydd 12 miliwn taith ar feic. Hynny, dim ond 34% oedd yn credu fod yn saff. Dwi'n meddwl fel Senedd Ieuenctid dylwn ni fod yn hybu rhwydwaith gwell o lonydd seiclo yn ein trefi a dinasoedd. Oeddech chi'n gwybod pa mor dda ydy seiclo un amgylchedd ni? Arbedir 5,014 tunnell o allurion tŷ gwydyr yn 2017 yng Nghaerdydd. 5,014. Meddyliwch sa hyn yn digwydd ledled Cymru. Ond nid hyn yw'r unig fantais sy'n dod o seiclo'r ysgol. Fel fi'n mynd ailadrodd be mae Joseph yn dweud, dwi'n mynd i fynd ar Aled yn dweud, na i fynd ar ôl iechyd meddwl. Oeddech chi'n gwybod bod y gwasanaeth iechyd gwladol yn annog i bobl gwneud ymarfer corff i wella eu lles meddyliol. Ac felly, petai ni'n plethu hyn mewn i bywyd bob dydd o deithio gwmpas, manteisiol ddylai i bawb. Fedra ni fel Senedd Ieuenctid hefyd annog hyn yn hawdd o fewn ein cymunedau lleol. A byddai hyn wedyn, oherwydd yr holl ganlyniadau, yn newid ar raddfa leol, ond hefyd yn genedlaethol. Felly, i gloi, dwi'n mynd i bwysleisio, mae dim ond manteisiol fyddai dewis hwn. Does dim anfantais i annog diogelwch, mynd yn wyrdd, a lles bobl ifanc yma yng Nghymru. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi am wrando.
Diolch am y sylwadau yna. Dyna'r 2 gyfraniad ffurfiol ar y thema teithio llesol. Gyda ni 5 munud i drafod yn ehangach, os oes gan unrhyw sylwadau ehangach i wneud ar deithio llesol. Any comments anybody would like to make at this point on active travel? Yes, we have one at the back.
I live in a rural community. It takes me half an hour to get to school. If I'm to cycle, how am I supposed to get there? We had buses that were cancelled on us the day of September. There were over 50 kids in my school who couldn't get to school that day. It might not seem like a lot in a big school, but with 300 kids, it was quite a lot of a difference. We got cancelled on the day of school starting. We don't get regular buses. Putting in cycle lanes would be physically impossible in a rural community around me.
Okay. Yes, I'll take a response because there was a question in there, felly gai ymateb oddi wrth.
Fel dwi'n meddwl un modd o atal hynna, byddai hyd yn oed pethau'n rhoi bus stop o fewn tref sy'n agos a bod chi'n medru seiclo yna, cloi'ch beics yna. Mae hyn yn mynd i lleihau'r allurion tŷ gwydyr sy'n cael ei roi gan ceir neu bynnag da chi'n cyrraedd yn awreiddiol. Felly, unrhyw beth, gnewch pethau bychain fel dweud o Dewi Sant de.
Diolch am yr ateb. Fyna.
I totally agree with the need for active travel, but I think there's a real important need on improving transport for younger people, as you were saying, in terms of for post-16 transport. It costs, with the travel pass that has been provided, still £9.70 for myself to get to sixth form. So I think there's definitely a need to work on active transport and bike lanes, but there's also an important and growing need to improve transport for schools and also for sixth formers and college students.
Any further comments on active travel? I'll come to you now. Anybody else want to show that they want to contribute to this debate? Okay, I'll take a response again there. Yeah.
Dwi'n meddwl beth sy'n angen pwysleisio yn eitha dyfn yma ydy da ni wedi cael rhybudd gan gwyddonwyr bod ni angen neud rhywbeth i lleihau'n allurion tŷ gwydr. So hyd yn oed, os da chi'n seiclo hanner y ffordd, holl ffordd, mae'n mynd i wneud byd o wahaniaeth, a wedyn, os da chi'n mynd i gael bus am filltir, mae'r trafnidiaeth yna mynd i fod yn rhatach wedyn yn y pen draw. Ond mae eisiau ni ganolbwyntio ar amgylchedd, a mae hwn yn un ffordd o wneud hynna.
Yeah, take a comment here.
I also agree with Betsan, because as scientists make breakthroughs in electrical and clean transport, we need to have almost like a clean substitute transport. And I think that active travel is a very good investment, because even after, if we ever do get fully clean transport, then we will still need bike lanes and things like that for exercise and just travel for people who can't afford things like cars. Thank you.
Okay. Any further comments? And I'll come to you. Okay, we'll take two more comments. We'll take a response from the back and then I'll come to you.
Is there another option to cycling? Because if I live on a B road with tractors and farmers, extending those roads so that you have space for cycling lanes is going to be impossible, because you'll have to ask the farmers for that land, you'll have to interrupt them while they're farming or while they're lambing at the moment currently. Putting cycling lanes in a rural area won't work.
Okay. Na gymryd sylw fan hyn. I'll take your comment now and then I'll take a couple extra before we close this theme. Yeah.
I think if we are going to focus on active travel as one of our topics, we should focus on implementing it in urban communities, because if we do attempt to implement it in rural communities, it will be more expensive and likely unsustainable and inefficient. And we've seen that cycling programs in Cardiff have already been very successful, and there was a previous statistic that was put out that proved that. So I think if we do choose it, we should solely focus on urban communities.
Okay, thank you. And I do need to apologise for pointing at you all. I haven't quite managed to learn all your names yet. It'll come, don't worry. So I'm going to point at two here, one there and one.
Yes, I think the message Betsan tried to get across was to wneud y pethau bychain, not to implement this across the whole of Wales, because I understand that you understand it's difficult. And so rural communities, maybe no, it won't be so easy, but if we begin somewhere, we will begin to better it for the better.
Yes.
I agree with what Maisie's just said. I mean, as much as it's working in urban communities at the moment, I know you're saying it might be a bit more difficult to put in place in rural areas, but I don't see why people in rural areas shouldn't have the same opportunity then. As much as it might be more difficult, it is something we need to work on, and it's a great idea. It's got so many benefits across so many different issues, and it's a great solution. I really think that as much as we can say it might be very difficult, it's something that we still need to look at and find creative solutions to get over these hurdles.
Right, who have we left now to, who wants to contribute on this subject? Okay, I've got two there, but I'll start with you.
I think it's worth pointing out that I think it's important to start with this in urban communities, because that's where a majority of traffic happens. As a cyclist and a cyclist in a rural area, I would say that rural roads where often it's tractors are actually great for cycling because they're very quiet roads. And I think that the rural environment is a great place because cycling is also fun, but I think that from an active travel perspective, it's really the city where most gains could be made.
Okay. A comment from the front here. I saw a hand. Yes.
Just i ategu I beth wedodd Lloyd yn gynharach am y gwmnïau llogi beic yn rhoi beiciau yng Nghaerdydd. Mae'r cwmni llogi beiciau Nextbike yn ddiweddar wedi rhoi 5 gorsaf newydd llogi beic yng Nghaerdydd, ond nid yw'r cyfleusterau lonau beic ar gael yng Nghaerdydd, os mae'n rhai, dyn nhw ddim yn ddigon diogel, felly mae'n bwysig bod ni fel Senedd Ieuenctid nid dim ond yn annog cwmnïau llogi beic i rhoi beicio mewn, ond hefyd i wella lonau beicio ar gyfer pobl ifanc.
Sylw fan hyn hefyd?
I agree with everything Betsan is trying to put across, but I think in many rural communities it just would not be practical, it would be downright dangerous, and that's the point that we really need to get across.
Very interesting debate about rural and urban differences happening here. I'm going to give Betsan the final word. Felly, Betsan, i ti weid y gair ola ar y pwnc yma.
Mewn gwirionedd, byddai dewis hwn yn fuddiol i'r llefydd gwledig ac i'r dinesoedd, achos mae 5,014 tunnell o allurion tŷ gwydr wedi arbed yn Gaerdydd yn 2017. Pwy bynnag sy'n ffarmio, mae'r hinsawdd yn gwneud byd o wahaniaeth. Felly, os da ni'n gallu cadw ein hinsawdd, fydd y cnyda'n tyfu'n well. Ac hefyd, rhawn ni dynnu sylw bod y teitl yn deud teithio llesol. Does dim angen edrych ar y cromfach, a gan bod ni y Senedd Ieuenctid cyntaf, da ni'n gorfod rhwystro be mae yna'n cyrraedd at. Felly, hyd yn oed, os da ni, fel grŵp mawr, yn gallu meddwl am ffyrdd gwell i'r ardaloedd gwledig yng Nghymru, mae mi fydda fo'n llesol i bawb yn y pen draw. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Diolch. A trafodaeth fywiog iawn fyna ar y pwnc o deithio llesol sy'n dod yn ni at bwnc ola yr sesiwn boreol yma ar gymorth iechyd emosiynol ac iechyd meddwl. A mae nifer fawr o gyfranwyr i'r pwnc yma. A'r cyfranwr cyntaf yw Thomas Coomer. Thomas Coomer is the first contribution. Thomas Coomer.
Hello everyone, my name is Thomas Coomer and I'm very proud to say that I am the first Youth Parliament representative for Delyn in North Wales. When I was elected, like the rest of you, I ran on 3 key issues, and one of which was the improvement of emotional and mental health support for young people in Wales. 1 in every 10 young persons suffers with mental health issues on a daily basis, and this issue is on the rise. What makes matters worse is that the services that we have to help young people and support young people with their mental health issues simply cannot cope with the amount of young people who do suffer. And we now see a waiting list for CAMS, which is over a year long. Another serious issue here is that most young people are only referred to these services when a situation has reached crisis point, putting greater stress on these services, as they are only involved when matters are as bad as they could possibly be. If a young person had been referred to these services or to other early intervention services before matters had gotten as bad as they were, then we could stop the progression down this terrible journey that they have taken. If we trained teachers, youth workers and other first instance workers to recognise, understand and have the expertise to recognise these issues, then we could identify them at an earlier point and therefore refer these young people to these first response services earlier and ensure that they don't progress down this journey and therefore put lesser stress on these services that are already struggling. I have never suffered with my mental health. I've been incredibly lucky. But there are many young people today who have not been as lucky as I and suffer with their mental health. But if we work together, we can ensure that this deplorable state of affairs does not continue. We can ensure that we no longer fail the young people in Wales who do suffer with their mental health, because there have been many who we have failed. But if we work together on this issue to look at the way in which we refer young people and which we treat young people with mental health, we can ensure that we fail no more young people. Thank you very much.
Siaradwr nesaf yw Ifan Price.
Enw fi ydi Ifan Price, a fi ydi aelod Senedd Ieuenctid Cymru ar Gordwyfar y Meirionnydd. A pan o'n i'n mynd o gwmpas yr etholiaeth yn siarad efo pobl, ond o lot o bethau'n dychryn fi. Un o'r pethau oedd faint o bobl sydd angen cymorth iechyd meddwl. Yr ail, y diffyg cymorth sydd yna ar gyfer ni, ac yn drydydd, faint o bobl sy'n hynod yn gwybod bod yna gymorth yna iddyn ni os da ni yn stryglo. Yn fras iawn, mae angen lot mwy o wasanaethau ar gyfer pobl ifanc sy'n stryglo efo iechyd meddwl nhw. Mae yna amcangyfrif bod yna 3 mewn pob dosbarth yn stryglo efo iechyd meddwl nhw. Ond eto, mewn ysgol, felly bod yna 1 cwnselydd yn gweithio rhan amser am 2 ddiwrnod yr wythnos, a mae yna 5 i 10 o person yn gallu gweld nhw bob wythnos. Di'r niferoedd yna jyst ddim yn matcho fyny, ond di'r ysgolion ddim yn gallu cwpio efo fo. Ond hyn oed wedyn, di pobl ifanc ddim yn gwybod be ydy gwasanaethau fatha CAMS a Mind. Y Children and Adolescent Mental Health Service, di pobl ddim yn gwybod beth ydy. O'n i gofyn wrth dosbarthiadau te 20 faint sydd yn gwybod am CAMS, eich oedd un person ar ei llawn o fyny. So wedyn, di'r pobl ddim yn mynd i trio chwilio am help, herwydd dyn nhw'n gwybod bod yna help yna. Ond deir o'n ydych chi yn digon lwcus i fynd ac yn gwybod bod CAMS yn bodoli, newch chi mynd at y doctor teulu, a mae'na ddau beth sy'n rili digwydd. Dach chi'n una'n cael ei gwrthod, herwydd dach chi ddim digon gwael, neu dach chi'n edrych yn dda, neu mae'na pethau eraill sy'n yna. Neu dach chi'n mynd ar y rhestr aros, sef mae pobl sydd yn mynd trwy'r system yn gwybod mae o'n amrywio o flwyddyn, weithiau 3 mis os ydych chi'n lwcus, 2 mlynedd mewn rhai achosion dwi wedi clywed am. Mae 2 mlynedd yn gallu bod yn amser hir pan ydych chi'n stryglo fe iechyd meddwl chi. Mae angen hyrwyddo a mae angen gwella gwasanaethau iechyd meddwl. Felly dwi'n gofyn wrthych chi, Aelodau Senedd Ieuenctid Cymru, da ni angen pleidleisio ar gyfer y mater yma. Herwydd hwn ydy'r mater sy'n fwyaf bwys. Oedden ni'n gweld o'r arolwg yma. Dyma di'r peth mae pobl ifanc yn poeni am mwyaf yng Nghymru. Ac fel Senedd Ieuenctid Cymru, da ni'n gorfod edrych ar ôl Ieuenctid Cymru ac i lles iechyd meddwl nhw. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch. Arianwen Fox James yw'r siaradwr nesaf. Arianwen.
Sometimes talking about my depression like it is some faraway boyfriend I am required to send love letters to makes it easier to ignore. Easier to blow off his clingy text until he knocks up, showing at your door. The one demanding his fees even if you've repaid all your debts. Complying to his demands of self-hatred, starvation, cutting off your only friends, just for his approval. Because watching the rope snap is like adding another bag of rocks to my back, the added burden that will always bring me back to my bed, the feeling of air drifting out my lungs as I make my fingernails bleed, resisting the monster that lurks at the back of my head. Where's the fairness of it all? Does he like watching me fall? Do you all like watching me falling down into a paradox of not being afraid of dying, but afraid of living, because I am lonely? So I close my eyes, I take a deep breath. I build up the walls of my castle and create a girl. She is perfect. Why am I not perfect? She is invincible. Why am I so broken? She is the girl you see in this room, but she's not the one you'll see walk out of it. Everyone in this room will struggle with confidence at one point in their lives. Everyone in this room has the job of looking after our constituents, but no one in this room knows about anyone else's mental health. It's not a flag you can hold across your chest. It is not a light looming over my head. No one can see the grey cloud that I wake up to every morning. Jeremy is 16. He has troubles at home, but when he tries to tell his friend they tell him to get a life, that night he takes his life. Olivia, 14, she struggles with body confidence. Most days she doesn't eat. Teenagers everywhere are feeling alone. They have nowhere to turn. When suicide is the leading cause of death, why are we not supporting our people? Why are we not supporting young people? Mental illness is not as easy to spot as thunder. It makes everyone's vision cloudy, which is why I think we need to work with young adults in Wales, providing better support and education in and out of school. Thank you for listening.
Next speaker is Casey Jane Bishop.
Hello everyone, I'm Casey Jane and I'm representing Bernardos. I'm 15 and I'm from the Cynnal Valley. I grew up very quickly as I was a victim of domestic abuse and violence. I didn't know that someone so close to me could do that to anyone, especially me. It's affecting me now more than ever. I suffer with severe mental health problems and severe trust issues. I've been close to suicide 4 or 5 times. I found help and comfort in music and self-harm. Never underestimate how much pain somebody must be in to put a blade to their wrist, a finger to their throat, a gun to their head, or a pen to that note. Cutting. It is underrated, overlooked, and mocked. What people need to learn is that self-harm is a serious problem that needs to be solved and is not a fashion statement, phase, or joke of any kind. The main issue I would like to work on is mental health among young people in Wales. I personally am facing the challenges of having mental health in Wales, and it is not easy. There is not enough support in Wales for mental health in young people. I believe that teachers should have training in mental health as the numbers are increasing, especially with social media and society these days. As I said previously, I found help and comfort through music, and most schools do not allow music or headphones. I believe the schools could be a lot more flexible with mental health coping solutions, like allowing music and fidget toys, rooms for a quiet time, and most of all, someone who can help by talking and communicating. I can guarantee that at least one person in this room suffers with mental health, and that person is doing it all on their own. But I'm here to let you know that you are not alone. I'm Casey. I have mental health issues and my mind is never quiet. Mental health is a battle and we are the army. Together we can do this, I promise. I was reminded of this by some of you guys. This issue I want to tackle with you all is mental health and self-harm in young people.
Thank you, Casey. Next speaker is Manon Clark.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Manon Clark and I represent Cardiff West. Today, I will be talking about mental health and emotional support and why it is one of the key issues we should focus on over the next 2 years. In 12 days, it will have been a year since one of my friends, Manon Edie Jones, died by suicide. She just turned 16. I've been aware of mental health issues for much of my life. I regularly see articles about the negative effect social media can have on teenagers, the increasing rates of depression and anxiety, and the lack of pastoral care in schools. One thing that was never on my radar, though, purely because it was seen as something so extreme, so otherworldly, was suicide. When Manon died, it was as if our whole community froze. Life stopped for all of us. And for many, it's an ongoing struggle coping with her absence. But Manon was not defined solely by her mental health difficulties. She was sunny and full of life, so incredibly kind and caring, trendy, authentic and original, an excellent equestrian, and she was the type of influential young woman to have been in the Youth Parliament. 1 in 10 young people will experience a mental health problem, and nearly 3 in 4 people fear the reaction of friends when they talk about it. Mental health is the issue most commonly raised with the Children's Commissioner for Wales by children, young people, their parents and carers. Without support, mental distress can have a severe impact on children's happiness, well-being and development, their educational attainment and their potential to live fulfilling and productive lives. Let's take action now and support our future. Thank you.
Diolch, Manon. Siaradwr nesaf yw Fion Griffiths.
Mental health. A person's condition with regard to their psychological and emotional well-being. A topic featured in my key issues. A subject that's gained a lot of recognition in the media and the Welsh Assembly already due to the passing of the Wellbeing Act and our voices as a Welsh Youth Parliament. But it is not enough. My name is Fion Griffith, representing the Islwyn constituency, and this is why we, the Welsh Youth Parliament, need to prioritise emotional and mental health support. 16 million people in the UK suffer from mental illness. A heartbreaking statistic that's made worse by the fact that 75% of mental illnesses start before a child's 18th birthday. And it's not only mental illness that we need to worry about. The overall well-being of children such as ourselves is already declining with pressure from schools, our peers, the media and so much more. With more pressures now than ever on youths, more needs to be done. More to not only ensure that we as youth speak up about the challenges we are facing, but to educate us on the signs of mental health issues and ways we can try and better our mental health and well-being. When a boy in my class cries during a presentation because he feels like he's drowning in anxiety, what can he do? When my best friend is suffering from such severe depression that she can't leave her house, what can she do? And when I'm sat on my bed, tears burning my face like streams of distress due to the amount of pressure that's put on me, what can I do? Only a minuscule amount of people feel and know comfortable with the answer because of the lack of education and therefore label and stereotype that comes with mental health. She's just doing it for attention. He's just weird. Mental health isn't a label or a stereotype or a box to tick and say that you're suffering. It's personal and different for each and every person. And just because one person's situation isn't as bad as another's, it doesn't mean that their issues are not valid. Although it's impossible for us as a Welsh Youth Parliament to reach out to every single child in Wales, we need to make sure that they know it's okay not to be okay. Mindfulness sessions, mental health training, focus groups, charity events. Our options as the first ever Welsh Youth Parliament are endless. So to finish, I urge you all to think of a time when you were in a bad place and never thought you'd feel better again, and consider how the incredible difference we can make to mental health and well-being for youth in Wales would really have helped you. Thank you.
Thank you, Fion. Next speaker is Abby Cooper. Abby Cooper.
Hello, I'm Abby Cooper and I represent Youth Cymru. Everyone in this chamber today
I'd like to draw your attention to one of the biggest killers amongst young people today, mental illness. Shockingly, 1 in 10 people will experience a mental health issue at any given time, and yet I have to say this in great despair, but 75% of young people with mental health issues aren't receiving any help. How many times do we as young people have to say that our mental health is important? How many crises does it take for a school to realise that our mental health needs to be balanced with exams? How many young people must die of suicide because of school pressure will it take for each and every school in Wales to realise that we as young people need to be given the right support for our mental health? We need to make sure that every school has the right resources to give every student support regarding mental health. We need to give every young person a free place to talk without being judged. We need to make sure that every student knows it's okay not to be okay. And if we can help with all this, we could prevent many deaths by suicide. We could prevent isolation, but most importantly, we can help them survive school and be successful in life. Because if you're not in the right frame of mind to succeed, how are you supposed to succeed at all? Members of the Welsh Youth Parliament, I invite you to join me today in putting mental health as one of our top issues, because it's something that needs to be tackled, and it needs to be tackled fast. We are the future of this country, and we can help shape it into a greater place for young people. Because if we, as the Welsh Youth Parliament, talk about mental health, we can show how much of an issue it really is and what needs to be done to tackle it. I see 59 other determined Welsh Youth Parliament members here today who aren't afraid to have their voices heard, to speak passionately about the things that they care about. However, I've come to realise that whilst we're speaking on the issues that matter to us, there are thousands of people in Wales who are too scared to raise their voice about the one thing that matters, their mental health. Young people whose education is being affected, who feel alone, who feel like they can't reach out to anyone, could be the next doctors, the next politicians, the next world leaders. And yet that all could be jeopardised by something that could be prevented. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Siaradwr nesaf yw Eleri Griffiths. Eleri Griffiths.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eleri Griffiths and I am 14 years old. I attend Rydw Waun Comprehensive School and will be representing the views of young people from the Cynnal Valley. The main issue I will be campaigning for is greater support and understanding around the anxiety and mental health issues faced by young people due to increased pressure in schools. Young people are bombarded with annual national and literacy tests from such an early age, and this is then replaced in Year 10 by continual mock GCSE tests, which add stress and worry to a child's life. There are many pupils like myself who find themselves tearful, stressed, and put under unnecessary pressure to succeed. Childhood is meant to be a time of enjoyment, but it seems like this has been forgotten by the education systems that just seems to value academic attainments. Surely it would be valuing our well-being and happiness over how many A to C grades we achieve. I know that we need to be prepared with skills to help us in our future working life, but many of the exams seem to be around how much information you can recall and exam technique, which do not seem to be transferable skills in the average workplace. A greater emphasis should be placed on vocational courses that prepare you for a specific field of work. I feel it would be help pupils from Year 9 upwards if they had at least one lesson a week embedded into the curriculum around coping strategies and time for reflection using mindfulness or calming down techniques. They should also have a trusted adult available for them in this school setting to help them by talking through their worries and concerns during stressful periods. My school has 5 days a year where we learn about how to cope with school life and skills required in the workplace, which is positive, but I feel like this is still not enough as it's crammed into 1 week. What about the other times through the year where our emotional needs are unmet and pressures keeps on building up? I understand that many of you here today attend schools that do have sufficient support in place, but there are many that don't. This is why I am campaigning today in the Youth Parliament for a more consistent approach across every school in Wales for the future of many generations to come. Thanks for listening.
Diolch. Next speaker is Callan Jones.
Diolch, Newydd. It is with great pride that I can say that I'm a member of Wales's first Youth Parliament. The representation of young people and our ideas and opinions should be an integral cog in Welsh democracy, and it is with pleasure that I can say that our voices now contributing to the successful progressive nation that Wales can be. Now, we all have something in common, and that is that we are determined to make our communities and country a better place for everyone. My first taste of politics can be attributed to the most recent and arguably most controversial referendum we have had in the history of the United Kingdom. It fascinated me how different ideologies interpret the world around us and how political activism and apathy can shape the societies we live in. The famous Euro 2016 finals, where Wales battled on to a semi-final finish, sparked a newfound patriotism for my country. I started to become curious about the history of Wales and the significance the Welsh culture and language has had in our communities. It led me to want to build a better Wales for everyone who wishes to make our country their home, and is why I'm sitting here today. In the next couple of years, working closely with the Welsh Youth Parliament and most importantly with each other, we are going to be able to offer positive change to the young people whom we represent, and this is why I want to highlight and work towards improving our mental health services, especially amongst the young people in Wales. I think a lot of people would agree with me when I say the approach we take to supporting young people with mental health issues in Wales is inadequate. In Blaenoriaethu, and I'm sure across Wales, the whole mental health provision is an issue that many people are passionate about. However, many people in my constituency feel that mental health services do not provide people with enough support and are only inclusive to those who are considered of concern, and that the support networks are not there for everyone who wishes to access them. Mental health is still being treated as second class to our physical health, and more needs to be done to ensure that mental health services are widely available, both inside and outside of school or work environment. The taboo regarding mental health isn't as prominent as once before, and we must continue to pave the way for progress and ensure this issue is at the top of our list of priorities. Mental health affects everyone, our friends, our family, everyone in this room, and myself. It isn't black and white. And this Parliament today has the opportunity to get behind this issue and cement mental health as a necessity, not a debatable topic. We are here to make a brighter future for all the young people who live in Wales, and it's our responsibility to act on behalf of our constituents and represent them to the best of our ability. I urge everyone here to vote on behalf of this issue so that we can break down the stigma surrounding mental health and make sure that every young person in Wales has access to the best mental health provision that they get, so no one is alone. Diolch. Thank you very much.
Diolch, Callan. Siaradwr nesaf yw Lois Campbell.
Helo, fe enw I yw Lois Campbell, dwi'n 16 mlwydd oed a dwi'n cynrychioli ardal Dwyrain Caerfyrddin a Dynefwr. Y pwnc dwi am gyflwyno i chi heddiw a'ch annog I ddewis yr iechyd meddwl. Mae iechyd meddwl yn destun trafod poblogaidd ar hyn o bryd, yn enwedig o fewn pobl ifanc, a mae'n siŵr fod bron pob un ohonoch yma heddiw wedi clywed y newyddion diweddar ar y newyddion a'r cyfryngau cymdeithasol. Felly, pa well bwnc I chi'r bobl ifanc Senedd Ieuenctid Cymru I gefnu? Oeddech chi'n gwybod bod tua 1 ym mhob 4 ohonom ni yn profi elfen I episod o ryw fath o iechyd meddyliol bob blwyddyn. Mae hyn yn ffigwr sydd ond yn mynd I gynyddu os nad oes cefnogaeth ar gael. Dwi'n credu ddylai pob ysgol, corff cyhoeddus a busnes fod yn cyflogi arbenigwr iechyd meddwl, mwyn gwneud siarad am faterion meddyliol yn rhywbeth mwy cyffredin a chyfforddus. Mae'n rhaid I ni gynnig clust I wrando I rhai sy'n dioddef yn dawel. Mae yna 200 o wahanol fathau o iechydon meddyliol sy'n cynnwys rhai emosiynol, meddal, fel gorbryder ac iselder, a rhai mwy difrifol, enghraifft multiple personality disorder. Ond mae'n rhaid i'r holl ddioddefwyr o afiechydon meddyliol gael cefnogaeth pa bynnag lefel o ddifrifoldeb. Mae'n siŵr fod bron pob un ohonoch yma heddiw wedi teimlo'n orbryderus tra'n yr ysgol, ond heb gael cefnogaeth. Mae'n rhaid I hyn newid cyn fod pethau mynd yr rhy bell. Ond mae'n hefyd rhaid cydnabod fod afiechydon meddyliol yn aml yn medru arwain at effeithiau ethafol a difrifol. Pan fod anwylderau meddyliol yn cyrraedd pwynt ble nad yw'r unigolyn yn medru ymdopi gyda'r straen, fallai hyn arwain at ganlyniadau difrifol fel hunaniweidio, bulimia ac yn y sefyllfa weithaf posibl yn cymryd bywyd eich hunain. Oeddech chi'n gwybod fod dros 25% o bobl ar dros Prydain yn y flwyddyn diwethaf yn unig wedi meddwl am gyflawni hunan-laddiad. Ystyriwch hynny. 1/4 o boblogaeth Prydain wedi meddwl am ddod â'i bywyd I ben, a tybed os yw hyn oherwydd bod dim cymorth neu clust I wrando ar gael. Gadawch I ni waredu'r stigma a chydweithio I sicrhau fod yna cefnogaeth ar gael I iechyd meddwl cyn ei fod yn rhy hwyr. Diolch i'ch am wrando.
Diolch. Y siaradwr ola yw Emily Kay. Emily Kay.
Hello, I'm Emily. I'm 15 years old and I'm a representative for Llanelli. My top issue is mental and emotional health of young people. I feel that, as the majority of us have been speaking up about it today, highlights the issue. At 15, such a young age to many, I've already seen the tragic effects of mental health issues. the suicide of a vulnerable young boy in my school, breakdowns over exams, and sleepless nights spent worrying about life. These reasons are just the tip of the iceberg of why I believe this issue is of utter importance. Every year, the stress burden on us young people increases. Thoughts such as careers, education, bullying, social media, these looming thoughts in our heads can be overbearing, and we need proper support to alleviate the stigma surrounding mental health. 1 in 4 of us in our lifetime will deal with a mental health issue. 1 in 4. So if there are 60 of us in the youth parliament, that equates to 15 of us in our lifetime going through this immense struggle. If it is such a common issue, why is it still being treated as an excuse or a choice? This needs to change, and now is the time for us to make that happen. Education, dialogue and support must be the key areas in which these issues are addressed. Educate by providing guidelines and training to all educational institutions in how mental health is to be discussed, approached and reformed. Encourage open dialogue in an understanding, mature manner. Offer your support to anyone who needs it. Mental health can affect anyone, and it is absolutely crucial that those who need the support and guidance are given the proper resources and means to do so. I'm Emily, and I have mental health issues. Thank you for listening.
Diolch, Emily. Ni a Rose Evans yn gallu bod yn bresennol gyda ni heddi, ond mae ni wedi danfon fideo sydd yn nawr yn mynd I gael ei chwarae I ni fel cyfraniad i'r eitem yma.
Hello everybody, my name is Nia Rose Evans and I am the representative for Girl Guiding Cymru. Firstly, I would like to apologise for my absence at this meeting today, as I would have loved to be here with you all to discuss how we can improve issues in Wales together. I would like to ensure that I'm voicing and raising issues that do affect young people in Wales so we can improve them for the better. This is why I took it upon myself to conduct a survey amongst my peers to see what issues mattered the most to them. As a result, the issue which I wish to raise is mental health in children and young people. We can all be affected by our mental health issues, and in the UK right now, 1 in 4 people are living with a mental health condition. Research has identified that 1 in 10 children will experience a mental health difficulty at least once before the age of 11. In addition, 75% of all mental health related issues in adults start before the age of 18. Sadly, we cannot eradicate mental health problems, but we can provide as much support as possible to young people dealing with such issues. Mental health is just as important as our physical health. I believe schools could play an important role, and I would advocate for schools in Wales to pilot a scheme such as one which is being taken place in England and has been spearheaded by the Duchess of Cambridge and is called the Mentally Healthy Schools. This is why this would allow young people to know how to get support and help deal with their mental health related problems, and give teachers and other support staff the tools to deal with children experiencing such mental health related issues. Thank you very much for listening. I hope you agree with me that mental health is one of the issues we can tackle together to improve children and young people's lives in Wales.
Diolch I, Nia. That brings us to the end of the formal contributions to this section. There have been some very powerful contributions to this section. I'm now able to take any comments or questions that anybody has from the floor. We have some time for that, so I'll start here. Yes, you.
I just want to say, everyone who's speaking about mental health, that you're not alone. That's the first thing that needs to be said. You're very brave to specify your stories. There's a statistic that I was looking up the other day that's really upset me. If you're a young man at the age from 15 to 21, you won't die to cancer. You'll die to suicide. That's the biggest killer in young men. That scares me. I'm 17, going to be 18 this year, and I'm much more likely to die by suicide than a car, than a train, than anything. It scares me. It frightens me. It frightens that my little brother's going to be in that same statistic. It frightens that one day I might have kids and they'll be in that statistic because nothing's changing. As a Welsh Youth Parliament, this was one of my 3 key issues when I originally started to run. This needs to be picked. It's not a debate, it's a necessity. If you don't struggle with mental health, Tom didn't, and he still picked it. He's never struggled with mental health, but he picked it because he knows how important it is. I urge you that you vote for mental health. Thank you.
Thank you. contribution next door to you.
I completely agree with everyone, and the emotive language and stories used in the speeches just shows how powerful of a topic it is, and it is truly an epidemic in young people which we all need to address.
Thank you. Yeah, contribution here.
I think a lot of people talk about stuff from mental health and not understanding the services that are in place, but I think the biggest deal is finding out what needs to be done to tackle the issue, because we can talk about the issue and what people suffer with, but unless we know how to tackle the issue in young people, I think that needs to be reformed to help everyone.
Okay, and here, next to you.
Cytuno gyda popeth mae pawb wedi dweud mor belled. Yn amlwg mae problemau iechyd meddwl yn problem fawr I Ieuenctid Cymru, ond mae angen helpu I gweithio allan sut, os mae dychwyr problem, her son ni'n mynd I gallu cael gwared y problemau sydd gyda rai bobl nawr, mae angen I ni gweithio mwyn I nhw gallu cwpo gyda nhw. Fel mae rhai o fy nghyfoedion, mae ganddyn nhw godbryder, felly mae athrawon yn dweud wrthyn nhw a pobl hyn oed mewn services iechyd meddwl, bod angen nhw cael coping strategies, ond sneb yn dweud wrthyn nhw sut I mynd o gwmpas I gweithio allan beth bydd yn gweithio I nhw. Felly mae'n amlwg bod angen I ni cael gwybodaeth gywir I athrawon a hyn oed i'r services iechyd meddwl hefyd, nid yn unig I ni, mae angen I nhw bod gallu helpu fwy hefyd.
Iawn, diolch. Right, okay, sylw fyna.
Atgynerthu y beth ysdi wneud y fanna, ond hefyd, beth ni rili angen neud efo iechyd meddwl ydy, dirwan pan ddech chi yn yr ysgol, dyn eich sy'n cael gwersi am be ydi o. Dwi wedi cael achosion un o ffrindiau fi, oedd o'n syffro fo bulimia am 4 mis, a wedyn yn y 4edd mis, nath oedd cael gwybod be ydi bulimia. Oedd o'n meddwl oedd o ben ei hun, oedd o'n gwybod o hwnna'n bodoli. A wedyn nath o ffeindio allan mewn gwers bioleg, nath yr athro ddeud, mae'n afiechyd sy'n digwydd efo rei genod a mae'n effeithio'r esophagus. Full stop, dyna fo. Ond da ni angen, yn ysgol gynradd, yn uwchradd ag yn bellach wedyn, da ni angen dysgu beth sy'n digwydd, sut allwn ni helpu fo. Hers da ni'n dysgu fo pam da ni'n ifanc, mae'r lleihau'r siawns da ni'n cael o wedyn. Diolch.
Tu ôl I ti, yeah. Yes.
I don't know if I speak for everyone on this opinion, but I've noticed in recent years there's been a lot more talk and conversations around mental health, which is a brilliant thing in itself. But I think someone over there was saying as well, it's one thing to talk about it, but then it's another thing to start implementing things that can help. It's brilliant that we're having these discussions as a group and in a wider community, but there's only so much things that conversations can do. You really need to start implementing things in schools, in workplaces, coping strategies, telling people what they can do. It's one thing talking about it, but I think if we do, and probably will vote this in, I think the most important thing is putting structures in place to help those people.
Oh, yes.
So, to answer the fact that you're all saying we need to implement things. So one thing that could happen is we could put historical figures in our history lessons of people who have suffered with mental health difficulties. This would normalise the topic because obviously there's a lot of stigma around mental health. People don't want to talk about it. Like I said in my speech, 3 in 4 young people fear the reaction of their friends when they talk about mental health. So I think weaving it into the curriculum would probably normalise it.
Okay, let's take a few other topics. I'll go this side. I'll come here now. Yes.
I agree with everybody's statements on mental health support, but especially with IFANs with CAMS. I was sent to the GP by my school, and because how I looked fine. But then it took them another 4 months to realise that I missed about 2 months of school, and then I was sent back to the GP, and then was going back to CAMS. But I missed 2 months of school, and they didn't realise I had anything wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
Da beth sydd wedi cael ei weid yn barod, really. Fi'n credu y problem mwyaf yw mae dal lot o stigma tabw cymdeithasol ynglyn â iechyd meddwl, a mae pobl sy'n dioddef yn gweld efo gwendid, ond fi'n credu bod e'n bwysig i ni pwysleisio, dyw iechyd meddwl ddim yn gwendid. A fi'n credu y problem arall yw, mae lot yn cael ei wneud, mae rhaid yn allweddol i bobl sy'n gweithio dy plant i wneud cyrsiau cymorth cyntaf. Oce, mae'n iawn i ddysgu sut i drina anafiadau corfforol, ond beth am y problemau meddwl hyn, a fi'n credu dyle mwy cael ei wneud gyda pobl, addysgu pobl, sut i siarad, sut i delio gyda pobl, a gweld sut allan ni wella yn hyn. A fi'n credu bydde cyrsiau cymorth cyntaf sydd yn dod ar elfen o iechyd meddwl mewn i fe, fi'n credu bydde hwnna'n gymorth.
Iawn, unrhyw un arall o'r bloc yma cyn i fi? Sylwadau fan hyn, ti'n gyntaf.
As Mal has said, people tend to tiptoe around the subject, but it's such an important thing to talk about. And it's something that everyone needs to realise that it happens to a lot of people. And you may not realise it, and we need to start acting on it now.
And behind you?
I think that mental health isn't talked about enough. So people who are suffering with mental health don't realise that they're suffering with mental health because they don't know what certain mental healths are. So I think that it definitely needs to be talked about more.
Okay. And here?
A lot of my friends have suffered with mental health in the past. Some of them have self-harmed. And a lot of our friends or family have suffered with mental health. Some of us have seen the most extreme outcomes of their suffering of mental health. And I think one problem with this is that people don't feel, young people especially, don't feel comfortable talking to adults or authority figures about stuff like this because they would rather talk to their friends. So I think peer-to-peer groups would be an amazing start because I personally, if I was going through things like this, I wouldn't feel comfortable enough to talk to an authority figure or just an adult. I'd speak to my friends about it. So.
Sylwn y Kevin, ie.
Fi'n meddwl mae un o'r rhesymau mwyaf, mae'n broblem mor fawr, a mae cynlliad yn cael ei wneud, yw oherwydd mae'n effeithio pawb yn wahanol. So does na ddim un datrysiad cywir iddo fe. Mae ddim yn weledol, mae ddim yn gorfforol ti'n gallu newid. Ond fi'n credu, codi ymwybyddiaeth yn un peth mawr fel ti wedi siarad ifan. A hefyd, wneud yn siŵr bod gen pawb rhywun i droi ato. Achos fi'n ddigon lwcus i gael teulu bydd fi'n gallu troi ato lot o ffrindiau. Ond i rai pobl, mae hwnna ddim yn opsiwn. Felly, wneud yn siŵr bod gwasanaethau yna i gael, fel bod pobl yn gallu mynd i siarad am eu teimladau nhw. Fi'n credu dyna'r peth fel un o'r pethau mwyaf pwysig gallwn ni weithredu arno.
Rhai sylwadau fan hyn.
I'd like to congratulate everyone on their very passionate speeches. And it's also important to note that it's something that affects everybody. Dwi'n credu un o achosion o broblemau meddyliol yw beth sy'n mynd mlaen yn yr ysgol. Mae ganddyn ni arholiadau sydd yn ddiddiwedd a mae ein lefelau cholesterol yn ein mhen yn adeiladu lan. A yr unig cyfle sydd ganddyn ni i ryddhau hynny yn ystod yr wythnos ysgol yw gwers ymarfer corff efallai. A dwi'n nifer o bobl ddim yn mwynhau gwersi ymarfer corff. Felly dwi'n credu bod angen pethau amgen megis sesiynau meddwlgarwch yn yr ysgol i bawb a chefnogaeth i bob un person ifanc. Achos mae nifer o bobl sydd yn dioddef a bydd neb yn disgwyl i nhw dioddef, ond nhw sydd yn dioddef a does neb yn gwybod. Felly mae'r nifer o cefnogaeth i bawb yn bersonol.
Tu ôl i ti?
Wel, yn hytrach na jyst trafod y mater, dyn ni angen gweithredu dros y mater. Felly, dwi'n meddwl, dylwn ni gyflwyno addysg am iechyd meddwl mewn ysgolion cynradd a dechrau nhw'n ifanc mwyn i nhw allu wybod lle maen nhw'n gallu troi os maen nhw'n delio efo problem yma. Maen nhw angen ymwybyddiaeth. A dwi'n meddwl, diffyg hygyrchedd ydi o. Dwi'n meddwl mae pobl dyn nhw'n gwybod lle i fynd, so dyna beth dyn ni angen gweithredu dros.
Okay. Who's left now that wants to contribute? A lot of contributions in this, so I'm going to work through them as quickly as possible. Na Kevin.
Bod ni'n bwysig bod ni'n canolbwyntio ar y ffaith bod gan bawb yma iechyd meddwl yn yr un ffordd bod gan bawb iechyd corfforol, eich bod yn gallu bod yn dda ac eich bod yn gallu bod yn drwg. A dwi'n meddwl sa'n ni'n atgoffa hyn yn yr ysgolion, sa'r ddeialog yn lot fwy agored. Dwi'n meddwl na beth fel a da ni angen neud, just hyn o da ni angen dechrau'n fach, neu da ni'n mynd i medru weithredu ar raddfa fwy. So os da ni'n mynd, sut dwi ti heddiw, mae rhywun yn mynd, dwi'n iawn heddiw, da ni, just y deialog bach ma. Ac eich bod o'n neud byd o wahaniaeth i rhywun sydd ddim yn teimlo dda, ond gwybod bod rhywun yn hapus i siarad amdano fo nhw.
Drws nesaf i ti?
First of all, I'm going to say that must have been hard for everyone who spoke about personal anecdotes, and I've got to say well done to you all.
I think the main problem regarding it is that there's a lack of understanding for the people that don't suffer. I think that there needs to be more to be done for people to know how it feels who don't suffer from it. Yeah, sorry. Thanks.
Thank you. And yes, I'll take another comment from you.
I was going to say, even the use of, the support services that there already, we need to promote them. Because as you said, most people don't even know that there are things out there that are already. And rather than establishing perhaps new ones, but we can already promote the ones that we do have and get them out there.
Thank you. A couple of comments from the front here. Yes, you first.
I think it's about finding a balance between trying to destigmatise these issues and then helping people when they do come forward, and helping, like, trying to nip these issues in the bud before they start out, because, like Charlie was saying, these issues don't discriminate. You can be rich, you can have all the things in the world that people would think that you'd be happy, and you can still suffer with mental health issues. I think people don't realise that, and when they do realise that, people will begin to come forward about their issues a bit more. But I do believe there should be a balance. There should be funding going equally into the prevention of these things, and when they do happen, because, like some people have been saying, you can't eradicate these things, then the help and support available then.
Okay, next door to you.
Yeah, I completely agree with what you said, Finlay. I mean, it's such a complex issue. We have to tackle everything at the same time to make an effect. We can't just focus on one main thing, whether that be diagnosis, how we treat it, how we destigmatise the issue. And so I'm sure that this will end up as one of the Youth Parliament's top 3 issues. So when it does, we need to address it as a systemic and full issue instead of just looking at one point of it.
Okay, and at the back, the 2 comments. You first, and then.
I think one of the major issues that we need to help with combating mental health is the teachers, really. I spoke to a couple of my teachers a couple of weeks ago, and I asked them, have you ever had mental health training? Have you ever had suicide training? Stuff like that. And none of them said yes. You know, if mental health is one of the things which is increasing, shouldn't they really be having training on it? Isn't that something that should be mandatory for them?
And
thank you, Llywydd. So, as Ivan mentioned before, around the area of sport, so I'm a Sport Wales Platinum Ambassador, and I'm on the National Steering Group, and something I'm trying to implement in my local authority with local schools, I'm trying to implement in other local authorities too, is by making sure that schools mandatory offer outside of PE lessons exam sport sessions. So, I don't know, you could be revising 4 nights a week, for example, and then on Friday night you would have a sports night run by the PE staff or your local authority where you would just have some fun, just time to chill out, and you know, it's just taking your mind off stuff like that. But I would also like to thank everyone, especially Tommy, because even though he hasn't got issues with mental health as he outlined, he still spoke very passionately about it. Thank you.
Okay, a few final comments from this side then. You first, and what did you?
I think one of the largest causes of depression and suicide, I think it's a statistic like 1 in 6, is due to having friends and family who are depressed or have committed suicide. It's like a chain reaction. So I think one of the key things that we need to do to prevent mental health illnesses and suicide is to actually help families who have gone through the loss of, or family and friends who have gone through the loss of a family member or a friend due to suicide, or who are struggling because someone that they know and are related to suffering from mental health illnesses.
Final comment to you.
So I'd just like to thank everyone who has given their own personal experiences with mental health. I know that was probably hard for you, but I've heard a lot of talk about solutions, and in my constituency of Bridgend, I've found the same thing, that a lot of people have found that there isn't a large amount of solutions, but I'm lucky enough to go to a school where they train students to be peer mentors, and they get them counselling qualifications, so that if you perhaps don't want to talk to one of our pastoral carers, and our pastoral carers are also very well trained, you can go and you can talk, I think it's a Tuesday and Wednesday lunchtime, to people who are more near your own age, who can give you a bit of help, a bit of guidance. And I think that maybe when we talk about solutions, and like one other has said, you don't feel like you can talk to a teacher or an adult. Sometimes maybe getting more counselling qualifications for young people, for students in schools, is something that we need to look at and can push forward on if this is an issue that is in the top 3.
And there was me thinking we were finished. I'll take 2 last contributions and that's it, because it's lunchtime then. For tea or wedding, Kevin?
I think one way to teach people about mental health is maybe at a younger age to teach about emotional well-being, that it's okay to be sad, it's okay to feel anxious, it's okay to feel depressed, that these are normal feelings and it doesn't mean necessarily that you've got a mental illness. And I think that's important to raise, that people should be taught how to deal with their emotions before it gets to a point of being a mental illness.
Okay. Yeah, Kevin.
Diolch, Llywydd. Going back to what Abby said about teachers, Mind are currently running a project in my school, and it's a whole school approach aiming to target students, teachers and parents and caregivers. And honestly, it's fantastic. They've only recently started, but they ran a very large-scale survey in our school. And the teachers filled one out, just like we did. And 85% of my teachers said that they suffer from mental health issues. And we ask so much of our staff. And so, like Todd's school, they use students to help their own students. And I feel like that is probably the best approach, because not only can they relate to their fellow pupils, but it relieves the stress on teachers. They have jobs, they have lives. And if many of you have family who are educators or work within schools, you'll know it's not an easy job. And there is a massive tick list for each and every one of them. And they can't always keep up either. And so when you go to a teacher and you think, oh, they're not very helpful, well, think about how they feel. They're not finding their job easy. They want someone to talk to. And they haven't got that support. And so it's a wider topic than just us here. It's our teachers and our parents too.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. That's been a very popular and powerful section, and thank you all for your contributions. There are a number of Assembly members who've joined us in the public gallery now. I'm sure it must feel very strange to them, having you all sit in their seats here. I can see members from Pontypridd, Swansea, Newport, Aberafan, and there may well be some behind me as well. Thank you all for joining us, and I'm sure you've learnt a lot, as I have, from hearing the powerful testimonies of young people in that section, and also the views that we've had expressed on other topics throughout this morning. So that's been a longer session than we intended. We've cut into our lunchtime. Lunchtime now will be shorter because of that, because I'm very particular on keeping to time, and therefore we will be restarting at 1:30, and you will have a 5-minute bell in advance of that. Diolch yn fawr iawn I chi am eich cyfraniadau pwysig iawn y bore yma. Mae wedi bod yn brofiad buddiol iawn I fod yma yn gwrando arnoch chi, a dyna'r cyfarfod ar gau, a newn ni ail ymgynnull mewn erbyn 1:15. Diolch yn fawr. Ail gychwyn ar gyfer sesiwn y prynawn. Sgallwn ni gyd tywelu, if we can all quieten down and get ready for this afternoon session. Mae gyda ni 5 o bynciau I drafod yn y sesiwn nesaf yma, ac felly fe fydd angen i'r cyfraniadau ar ddiwedd bob sesiwn fod yn fyrrach na rhai o'r cyfraniadau ni wedi gael hyd yn hyn. Cofiwch fy croeso I chi sefyll ar eich trad os ydych chi eisiau sefyll ar eich trad hefyd I gyfrannu hefyd. Ac I ni'n dechrau, y thema gyntaf yn y prynawn yma felly yw'r thema'r sgiliau bywyd yn y cwricwlwm gan gynnwys cyllid, gwleidyddiaeth ac addysg rywiol, a dwi'n galw ar Jonathan Dawes I gyflwyno yn gyntaf. Jonathan Dawes.
Diolch, Llywydd. So, good afternoon, everyone. So, my name is Jonathan Dawes, and I am the Member of Welsh Youth Parliament for the Vale of Clwyd. It is my absolute pleasure today to talk to you about an issue that affects us all in this room and people across Wales. This is the issue of life skills in the curriculum. I am extremely passionate about this issue, and I believe it's extremely important, and I hope you all vote for it today as one of your top 3. The role of education in society is to prepare young people for what's ahead. This is to teach them the skills that will help them succeed as much as they can in the future to the best of their potential. Many of you across this chamber, young people which voted for us to be here, will believe that the current curriculum doesn't meet this. So my proposal to you today is that we reform a subject to meet the needs of young people. This subject, after being reformed, will teach valuable life skills, the Constitution, politics, paying bills. This, I believe, can be done to the Welsh Baccalaureate qualification. The current Welsh Baccalaureate qualification, I believe, is dated. I have done various surveys as part of a task to change the Welsh Baccalaureate qualification, and my results back this up. It includes units that will never help us in later life, that I'm sure people who have took GCSE Welsh Bac or A-level Welsh Bac, in some cases in this chamber, will probably agree. So, in my hand, I hold a brand new syllabus. This is a vibrant syllabus that has been put together on a cross-party basis, working with all parties in the Senedd, creating a new syllabus that will help change the qualification and make it more suitable for young people across Wales. So again, this was put together on a cross-party basis with education professionals and students. Using this and our collective experience, as a youth parliament, we have a real opportunity to make a difference to young people across Wales, teach them these skills, prepare them for the future. We could leave an extremely positive legacy. Thank you very much for listening to this, and I hope you all vote for life skills at the end of the day. Diolch.
Diolch. Siaradwr nesaf yw Eleanor Lewis.
Siamai, fe ni wedi Eleanor a daeth yn y castig nedd. Heddiw hoffwn i siarad am sgiliau bywyd yn y cwricwlwm a dwi'n meddwl bod i ateb un mater, mae angen i ni hoffwn i ni ein hynnain. Beth yw ysgol? Mae'r coeso i chi fy'n gwneud ac i deg ond drachos, ond roedd wedi treulio dros 10 mlynedd yn mynd i'r ysgol ac rydw i'n dal i ddim yn gwybod. Pan faddaf yn goffen, ni mynd awsyd i wneud blaenoriaethu fi hun, prynu catref, neu wneud cais am ffenticiad. Nid oes yn gwybod beth am ffosiliadau, y dylai'r credyd neu gael swydd. Ond anffodus, fe wnaeth am ddysgu rai sgiliau pwysig i mi fel ffactorau quadratig a mitochondria yn bwyd i'r gell. Felly, beth yw ysgol? Yn amlwg, mae'n gydallen ysgrifennu a rai mathematig. Mae hynny'n deg. Ond yn mewn galled newidiol modern, mae cael sgiliau bywyd yn rhan hanfodol allu bodloni heriau bywyd bob dydd. Mae newidiadau mewn economiau byd i angdrosi 5 mlynedd diwethaf wedi cyddweddu â transnewidiad mewn technoleg ac mae rhain oll yn effeithio ar addysg, ei gweithlu a'r bywyd cartref. Mwyn ymdopi â bywyd modern, mae FFU angen sgiliau bywyd newydd megis i gallu i ddailio o straen a ffreidda. Goffyn ni'r i gyfrifro i iar a ddiddorab cyffan sawdd, ond nid yw mwyaf ffrif ohonom hyd yn oed yn gwybod sut mae biliau'n gweithio. Mae angen i ni ofyn i ni ein hynnain, a yw cwricwlwm personol yn helpu ni i ddysgu, neu dim ond tynnu gwybodaeth i lawr ein gwth ac ofyn i ni dathlu yn ôl i bapur prawf. Gan nad yw hyn yn addysg, dyna bulimia, a poffoi o ffyfulimig ei aradach yn wych fe wnewch chi ar sesiadau. Felly, nid yw'n syndod pam fod camlaint o ffyfwyr yn gadael i'r ysgol yn feddiliol yn anemotional anorexic. Os mae hyn yn laddiad yw'r 3 i ddachos mwyaf molaeth o'r oedran y 10 i 24 oed, ac mae ystydiaethau Harvard yn amgwmni, mae'r ragfynegydd mwyaf o gaffer llywyddiant yn hanner reolaeth ac iechyd emosiynol, yna pam nad ydym ni'n ddysgu sut i droi'n straen newyddod. Beth am bryd yn ei iselder? Rydych chi'n gwybod i sgiliau sydd ei hangen anol mewn gaffer yn bywyd i'r cyffan. Rydw i'n ochi dweud bod gwahaniaeth rhwng sy'n pobl sy'n smart a phobl sy'n sgorio wych, a dyna sy'n saffael yn gwir yn system addysg.
Siaradwr nesaf yw Maisie Evans.
Prynawn da, siamai. Maisie Evans ydw i yn cynrychioli ardal Tor Fain. Hoffwn gychwyn gan ddiolch i bawb a fy nghefnogodd i ar hyd fy nhaith i o ddod yn aelod o Senedd Ieuenctid yma, a sefyll yma gyda chi heddiw. Yn ferch 15 oed, rwy'n awyddus iawn i weithio'n agos atoch dros y 2 mlynedd nesaf, mwyn dylanwadu newidiadau arwyddocaol sy'n ymwneud â pholisiau Cymreig. Hoffai eich darbwyllo chi, mae sgiliau bywyd yn y cwricwlwm gan gynnwys ariannu, addysg gwleidyddol ac addysg criwiol yw'r mater y dylech chi pleidleisio drosto heddiw. If our young people were taught the most significant topics, we would rapidly notice a substantial difference in our communities. With votes of 16 on the horizon, young people should learn to confidently research political matters and educate themselves. Young people could learn to cook, use washing machines and irons, have safer sex, calculate their expenses and use their money wisely. Currently, it is evident that many young people lack this fundamental ability. Soon, our country's curriculum will be reformed by Professor Donaldson, and who knows how successful it will be. Well, let me tell you, it will not be successful unless we educate Wales's youngest generation on totally essential topics. Part of the new curriculum aims to concentrate on preparing ethically informed citizens. Tell me, is someone who's unable to follow a political party ethically informed? Tell me, is someone who's unable to calculate their own taxes ethically informed? Please, tell me whether you are ethically informed. I doubt many are, and as a nation, we should feel ashamed that we are failing to produce and prepare politically active inhabitants. For years, we've watched people leave our education system clueless, and that saddens me. We must put an end to this. We must, as Wales's first ever youth parliament, put an end to this vast societal flaw.
Diolch. Lloyd Mann.
Good afternoon, everyone. Curriculum change is needed, and I'm happy to say it has already started. But sorting through the Welsh Government's several documents has not assured me of anything. The Welsh Youth Parliament should have a say in what is included in this new curriculum, and the way we will do this is by placing it as one of our priorities. Through education, through the curriculum, we can add in things that are so vital yet missing in some or all of our schools. Making sure that people know how to vote, buy a house and pay their bills are simple but so important things. On the topic of voting, the Assembly has been discussing lowering the vote to 16. That's all well and good, but it falls upon the curriculum to ensure that everyone knows not just how to vote, but how to use their vote effectively. And on yet another topic, what about the rise in cyberbullying and people not even feeling comfortable in their own body? Through education, we can reinforce people's confidence. And when I talk about the curriculum, I don't just mean secondary school. I mean the first moment a child steps into primary school, because that is when the curriculum can make a lasting change. So what should be done? Adding in political education, perhaps as its own lesson or integrated into PSE. Making sure there are lessons on understanding emotions, especially during secondary school. But we can only assure these things are done if we choose to make that change, to choose it as one of our priorities. Doing that would make sure that this new curriculum would create the, to quote, ethical, informed citizens that it promises to. Thank you.
Diolch. Y siaradwr nesaf yw Ellie Murphy.
Hello, my name is Ellie Murphy. I am a 15-year-old gypsy traveller from Pembroke. The issues I want to discuss is life skill in the curriculum. I went to a mainstream secondary school but left as the lessons wasn't suitable for my culture. My culture believes we should not attend PSE lessons as they are not appropriate to our beliefs. We believe that our parents should teach us this at home. I now go to the Priory Project, which is a small school of young gypsy travellers. Even though I go to this school now, I would like to attend English and Maths in my mainstream school. In my opinion, I think all cultures should be treated equally, as some have more rights than others. Schools should respect cultural traditions. For example, say someone died in our family or someone we knew, we would go and sit up. This means we would stay awake all night with our family and sleep in the day until their funeral. We would do this to show our respect. Also, the boys in the family would go out to work with their fathers, so they would miss school. But gypsy travellers only have to access school 3 days a week. If you miss school for any reason, schools don't understand and they will still give you a fine because you haven't been in. I would like to see schools learning more about different cultures and different ways they live and what they do. In the Priory Project, we celebrate our culture with other pupils and groups, so we are not seen as different to the rest. They respect our culture. It's not like this in a mainstream school, as it's so big, and this can cause exclusion and bullying. I would like to see cultures being treated equally. I believe that education is more inclusive now, but there is still more that needs to be done. Gypsy travellers have become more integrated, but this does not mean that I want to forget my culture, beliefs and morals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Harrison James Gardner.
Hello, my name is Harrison Gardner and I'm the Welsh Youth Parliament for Clwyd West. Our society is built on knowledge, understanding and capability. However, there is still room for improvement and we must continue to strive towards creating a greater society and do so by further enhancing these three matters. However, this isn't easily achievable while our curriculum teaches unnecessary information that is later discarded as it has no relevancy for the future. In order to achieve a greater society, we must put an end to the teaching of unnecessary and forgettable information in our curriculum that simply is not beneficial in everyday life, and instead replace them with meaningful life skills. More specifically, the teaching of finance, consisting of money management, efficient budgeting, tax paying, etc. And finance is a key part of our society. Everybody will need finance in their lives. Therefore, this is of utmost importance, as far too many students are missing out on financial education and are subsequently worse off economically in the future. We have the opportunity to make that change. By adding finance to the curriculum, Wales will see vast economic and social improvements. Due to greater economic knowledge, the general populace will be far more economically efficient, meaning that they will be far more capable of budgeting and saving, resulting in higher spending power that would increase the standards of living and also greatly benefit business, which would lead to an increase in employment. The general populace would also be more economically intellectual, meaning that they would have a greater understanding of which taxes they must pay and how to pay them, which results in greater tax revenue, allowing us to put more funding into the services that are currently in dire need of funding, such as our NHS. Finally, the general populace would be far more economically independent due to best budgeting skills, resulting in fewer of the population being forced to rely upon benefits to make ends meet, which would in turn allow the government once again to further increase spending in other areas or cut taxes, further increasing spending power. As Welsh Youth Parliament, by ensuring reform takes place in our education system, we won't only be working towards creating a better environment for the youth, we will also be building them a better and brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are the formal contributions for this session and section. Do we have any? Yes, we have many further contributions to be made. The first hand was at the back, yes.
I will say about Welsh back, it's completely useless. There aren't any qualified teachers. They can't teach it, and because it's not being taught well, students mess around, nothing gets done. And I agree, Welsh back should be scrapped. That was the main topic of my speech. But what I will say also about introducing some of these life skills, they would be useful, but at the same time, you need to tailor the education to everyone. I think talking about how the... Sorry, 1 second.
Take your time.
Sorry. I've lost my train of thought now.
Would you like us to come back to you?
Yes, please.
Yes, that's fine. I'll come back to you. I'll take a comment fyna. Yeah.
Wel, mae'n ddau beth sy'n ni rili licio atgyfnerthu. Yn un, mynd yn ôl efo y bac, fel ydych chi'n dweud, dwi yn gweld bod yna fydd yn y bac, jyst diolch yn cyrraedd eich llawn potensial ar y funud. Dwi'n neud lefel A ar y funud, ac dwi'n sbio fewn i 2 swydd sy'n edrych yn neud, wedyn mynd i fewn efo rent, gweld sy'n mae cost y bywyd y beth hwnna. Mae yna pethau'n dod, a byddwch chi'n gweld hwnna yn y blynyddoedd pan ydych chi'n mynd i wneud tygau a lefel A. Mae yna bwynt iddo fo, ond dwi'n cytuno pan ni'n neud o yn tygau, oedd o mwy o wers mesio gwmpas, oedd o ddim yn cael ei reeld yn iawn. Mae yna lot fwy potensial i gael yna fo. Yr ail bwynt dwi eisiau gwneud efo hwn, really, ydy hefo addysg criwiol. Ddim lot yn chi wedi dweud hwnna yn eich areithio chi. Mae angen lot mwy o hwnna. Be oedd addysg criw yn i wedi cael, really, oedd be oedd y sperm, be oedd yr wyth, dyna fo, mae yna babi. Dyna be oedd yr addysg criwiol o'n i wedi cael dim byd arall, really. Mae angen gwella hwnna. Pan ydych chi'n ysgol gynradd, cael gwersi consent. Beth o hwnna? 3 pobl yn iawn. A wedyn yn hwyrach wedyn, mynd am bethau mwy detailed wedyn. Mae angen lot mwy mewn addysg criwiol, especially yn grwpiau LGBT. So ddim byd fel hwnna'n cael ei gyfri yn y curriculum ar y funud, really. Mae angen lot mwy fel hwnna.
Iawn, pwy arall sy'n eisiau cyfrannu? Reit, awn ni un cyfrannu ar fyna.
Wel, gyda'r cwricwlwm newydd, rhaid rhoi gwybod i'r disgyblion beth yw'r newidiadau, a rhaid hefyd bod y Llywodraeth yn gwrando ar adborth y disgyblion yn yr cyfnod datblygu. Diolch.
Nôl fyna.
I think it's really important that we sort out life skills and things like Welsh back, but I think the problem that needs sorting before we look at this is that Wales' education system needs to make their mind up in terms of there's been so much change over the years. Over the last few years, WJC has changed their curriculum, so loads of new textbooks have been coming out, and that affected GCSEs because many books went out in time for exams. And now, in the coming years, we've heard, as Maisie said, about Donaldson and his new thematic system of education. I think there's just so much change. I think we really need to work on getting one system that works and sticking to it so there's clarity, and then focus on things such as Welsh back and life skills.
Okay. Anna.
Mae'n amhosib cael democratiaeth sy'n gweithio yn iawn os dyw pobl ddim yn gwybod be nhw'n pleidleisio am neu beth sy'n digwydd yn y system. Yn bersonol, dyn ni'n cael gwersi am wleidyddiaeth, yn enwedig os yw'r oedran pleidleisio yn cael ei ostwng i 16. Dwi'n cytuno gyda hynny, ond dwi'n credu bod rhaid i bawb cael addysg ar wleidyddiaeth. Bydd rhaid hefyd bod yn ofalus bod athrawon ddim yn dangos tuedd, felly bydd angen gweithio hynny allan, ond dwi'n credu bod hyn yn holl bwysig ar gyfer ein democratiaeth.
Okay. Fyna, a wedyn, I'm going to have to draw this section to a close then. I'm going to take two final comments, the first to catch my eye, and then we need to move on. The Assembly members upstairs lunchtime told me that I was far too lenient in allowing you all to contribute, and they want me to be as lenient next week with them. So they've spotted that I was too lenient this morning, so I won't be able to be as lenient this afternoon. Felly, sylw fan hyn ag i ni gloi fyna.
Sorry, dau beth yn gloi. Fi'n mynd i goffer angytuno dyna'n fwyaf ohonych chi'n gweud bod chi'n cael gwared o'r fagloriaeth Gymraeg. Oherwydd na'r unig beth sy'n ei ni'n wahanol i gweddill gwledydd Prydain. Mae pawb yn neud gobr di caredin, mae pawb yn neud aroliadau canu, aroliadau offerynnol. Ond y fagloriaeth Gymraeg yw'r unig beth sy'n ei ni'n unigryw, yw'r unig beth sy'n ei ni'n wahanol i'n wledydd eraill Prydain. Felly fi'n credu os byddwn ni'n cyrraedd y potensial llawn sydd gyda'r fagloriaeth Gymraeg, bydde fe'n fuddiol iawn i ni fel disgyblion. A'r ail beth hefyd, yn debyg i beth ti'n gweud Efan, mae'n gyd yn cael gwersi abiech yn yr ysgol, ond so ni'n cael ei dysgu digon ar faterion cyfoes fel gwleidyddiaeth, addysg criwiol. Mae angen i hyn ddod mewn yn fwy i'n addysg ni, oherwydd mae gwleidyddiaeth dim ond yn cael ei gynnig i ni yn y chweched dosbarth. A os ni moyn dod ar oedran pleidleisio lawr, os ni moyn mwy o ymwybyddiaeth a mwy o gefnogaeth i wleidyddiaeth, mae angen bod yn cael ei ddysgu, cael ei groesawu mewn yn blwyddyn 7 ac yn cynyddu yn raddol yn y gwersi abiech. Diolch.
Iawn, a Gyti, mae'n gweud rhywbeth?
One point I would like to mention is like the huge amount of people extra life skills would help. It would give every child the chance to succeed. It would give the children who maybe struggle with exams and struggle with tests and struggle with the work in school the chance to show off their skills and in jobs, and they could be getting jobs done.
Rhys, do you want to finish your point?
I was going to say about teaching us, being taught about teaching us things that aren't necessarily useful. Lots of young people currently don't know what they want to be, so the education system needs to be tailored for lots of different needs. And also, particularly in the sciences, I find, as I see things and I think, I don't know why I need to use it, but I still find it interesting. And I think if you find it interesting, you'll work harder rather than just if you need it, but you don't enjoy it.
Diolch. Thank you for all your contributions. You obviously know the matter of the curriculum in a bit of detail as young people, so those were very powerful contributions again. The next section is the section on support for people with disabilities. Sophie Billinghurst is the first speaker, and I'll ask Sophie Billinghurst to contribute.
Hi, my name is Sophie. And I'm here today as a member of the Welsh Youth Parliament from a partnership organisation called Talking Hands.
Talking Hands is a centre for deaf and hard-hearing children and their families. I've been going there for just under 5 years because I have a 13-year-old sister who has a hearing loss. She has expressed to me that having a large hearing loss makes her feel isolated from her friends as people don't have any deaf awareness. This isn't taught in schools. The number of people with hearing losses is increasing. Estimates suggest that by 2035, about 15.6 million people in the UK will have hearing loss. That's 1 in 5 of the population. At the age of 16, a deaf BSL user will leave school with a reading age of 8 years old. 90% of deaf children born into hearing families with little or no knowledge of deafness. This enables deaf people to do day-to-day things that we rely on, such as going to the shop. I've recently achieved a level 1 BSL qualification, which was my choice to do outside of school. But I believe simple, everyday BSL signs should get taught in schools, as we learn foreign languages such as Spanish and French. But not everyone is going to go abroad, but you'll definitely meet someone in your life who is either hard of hearing or deaf. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Sophie. Next speaker is Oliver Davies. Oliver Davies.
Hello, my name is Oliver Davies and I'm the Welsh Youth Parliament member that represents Carers Trust South Wales. I'm also a member of the Welsh Youth Care Council, but more importantly, I'm a young carer. The topic I've chosen to speak to you about today is how there isn't enough assistance for people with disabilities. I have a personal interest in this topic, and it is one of many reasons that I wanted to join the Welsh Youth Parliament. What is currently deemed as reasonable care or support right now is inadequate, particularly for those on the autistic spectrum. There are many children with complex and rare additional needs who sit outside of a diagnostic box. Many families are then left to fend for themselves and seek out any additional and fundamental support that should have already been provided if, as it is portrayed, the services are needs-led. There is a certain level of assistance for a number of recognised disabilities or needs that fit within the set parameters, but there is no consistency of care even from one health board to the next. For example, in one health board, a condition might be recognised and treated, but in another, only a few miles away, the same condition might not even be in their diagnostic manual. There are children out there who have extreme neurological disabilities, but because they might not be physically disabled and may be able to walk, regardless of how safely, they could be declined support like mobility or other equipment. In the absence of this support, the families are then left in very vulnerable and dangerous situations. I have two brothers, and they would both be given the same diagnosis of ASD. Actually, they are on two completely different parts of the ASD spectrum. For example, one of them sleeps all night, and the other is like having a 10-year-old newborn. One has a very limited emotional spectrum, and the other has an emotional range that goes beyond infinity, bypassing everything in between. And lastly, they both have anxiety, but one is chronic, like a volcano, and the other sort of implodes, appearing as though having no anxiety at all. My point is that there isn't enough flexibility of support or awareness or for individual needs. As I said in the beginning of this, the support that is available is ruthlessly screened by those who don't understand the complexity of it all. Finally, the recent lack of support for the autism bill just highlights the lack of support and understanding overall. And the fact that the bill was produced in the first place shows that many others feel the same way I do. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Oliver. The next speaker is Katie Whitlow-Davis.
Hi, I'm Katie, and the topic I have chosen is greater access for people with disabilities. Disability people should have the right to choose what they want to do. I wanted to start this speech with this statement, as I feel people with disabilities often feel restricted in what they are able to do in their area. This viewpoint opens the floor to main topics which I will be discussing with you, which is access. Access needs to be looked at more closely, as some areas such as toilets, venues, parking and transport have been raised as problematic by various people with disabilities. When we look at public transport, for any able person it seems like the easiest thing in the world. However, if someone is restricted to a wheelchair, it can be quite a daunting experience. With the worry that ramps won't be put down, not enough space, and being separated from carers and support workers, it can cause distress. On the topic of ramps, we should also look at the restrictions of getting into different venues. With steps to enter shops and restaurants, it can be quite difficult to move wheelchairs. Restrictions can also be seen in disabled toilets, as there's a shortage of hoists and fold-down beds in public toilets. I want to try and assist people with disabilities to have more fluent accessibility in the community. This means looking at transport and how we can make public transport more accessible and comfortable for young people and their carers. I would like to look at lowering curbs, making sure all disability toilets have hoists, and how we can put better public transports. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Anwen Grace Rodway Davis.
Hello, my name is Anna Rodaway. I'm 13 years old and I represent Learning Disability Wales in the Welsh Youth Parliament. One of the issues close to my heart is better awareness and understanding of autism. I'd like to share some facts about autism with you. It is thought that there are around 700,000 people with autism in the UK, although there is no register or official number. Between 44% to 52% of autistic people have a learning disability, which means between 48% and 56% do not. And from research, we know that around a third of people with a learning disability are autistic. Moving on to gender. There are around 5 times more boys diagnosed with autism than girls, although it is believed that girls with autism are underdiagnosed. Autism is a lifelong condition and you cannot grow out of it. There are many myths surrounding autism, and one of the ones I hear most often is, everyone is a bit autistic. This is completely and utterly untrue. Liking routine or having a specific interest does not make you autistic, and in order to be diagnosed with autism, you must reach the diagnostic criteria in all aspects of the condition. I hope telling you these facts have helped to raise the awareness of autism in the Youth Parliament as a small step to wider awareness throughout Wales. One of the reasons I believe we need better awareness and understanding is that the word autist has become a derogatory term used in schools and general conversation. It is the new fashionable insult. The same can also be said about the terms such as mong, retard, or downy. These are all discriminatory terms used to insult people, usually those who do not have any disabilities or difficulties. Having Down syndrome or autism shouldn't be something that is used as an insult or in jest. These conditions come with very real difficulties, but also shape the people with these diagnoses. If they didn't have the diagnosis, they wouldn't be who they are. They would be very different. We need to stop using these derogatory terms, and we need to be aware that there is nothing wrong with these people with the disabilities. Everyone is unique in their own way, and this should be celebrated, not scorned. Autism isn't something that defines a person. It's a part of you that shouldn't be put down or ridiculed. We should all celebrate our differences, and I believe if we raise awareness, we might be able to one day live in a world where it's okay to be different. We can all make a start this April by joining the National Autistic Society Autism Awareness Week. This runs from the 1st to the 7th of April, and there are downloadable resources available on their website. I ask all Welsh Youth Parliament members to help me raise awareness of autism in your school or community by taking part in some small way. Diolch am wrando.
Diolch. And those are the formal contributions on this section of more support for people with disabilities. Any contributions to add on this subject? Yes, I have 2 at the back there. I'll take those 2 first.
Okay, so just like Oliver, I'm also a young carer. And the one thing that my mum gets is personal independence payment. Now, most of you probably won't know what that is, but it's basically extra money to help get through, like what you do as with disabilities, as it's proven that people with disabilities need to spend more to get into appointments, etc. But it's so hard to get that nowadays, and just because people are disabled, it's so hard. For a personal story, for example, my mum was in the courtroom, and before her, a person who was completely blind got rejected of it because apparently she didn't meet the requirements, yet she's blind. In my opinion, every single person with disabilities needs to be given just extra money regardless of the money or the requirements that they have. Thank you.
Next door to you.
I think in many places around schools and in social environments, disabilities are they're thrown away, people ignore them, and I suffer with dyslexia. I gave my school a 300-page essay about how I learn, and I was diagnosed at 8, and so far 3 of my schools that I have attended to have ignored it. I think we need to really fix the fact that there's no support for people with disabilities.
Okay, thank you. Any more comments on this issue? I'll take you first, and then I'll come to this side.
Just going back to accessible toilets and how they should have voice and things. I know there's some new change in toilets, especially around here, like Cardiff. And when me and my dad, who came to the Senedd a few weeks ago, it was fantastic that there was a place where if Dad needed to be changed, there was the facilities there. But it's one thing having them in cities, but where we live in Mid-Powys, there isn't anywhere. So this needs to be taken on a wider scale across Wales and the UK.
Okay, yeah, Fynn.
I think with the accommodation of disabilities as well, I think it's important that with life skills and curriculum, we include the learning of disabilities within the curriculum. It's really important that people are not ignorant about disabilities and the sensitive matters that come with them as well.
Yes, at the back, yeah.
I'm a young carer like Abby and Oliver, and I completely agree with them. There isn't enough awareness about disabled people, and people need to realise that disabled people are different, but you shouldn't treat them differently. Just because they're disabled doesn't mean that they don't have a voice.
Yes, yes, I'll take a comment there from the back.
Yeah. Thank you. So I agree with the members that have talked about the autism bill and how it didn't get through the Assembly. I was extremely disappointed with that. I think a lot of people across Wales were when they saw the result. What Callan John said about the awareness of disabilities in the curriculum, when I spoke about, well, very briefly before, about the syllabus that I've been spending a lot of time putting together, this does include disability awareness, and I've been working with Paul Davis AM, who put the bill forward for the autism bill on this topic.
Yes, and Fynn.
I agree with Anwen. As a youth parliament, I think we should raise awareness of disability to stop children using horrendous terms to describe disability. Because most of the time, I think the children don't understand what the words mean. And it just really outrages me when I hear foolish children's voices on the playground when they don't understand what the terms mean.
Okay, and a comment there, and I'll come to you next.
I completely agree with you. People with disabilities, they're not broken, and they're still people, and they should be treated that way. They shouldn't be treated any differently because they have autism, or if they have ADHD or dyslexia, they should be treated like any other person.
Yes, and behind you, yeah.
I agree with Oliver, as I've got like a brother with disabilities, that there is not enough support, and like they shouldn't be treated any differently just because of the way they are.
Okay. Comment here.
I think one of the main problems is that there are really big gaps between different regions of Wales. So I imagine that there are some regions where there is really good support, and I think from what I've seen in the schools that I've been into, that there is quite good support, but in other areas it's like really inadequate, and I think that it all needs to possibly even be standardised so that you can there's a system for it, and that would ensure sort of more systemic care across Wales.
Right, that was the final comment on this section, and we move on to the next section, which is support for vulnerable young people. And Caitlin Stocks' contribution to this item is going to be read out on her behalf.
Thank you, Llywyd. With the indulgence of the members of the Youth Parliament, Caitlin has asked if I might read her words. Hi, my name is Caitlin. During my time as a Welsh Youth Parliament member, I have chosen to speak on the issue of support for vulnerable young people. Well, not exactly. I will be taking this opportunity to talk about the care system. Being in care, or with any system, does not make you vulnerable, but it does mean you have no control over your own life. You become different. People look at you and think that my past dictates my future. Why should it? Well, it shouldn't. We all have pasts, but the past is what makes us who we are as individuals. If this does happen, the people in this place, the Assembly, and the Welsh Government should be held to account against my hopes, our dreams, my future, our futures. Thank you.
Thank you for those words on behalf of Caitlin Stocks. And Caris Thomas is the next contributor. Caris Thomas.
Hi, my name is Caris Thomas. I am 15 years old and I go to Eastern High School, but I'm also in care. I represent NIAS, the National Youth Advocacy Service, which entails someone speaking out and supporting young people by getting their voice heard. I've used this service because I was dissatisfied with a decision made by the social services regarding a family member. This was escalated to a stage 2 complaint, which resulted in the social services apologising for the decision made, and they have now changed the way in which they handle these situations. And this is why I'm very passionate about support for vulnerable young people. The dictionary states that the word vulnerable means being exposed to the possibility of being attacked or harmed, either physically or emotionally. Generally, people who are care experienced or are brought up in an insecure home are more likely to get involved in gangs, drugs and crime. The stats I found for this are young people who are transitioning into independent living from being in care say 73% of them have taken drugs, compared to 31% of non-care experienced young people. I think that schools should make a drop-in counsellor session for anyone to use because there isn't enough help for young people, especially vulnerable young people, and if they need someone to talk to who isn't family members or foster carers. I also think that schools should involve awareness of mental health, drugs, alcohol and gangs in the school curriculum. Young vulnerable people in that environment are prone to thinking it's the norm and inevitably will become accustomed to that lifestyle. So by having this in the curriculum may even save a young life, but will certainly give them a chance to change. Based on the information you've heard today, I ask you to consider all the elements I've covered and to make the right decision in making sure there is sufficient support for vulnerable young people who are in need and deserve their voice to be heard, listened to and taken action for. Thank you.
Thank you, Caris. The next speaker is Chloe Childs. Chloe Childs.
Pryna'n da pawb, mae fy enw i yn Chloe a rydw i'n cynrychioli Voices from Care Cymru. Rydw i yn blwyddyn 9 ac un o fy ystyriaethau i yw plant a phobl ifanc mewn gofal. Mae hyn yn pwysig gan fy mod i mewn gofal a rydw i eisiau helpu pobl llai freintiedig na fi sydd hefyd o fewn y system. Y pobl ifanc o fewn y system yn mwy agored i niwed na pobl sy'n byw efo rhieni. Pobl sydd wedi cael profiad o gofal yn gallu bod mwy at risg gan ei fod nhw wedi cael eu cymryd o'i rhieni. Mae'r trauma o sut cafodd nhw eu trin yn effeithio y plant a sut efallai roedd nhw'n cael eu hysgleisio neu camtrin. Gallwn achosi iselder neu pryder neu hyd yn oed straen efo'r gweithiwr cymdeithasol. Gall pobl ifanc eraill bod yn agored i newid oherwydd gall nhw wedi colli rhywun pwysig i nhw. Efallai maen nhw'n cael eu bwlio, neu maen nhw'n young carer, neu os nhw yw ei rhieni wedi cael ysgariad. Mae yna llawer o ffyrdd gall rhywun bod yn agor i niwed, ond os rydw i'n dweud nhw yr holl peth, bydd pawb yn cysgu oherwydd bydd nhw'n cael eu diflasu, felly byddai'n cario ymlaen. Rydw i'n teimlo fel does dim digon o sefydliadau i helpu pobl ifanc sy'n agor i niwed, a rydw i eisiau i'r Senedd Ieuenctid Cymru i newid hynny. Efallai creu mwy o sefydliadau neu rhoi arian i creu nhw neu gall nhw hyrwyddo nhw, felly gall pobl ifanc gallu gofyn am help ac yn gwybod ble i mynd os mae rhywbeth yn digwydd. Mae yn rhai sefydliadau yna, ond does neb yn gwybod mae nhw yna. Mae Voices from Care yn un o'r sefydliadau yna. Doeddwn ni ddim yn gwybod roedd Voices from Care yn bodoli. Roedd ddim ond yn gwybod maen nhw'n bodoli oherwydd oedd hi'n sain o lan i wneud hyn, Senedd Ieuenctid. So, gall pobl mewn gofal teimlo fel nad yw nhw yn gallu siarad i ei gweithiwr cymdeithasol, yn enwedig pryd ydych chi wedi cael miliynau o nhw. Felly, bydd yn well i cael rhyw fath o sefydliad mae pobl yn gwybod am ac yn siarad iddyn nhw. Os gwelwch yn dda, cymryd y syniad yma mewn i ystyriaeth. Diolch.
Diolch yn fawr, Chloe. Grace Barton sy'n nesaf. Grace Barton.
Hi, my name is Grace Barton. I'm 18 years old and from Mid Wales. I'm here to represent young carers and young adult carers in the North and Mid Wales region. In 2011, there were 30,000 registered young carers under the age of 18 in Wales alone. This is making Wales the highest proportion of young carers under the age of 25 in the UK. I'm here to raise awareness for young and young adult carers within our society, especially within our schools and colleges. Young adult carers are 4 times more likely to drop out of school, college, university as those without a caring role. Some will leave school with fewer GCSEs as their peers, and on average, a young or young adult carer will miss 48 days of school per year due to their caring role. So where is their support? Every child has the right to a positive education and should be supported and helped to achieve to the best of their abilities. These vulnerable young people are going through the most important educational years of their lives with little support on offer to them. Throughout my school years, I was failed on many occasions due to the lack of understanding about my caring role. I can confidently say that only 3 teachers within my high school were genuinely interested and understanding on what I had to say. But this is unacceptable. All staff and teachers in every school need a set of guidelines and strategies on how they can support young and young adult carers. This can be given to schools through information booklets, workshops and training courses. It is important to have these guidelines so schools can be beneficial towards their young carers and young adult carers. Being a young carer can put a significant strain on a young person, along with unmeasurable level of emotional stress. No young person should go through this alone. When in education, things such as homework can be a daunting thing for those who have extra responsibilities at home, which is why schools need to be aware of young adult carers and the difficulties in order for them to stay and do well in school. A 9-year-old young carer said, "I literally do everything on my own." Another who was 11 said, "There is nobody here, nobody who will actually help." A senior member of staff said to a child in Year 8, "It's impractical for you to be an emergency contact." We don't have a choice whether we're a young carer or not. It's our normal, and no young carer should be ashamed of their caring role. And to finish, from Carers Trust, the risk is that we miss the opportunity to make a difference to the lives of tens of thousands of young carers. And this is why we need to raise awareness about young carers and have their voices heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Levi Rees is not able to be present this afternoon, so this is a video that he's prepared on this subject for us. And I think the video will now play. Yes.
My name is Levi Rees. I'm the Welsh Youth Parliament representative for Youth Cymru. Out of the 21 topics raised within this matter, I have chosen support for vulnerable young people. I would like to implement to you all today that childhood years are the most important to build stable mental and physical health to help us in life. If young people don't have certain needs met, it could then disrupt their development in adulthood. Did you know that 80% of young people don't feel safe on the internet? 1 in 2 young people in the UK has been sexually abused. 27,000 children and young people in the UK identify needing protection against abuse. 45% of young carers in college had to drop out. These points simply highlight the importance of supporting vulnerable young people. There are so many children on our doorsteps feeling vulnerable, along with no one to talk to. So it is vital to support them, so their vulnerability doesn't affect their health, well-being or education. A report completed by the National Advocacy Youth Service explained children who wanted family contact to be stopped weren't listening, to which in consequence is affecting their lives. Children are unhappy and feel unsafe in their home and need more support when dealing with a broken family. Many vulnerable children are unsatisfied with extra support and care provided in the school environment. Some children need more support, and we need to make sure that this is shaped to the needs of the individual child. The services to support the children need more funding and need to be readily available. Every child in Wales deserves a chance to blossom into a well-achieving adult. This is regardless to their background and their vulnerability. So Welsh Youth Parliament members, I urge you to ensure that every child and young person and their extra needs, so children in Wales can feel safe, loved, supported and listened to. Under Article 29, it states, we have the right to become the best we can be. So Welsh Youth Parliament, let's help everyone to make the reality and shape Wales' future into a better place for all. Thank you.
Thank you to Levi Rees. That brings us to the end of this section on formal contributions from this section. Anybody who wishes to add anything and before we move on to the next section? Anybody wishing to add anything? If not, I think we've had powerful contributions already on that subject. Sy'n mynd â ni at yr eitem nesaf. Yr pwnc nesaf yw sbwriel a gwastraff plastig. A Cian Agar yw'r person cyntaf I siarad. Cian Agar. Cian.
My name is Cian Agar and I represent the constituency of Aberavon. People often ask me why I decided to apply to be a member of the Welsh Youth Parliament. And to be honest, my answer is simple. I'm concerned. I'm deeply concerned about our generation's addiction to the ocean contaminating, animal murdering and atmospheric polluting material that is plastic. Mankind and marine life are facing their biggest threat to life ever, and there are no signs of this threat retreating. The alarming rate of worldwide production is ever increasing, with scientific projections estimating that 25 billion tonnes of plastic will be produced by 2050, with much of that astounding figure ending its journey in our ocean. The first piece of plastic ever produced was back in 1907. That very piece still exists now, and will for hundreds of years to come. Our oceans are filled with remarkable and unique species of life, yet knowingly continue to kill them and their habitats. I hope it's now clear to see this is not a problem that will simply disappear if we forget about for a while. It's down to us to clean up the mess that has been left by previous generations. It's down to us to spread awareness on this neglected disaster, to ensure large-scale action is taken by industries and governments. To conclude, I'd like to share with you a quote from natural historian Sir David Attenborough, who said, "Never before have we had such an awareness of what we're doing to the planet, but never before have we had the power to do something about it." Thank you.
Thank you, Cian. Y siaradwr nesaf yw Evan Feclef.
Diolch, Llywydd. Evan Feclef ydw I, a braint yw cynrychioli Pontypridd heddiw. Ddydd Gwener diwethaf, mi brotestiodd 15,000 o bobl ifanc ar hyd a lled Prydain mwyn mynnu fod ein llywodraethau'n gweithredu ar newid hinsawdd. Mi fydd y pwnc o newid hinsawdd a'r amgylchedd yn effeithio ar bob un person ifanc yn yr ystafell yma heddiw. Ond eto, nad yw'n llais ni ar y mater wedi cael ei gymryd o ddifri. Rwy'n 16 oed. Erbyn ni mi gyrraedd 70 oed, mi all sgil effeithiau newid hinsawdd fod wedi mynd mor bell nad oes modd i ni droi nôl. Rhaid I ni, y Senedd Ieuenctid, pleidleisio dros y mater amgylcheddol hwn, fel neges o arwyddocad I bawb bod yr amgylchedd yn holl bwysig I bobl ifanc Cymru. There is no issue of greater importance for us as young people than climate change. In fact, this is an emergency. We need to act now. It's incomprehensible that figures like Trump can declare the building of a wall as a national emergency, and yet ignore the possible mass extinction event that could be caused by global warming. If we are to truly represent the young people of Wales, then the environment must be our priority. Since watching the Blue Planet 2 series last year, I've been inspired to do as much as I can to help save the environment. Those extraordinary images of helpless animals choking and dying because of our greed made me question the way I live my life. Every year, 8 million tonnes of plastic ends up in our oceans. How can we keep going in the direction that we're going in, knowing full well the effect we're having on the environment? We have to ban single-use plastic now. If I haven't convinced you to vote for this issue yet, just ask yourselves one question. In the future, when you see the terrible effects of climate change around you, how will you look back at your time in this youth parliament? Will you regret not making the environment your #1 issue? This is an emergency, which is still just about solvable. Let's help do something about it. Gyda'n gilydd, mae rhaid I ni weithredu nawr.
Diolch, Evan. Next speaker is Rhian Shilabia.
Good afternoon. I'm hoping to address something that hopefully should be quite clear an issue to you all, the issue of climate change. You only have to look around at the current youth political climate to see what young people are demanding. The recent protests all across the country, in which 15,000 students took part in and involved over 60 schools, is an indication to not only the severity of the issue, but the dire need of its addressed. I would like to read the following statements which are taken from the Welsh Government. The latest comprehensive assessment of the Welsh natural resources shows that overall biological diversity is declining, and no ecosystem in Wales can be said to have all the features needed for resilience in the future. The number of reported incidents of oil pollution on and around the coast of Wales has gone from 10 reported incidents in 1973 to 20 reported incidents in recent years. That's an increase of double. The number of these incidents involving birds and other wildlife has also increased five-fold in the same amount of time. Wales' ecological footprint is estimated at 10.05 million global hectares. That's 5 times the actual size of Wales. Need I say more? There are several proactive measures that we can take to move towards as a political body. Firstly, I suggest that we focus on easy and convenient ways that young people from nursery school all the way upwards to university can do their bit for the environment. Awareness is one thing. Making physical changes to the way we as young people live our lives on a daily basis through the power of the government will pave the way to a better future for us all. Another objective that in our time as Welsh Youth Parliament members we can address is looking at our constituencies as separate entities, addressing what your area is lacking on in terms of environmentally friendly legislation or infrastructure, and then assessing what we can do to tackle those separate issues. I urge you to consider putting matters concerning the environment as one of the top 3 priorities for the Welsh Youth Parliament to combat. I urge you to give this matter a platform on which it can be spoken about and improved. I urge you to make others realise the severity of this issue. I urge you to listen to Greta Thunberg in Sweden and use your voice to challenge the conceptions about the climate and to use your voice for change. I urge you to take control of your future. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhian. Next speaker is William Hackett. William Hackett. You can stand if you like.
Hello, my name is William. I'm 11 years old and I'm here representing Talking Hands, which is a partner organisation. The topic that I have decided to focus on is plastic pollution. I am passionate about this topic for various reasons, the main reason being because it affects humans and animals all over the world. Did you know that Wales was the first nation in the UK to introduce the charge for plastic bags, resulting in 9 billion fewer plastic bags being produced? If we are to stop the devastating effects of plastic pollution, we need to reduce the volume of throwaway plastic being produced in the first place. New powers given to the Welsh Government could mean we see taxes being added to single-use plastic items, such as polystyrene cups and packaging. There are also now more and more schemes within shops and supermarkets which encourage shoppers to bring in their own reusable containers rather than buying pre-packaged goods. But we need to do more to make these schemes more commonplace and widely used if we are to make a real change. In the meantime, we also need to look at ways to utilise and reuse the plastic already in circulation in the environment. A scheme in which I am particularly interested in is eco-bricks. Eco-bricks are environmentally friendly building blocks made out of recycled plastic bottles and soft plastic. This could greatly decrease the amount of plastics in our environment while also providing structurally sound bricks for building various structures. Pollution isn't going to happen in a decade, or a year, or months. It has already started. I hope Welsh Youth Parliament can make a difference for Wales. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, William. Next speaker is Ubaday Rahman.
Good afternoon. My name is Ubaday Rahman and I'm the constituency representative for Swansea West. And the topic that I would like you all to vote for is plastic waste and pollution. Did you know that over the average Welsh consumer's life, they use so much plastic that the environmental damage caused by it is equivalent to burning 1,600 tonnes of oil? And that's just from plastic. Then they go on to litter on half of those plastics everywhere. Not only does this harm the environment, but it harms all life on Earth. Not just animals, not just the sea, us as well. And you may think that single-use plastics are not an overbearing issue because they aren't used that much. But I guarantee you that if you bought me all the food that you had eaten in the last month, 99% of it would use plastic in some way, shape or form. And the worst part is, 68% of all plastics are not even recyclable. When you drink some water out of a bottle, on the label it'll probably have that recyclable logo, and that would mean that it's recyclable, correct? Wrong. That just means that the label is recyclable. The actual bottle is probably not even recyclable. Plastic is a very good thing, but that's only when it's used in moderation. We overuse it and we abuse it to the point where everyone and everything is hurt. And I could bet that 100% of people in this chamber have used plastic day in, day out, and not even thought twice about it. And I'll leave you with this. For every time you see plastic or litter plastic, do you even just stop to think how deadly it is?
Thank you. That's the last of the formal contributions. Does anybody want to add anything on this issue? Right, I have a few hands. I'll go there first and then come round. Yes.
So this is an issue that I also feel strongly about, and I know that Kian touched on the damage it does to the ocean. So I just thought I'd take this opportunity to let you know about a couple of things that people are doing. There's a charity called Surfers Against Sewage. They run lots of campaigns to fight sewage in the ocean, such as plastic waste. But a lot of schools, and I know that at Rest Bay and Porthcawl, they have a stand there. They do a beach clean. So a school or a charity will organise a beach clean. If you go to Rest Bay, you will see a stand there where you can take a litter picker and a litter bag. You'll go down to the beach. You can pick up as much litter as you can. And I think that they organise a once-a-month clean there. I know that lots of schools from my local area have started to do that as well, where they take a lot of their students down once a month, if they can afford that. If they can't, they maybe go at least once a year. But I think there's something to take back to your schools, your constituencies, is the idea of, if you're near a beach or if you're near a town, to send them to do a clean, to try and encourage people to get involved and be as proactive as possible.
And here?
Llawer o bobl yn barod wedi dweud yr effeithiau erchyll all plastig cael. Ond gan fod ni i gyd yma i wneud wahaniaeth yng Nghymru, mae angen ni ystyried, os ydym ni eisiau i'r pethau eraill sydd ddim yn plastig i cael effaith yn y dyfodol, sut ydy hwnna'n mynd i gallu cael effaith os mae'r plastig wedi dirywio ein byd, felly nid ydym ni'n gallu byw ynddo fe?
Diolch. Sylwn Kevin?
Todd mentioned a charity, and there's one called For Ocean, and I don't know if anybody's heard of them or have seen their bracelets. They are based in America, I believe, and they've only been set up since January 2017. But they've managed to retrieve tons and tons and tons of plastic from our oceans worldwide. I think they've been in Philadelphia or somewhere, the Philippines, I'm not sure, don't quote me. My friend is obsessed with all plastic pollution in the oceans. But honestly, they're amazing. When you buy a bracelet for £16 online, that retrieves so much plastic from the ocean because that allows them to pay their workers and for them to buy boats and everything like that. And so for schools to be doing cleanups, I'm really glad to hear that. And I actually wanted to allow for my school to do that soon. And so now that I know, thank you to Todd, that there are charities working with schools, that's fantastic. And so I'd like to second him in saying, get back to your schools and tell them, organise cleanups, take it upon yourselves to help our oceans, because not only the oceans, it will affect us in the long term too.
Yeah.
As you touched on the idea of single-use plastic bottles, yeah, my school personally have banned single-use plastic bottles, so only water bottles can be brought into schools, and it has worked perfectly. And I think it's a great idea that can go forward in other schools as well.
There was a hand here. Yes. Yes.
I'd sort of like to propose a more opposing argument on behalf of some of my constituents in response to the recent climate protest, and that is that the things like local cleanups in schools, banning single-use plastics, are fantastic ideas, but these are things that I'm willing to bet the Welsh Government, the Scottish Parliament, and the Parliament in the United Kingdom are already doing. And so if we want to make real changes instead of those, we have to start fighting the President of the United States, we have to start fighting major corporations. And I don't think that that is something the Welsh Youth Parliament has the resources or the ability to battle. And so as much as I think it is a fantastic idea to do these things, perhaps it shouldn't be chosen on a main issue based on those presented points.
Okay, yeah, and Kevin, yeah, yes, you.
I personally struck for climate change I did actually go, I went to Manchester and struck for climate change for the day, and I'm very proud of that fact. But I feel that a lot of the sense of what everyone was saying there is that corporations need to take far more action than anybody else. And the fact that people are doing cleanups is fantastic, but the fact that we have to do cleanups in the first place is the problem. The corporations and far more, just even smaller businesses need to try and limit their use, especially of single-use plastic, because the fact that we need to do a cleanup now is showing that we have failed as a nation not to keep an eye on plastic and how it's affecting our environment.
Next door to you.
I want to elaborate on Rhian's point of constituencies being independent entities. And in my constituency of Ogmore, like much of Wales, we're blessed by natural beauty. And because of human consumption, we are perhaps inadvertently destroying our natural world. And in my constituency, I'm proud to say that we have one of the most successful recycling systems in Wales. However, the damage from previous littering has left its impact on our local river. And I think that we must work on cleaning up existing litter in our constituencies.
Thank you. And I'm going to come here for a comment.
Just to address the point that it's corporations that are the problem, I think that's one reason why we should choose this as one of our three main issues. Because if we choose this, we will have the power to take on corporations like that. And I just wanted to point that out. And as a Welsh Youth Parliament member for Aberconwy, Conwy are now the first council in Britain to only be accepting the black bins, so that is non-recyclable waste once every 4 weeks. And from my perspective, that's worked really well, and actually it is doable. And you can only, it is possible to only have your non-recyclable waste collected once every month, and I think that's been a really good scheme, and it's sort of showed that Conwy is prepared to take action for plastics.
Okay, and I'll allow one final comment from the front here to respond.
I was going to say what you were going to say about corporations and businesses. Yeah, they could do a lot more. I agree with you. But I think the thing we need to do is make that policy and legislation and law, because a lot of them won't do anything, and that's a fact. So we need to force them to do it for the future of our planet.
Diolch yn fawr I bawb, ac i ni yn symud mlaen o'r adran yna I drafod yr adran nesaf, sef cydraddoldeb a hawliau sy'n cynnwys rhywedd, hil, crefydd a chyfeiriadydd rhywiol. A Nia Griffiths yw'r siaradwr sydd yn agor yr pwnc yma. Nia Griffiths.
Pnawn da, my name is Nia Griffiths. I am 13 years old and I'm representing Allen and Deeside. My focus over the next 2 years is equality. Not just equal race, gender or religion, but also the things that don't get spoken about as often. Perhaps you treat someone differently because of their sexual preferences, or their class makes a difference in your opinion. Maybe you've noticed how average paid citizens seem to get taxed an awful lot more than the largely or wealthier ones. Maybe you're just sick of hearing that quiet boy in your classroom being called names because he's Catholic, Muslim, Jew, or whose skin colour is different to theirs. The list is endless. When did Wales declare this as okay? In the last year, hate crime has risen by 17%. The figure raised from 6,121 to 7,175 reported instances. That is over 7,000 people or groups committing unspeakable crimes because they don't like the gay, Asian, or Catholic person sitting on their bus. Disability can also be a factor. 15% of the world's population are disabled. Disability hate crime has risen by more than a third over the last year. Why do we discriminate against them? Against anyone or anything? All these things are discriminating against other people and communities that walk the same earth as you and breathe the same air. I'm just trying to help Wales realise different means unique.
Diolch. Siaradwr nesaf yw Fion Haf Davies.
Dwi'n Fion Haf Davies, a dwi'n cynrychioli gyr. Nawr, faint ohonych chi sydd cael digon o glywed am anghydraddoldeb? Mae priodas gyfrifywiol yn gyfreithiol, gall menywod pleidleisio, nid oes wahaniad. Yn sicr, mae'n rhaid bod Cymru yn baradwys y bobl gyfeillgar cydradd. Anghywir. Mae hyn yn hollol wirion. Mae anghydraddoldeb yn parhau fod yn broblem. Os nad oedd o, pam ydyn ni'n dal i'w drafod? Efo aelodau'r gymuned LGHT+ yn 14 gwaith mwy tebygol o hunan-ladd na phobl hetero-rywiol, mae'n amlwg ein bod angen ei gefnogi yn ogystal ag eraill sy'n gwynebu anghydraddoldeb. Mae anghydraddoldeb yn effeithio pawb yng Nghymru. Nid yw anghydraddoldeb yn rhywbeth chwedlonol megis tylwyth teg. Mae'n wir ac mae'n broblem. Ond beth ydw i'n gwybod am anghydraddoldeb? Roedd ond yn ferch 15 mlwydd oed sy'n gwario siwrneu bws sy'n gwrando ar banter homophobig, hiliol a rhywiaethol. Rwy ond yn clywed merched yn cael ei diraddio oherwydd ei mislif, rhywoldebau yn cael ei ddefnyddio fel sarhad a hiliaeth yn cael ei dderbyn fel hiwmor. Defnyddio'r hiwmor fel llen i guddio gwahaniaethiad, tra bod athrawon yn cuddio eu chwerthin. Mae 2 treion o athrawon ysgol uwchradd wedi clywed iaith homophobig ond heb ymateb, tra bod 60% o ferched wedi colli naill ai ysgol neu waith oherwydd ei mislif ac mae ymwysiadau hiliol yn parhau. Gall anghydraddoldeb arwain at broblemau iechyd meddwl, digartrefedd a chamdrin alcohol a chyffuriau. Felly, os ydym eisiau lleihau'r problemau yma, na ddylwn ni'r gwella'r anghydraddoldeb sydd ar braidd y broblem? Unwaith dechreuon ysgol uwchradd, rydym yn cael ei dysgu i flaenoriaethu graddau uwchlaw popeth, uwchlaw parch. Mae ysgolion yn ganolbwynt ar gyfer gwahaniaethu achlysurol a gall gweithygu'n hawdd heb addysg i'w adael. Ni yw'r unig rai a gall gwir gweld gwirionedd anghydraddoldeb yn ein cynhedlaeth. Yr unig rai a gall atal gwahaniaethiad dirywio bywydau eraill. Mae demograffegau yn cael ei gyffredinoli i gyfiawnhau gwahaniaethiad, tra bod algebra yn cael ei flaenoriaethu dros cydraddoldeb.
Diolch. Siaradwr nesaf yw Alice Hall.
Pnawn da, fe enw i yw Alice Hall ac rydw i'n cynrychioli Rhondda. Y topic byddaf yn trio eich perswadio chi bleidleisio dros y heddiw yw cydraddoldeb a hawliau. Mae'r topic yma yn un sydd ddim ond yn bwysig i mi, ond i llawer ohonom ni yn y siambr yma heddiw, os nad pob un ohonom ni. Mae gan anghydraddoldeb diffyg hawliau cyfartal a diffyg hawliau yn cyffredinol rhan enfawr i wario mewn llawer o'r pynciau arall rydym yn bleidleisio dros nes ymlaen heddiw. Mae diffyg hawliau a chydraddoldeb yn gallu achosi gwahaniaethu yn y gweithle, yn yr ysgol ac yn gyhoeddus. Mae hyn yn gallu achosi i'r bobl ifanc yma sy'n dioddef o rhain dechrau dioddef o broblemau iechyd meddwl, diweithdra, digartrefedd dros dro a llawer o broblemau arall. Mae pobl ifanc sydd yn perthyn i grwpiau lleiafrifol yn tueddu dioddef mwy o anghydraddoldeb na grwpiau mwyafrifol. Yn aml, mae hyn yn achosi pethau fel bwlio a gwahaniaethu. Yn ddiweddar, es i mewn i dosbarth blwyddyn 7 yn fy ysgol i, mwyn siarad am grŵp newydd rydyn ni'n trio dechrau yn yr ysgol am y cymuned LGBTQ+ yn ein ysgol ni. A roeddwn ni'n falch iawn i glywed bod nhw'n deall llawer mwy nag o'n i'n disgwyl i nhw deall am hwn. A bod nhw wir eisiau gweld newid mewn anghydraddoldeb yn y cymuned. Os ydyn ni eisiau rhoi stop i'r pethau sy'n digwydd o ganlyniad y anghydraddoldeb, mae'n rhaid i ni dechrau trwy gwneud yn siŵr bod hawliau pobl yn cael eu cydnabod, bod pobl yn deall eu hawliau eu hunan ac bod pobl yn gyfartal. Dim ots beth yw lliw eu croen, eu grefydd, eu rhyw neu pwy maen nhw'n ei garu. Felly hoffwn i eich gwahodd chi, gyd aelodau'r Senedd Ieuenctid Cymru, i helpu creu gwahaniaeth trwy bleidleisio dros y topig yma prynhawn yma, mwyn gwella hawliau a chydraddoldeb yng Nghymru. Diolch.
Diolch. Finlay Bertram is the next speaker. Finlay Bertram.
Good afternoon. Prynhawn daw pawb. Now, I'm sure many, if not all of you, have heard someone you know say that homophobia isn't even a real issue anymore. Today, I'm here to discuss whether it's wholly untrue. In our nation, there still remains societal homophobia and transphobia perpetuated by a lack of education on LGBTQ issues. These issues condition people of all ages to feel prejudice against people who have done nothing more than be the person whom they were born to be. Promoting awareness of LGBTQ issues in modern society to children at a young age could help discontinue the harmful ramifications of hate crime towards LGBTQ people that stem from unfamiliarity with such subjects. As a member of the LGBT community, I will stand up for my rights and the rights of fellow LGBTQ folks to ensure that we exist freely and that our voices are heard. Working closely with LGBT organisations such as Pride Cymru and Rainbow Newport, together we will ensure that no voice is lost. Conversion therapy is a form of psychotherapy which aims to change the sexuality or suppress the gender identity of an LGBTQ individual. Numerous studies have shown that conversion therapy can worsen feelings of self-hatred in patients and furthermore is overwhelmingly unsuccessful in its aim. This practice is still entirely legal in Wales, and although the UK government has said they will attempt to reform that, no action is happening quickly. Don't we want Wales to be the 9th country in the world to put a nationwide blanket ban on this humiliating and harmful practice? The mocking of LGBTQ issues is often used in conjunction with the term snowflakes to belittle the movement as a whole. We are constantly told that we are too oversensitive. Well, guess what? It is not due to our so-called oversensitivity that 52% of young LGBT people have reported self-harming in their lives. It is not due to our so-called oversensitivity that 59% of trans people have reported seriously considering suicide in the past 12 months. It is to do with feelings of self-loathing conversion therapy invokes in its victims. It is to do with the long, demeaning and expensive process that trans people have to endure to prove their gender in order to legally change it. It is to do with specialist support not being available where it is most needed. It is to do with malicious comments and dirty looks and bullying. It is to do with lack of education. Things need to change, and they need to change soon. We have that power. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker is Luke Parker.
Hi, I'm Luke Parker, and I am the rep for Cyfarfu'r Youth Forum in Welsh Youth Parliament. Now, I'm going to, a lot of people said hi, Welsh Youth Parliament members, or ladies and gentlemen, so I'm going to introduce you how the LGBTQ+ community would introduce themselves. So, hello and good afternoon to all you guys, gals, and non-binary pals. So it includes everyone. Please remember that. Today, I'm here to say that we need to keep pushing forward the strides that we have made in equality for the LGBTQ+ community. Wales on a whole are doing very well to make equality brilliant. The fact that we have services, may not yet still need, but we have services for young people where they can go out and they can be themselves. It's great, but there's so much more work to be done. Just out of curiosity, raise your hand if you've got an LGBTQ+ youth service in your county. That's shameful. That's awful. There's 60 young people here and only a few hands can be raised. I know for a fact, I was talking to Finlay earlier, he's part of Newport County. There was a youth service, an LGBT youth service in Newport County. Did you know about that service? No. It's not advertised, it's not supported enough, and that's where we need to change. We can relate this with many issues that have been mentioned today, including the life-changing curriculum for life. We can add education, so stigmas like gay, homophobic slurs and biphobic slurs are no longer used. Because it's not just about being, oh, we're here, we're queer. It's not that anymore. We've got our rights. But what we need is education. It's people getting taught daily wrong. In science, you get taught, like you said, you get taught about same-sex relations. No, you get taught about normal relationships, men and women. No same sex. None of that gets taught in science. I went years, I've done my entire education, I'm in college now. I went without even knowing what pansexual is, and I am pansexual. That's how wrong this education system is. There's so much more work that needs to be done. And the sad thing is, 4 out of 5 people who are transgender or part of the LGBT community will experience a hate crime and not report it. I'm one of them. I have had a personal hate crime because of my sexuality, and I didn't report it because I was afraid. We need to kill that stigma any way we can. 7 out of 10 young people will hear homophobic or biphobic slurs in their school, report it to their school, and no action will be taken because the school are too afraid that we'll have backlash because they're supporting a community. They're scared of religious backlashes. So I urge you, the same as mental health and every other issue, yes, a lot of them are very important, but this needs to be done. I always appreciate mental health, but the fact that LGBT people can't be themselves, could you imagine living every day, not being right in your own skin, not happy with yourself, hating yourself every day? I don't think you could. And if you could, you would vote for this in. So I urge you to vote for this, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sandy Ibrahim.
Hello, my name is Sandy Ibrahim. I'm 15 years old. I'm from Swansea. I attend Travel School and I represent young people from East organization. In my opinion, my issue is the single most important issue you will hear today. Wi-Fi accessibility to everyone. This is it. But you may haven't heard of it before. This issue has been going in Wales and all around the UK for the past years, but no one has done anything about it. Nothing is happening, and there has been no change. There are young people who live in this country today and are not allowed to have any Wi-Fi device in their homes, and that's happening only because they are seeking asylum. But do you know how long does it take to them to finish their asylum case? It usually takes 6 months, but the majority of them have to wait more than 3 years. In some cases, they have to wait for 5 years. Well, let me ask you one question. No, sorry. I'm just going to ask you one question only, and each one of you have to decide. How will you imagine your life with no Wi-Fi connection in your homes? Let me give you an example. Which one will say, well, I don't mind. I don't usually use Wi-Fi, so I might prefer if I do use it, as it will be an advantage for myself. Now, who will say this? I'll tell you, that's an impossible thing to happen. And this needs to be changed so we could do other young people's life easier. So we stand here today to make a change and make things better. How could you see other young people's life suffering just to connect to Wi-Fi so they could do their homework, their work, probably the main thing for all of us here, which is to check their social media accounts or to do any other thing they need to do. And yes, you may haven't heard about this issue before, but from today, let's make a real difference. Let's engage our first ever youth parliament, and let's make this issue our main campaign. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Hasna Ali. Hasna Ali is not able to be with us this afternoon, unexpectedly, so I am going to read out her statement for her. My name is Hasna. I am 17 years old and I live in Wrexham. I came to Wales with my family because it was not safe for us to live in our home country of Syria. I'm happy to be a member of the first Welsh Youth Parliament and would like to stand up for the rights of young people who may be discriminated against. I believe in equal rights for all and think that children should have help to access their rights and should be protected against being treated unfairly because of their age, race, religion, disability, and for any other reason covered by equality law. When I was in Syria, I could not go to school. This was against my right to have an education, which is a right all children have because of the rights in the United Nations Convention. Sometimes in Syria, I didn't have enough to eat. I was hungry and afraid. Now that I live in Wales, I am able to study in college and I feel safe. I want to stand up for other children who, like me, have been treated unfairly to help them get equal rights in the way they should. Non-discrimination is a core principle in the United Nations Convention, which says that every child has a right to life, a right to survive and to develop. In Wales, these rights are respected and there are laws which say everyone should be treated equally. Please vote to work on the topic equality and rights so that children know their views are respected and that people in Wales understand more about how important it is not to discriminate against children unfairly in ways which make life harder for them to be happy and to do well. Those were the words of Hasna Ali, unable to be present today. That was the last contribution, formal contribution in this section. Are there any comments from the floor? I'll take one right at the back to start with and a couple then following from there. Yes, at the back.
Os di unrhyw un o fama yn teimlo fatha bod nhw'n rwystredig efo beth sy'n digwydd yn ei ysgol nhw ar y funud, achos bod nhw ddim yn cael y cyfle i ddysgu am y gymuned LGBT neu unrhyw fath gymuned, jyst dechreuwch clwb. Mae gennau ffrindiau agos na dechrau clwb LGBT yn ysgol ni. A be da ni'n neud ydy mynd mewn am sginio bob dydd Iau am hanner awr a maen nhw'n dysgu ni wers am hanes LGBT. Mae o'n gallu bod yn gysylltiad efo Cymru neu mae o'n gallu bod yn gysylltiad efo'r byd i gyd. A mae pawb yn fama fo'r gallu neu hynna, bod hyd yn oed os ydych chi ddim yn uniaethu efo un o'r terma sy'n dod o dan yr ambarel LGBTQ+. Hyd yn oed os ydych chi jyst yn alai, beth chi'n dechrau'r clwb yma a mae'r un allan teimlo fatha bod nhw yn rhan o'r gymuned a bod nhw'n methu dod allan eto. So gael clwb fel yma, lle maen nhw'n gwybod, mae yna bobl yn yr ysgol sydd yn fodlon cefnogi nhw, sydd yn fodlon cefnu nhw, be bynnag maen nhw isio, a cyfle iddyn nhw gael dysgu am eu hunaniaeth eu hunan. Bydd yn ei byd o wahaniaeth, jyst yn ysgol chi. A os ydych chi isio ehangu hynna o fewn y gymuned wedyn, ydych chi jyst angen mynd at ysgol arall i ddweud, dyma da ni wedi gwneud, Da chi isio dilyn y model yma da ni wedi wneud, neu nath ni wneud y PowerPoint yma os dwytha, da chi isio fo? So mae hi yn bosib i ni weithredu ar raddfa leol hefyd, a swn i'n awgrymu chi gyd wneud o.
Iawn, I think there was a comment there. Yes? Yes, please.
Thank you.
Yes.
An issue that I've worked closely on is discrimination against women in politics. And I'm very happy to see that roughly half of the members in this chamber are female, which speaks volumes. Female politicians aren't judged on their policy. They're judged on their clothes and their hair. When are men ever judged on this basis? There was a famous congresswoman in America called Pat Schroeder, who, after being told to, quote, "shut up, you socialist," by a fellow congressman, asked the speaker, "should I still call the gentleman a gentleman if he is not behaving as such?" It is our role as men to promote women in politics, not discriminate against them.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, come.
So I want to go back to talk about the LHDT plus o'n i'n siarad am gynnes. So, yn bersonol, o fi ddim yn gwybod be oedd y gair hoyw yn golygu tan bod fi'n blwyddyn 8. A fi'n meddwl bod yna'n werthus, achos fi'n meddwl un o'r datrysiadau gorau gallwn ni wneud yw normaleiddio bod yn hoyw. O oedran ifanc, wneud yn normal i gael teulu gyda 2 dad neu 2 fam. A fel bod plant yn gwybod, mae hwnna'n iawn, a mae'n iawn i fod yn hoyw. Achos o fi ddim yn ymwybodol yn y fe, a'n ffodus nawr, fi'n mynd ysgol efo Manon, a ni efo fel support group LHDT+. A mae'n gweithredu'n rydw dda, chi'n y Senedd dydd y blaen, ynddo chi?
Dod i'r Senedd ar ddydd Iau i siarad gyda Kirst Williams.
Drws i ti? Drws nesa?
Can I just say, as there's lots of discussion on LGBT rights and many other aspects, I think it's also important to remember that there are lots of other voices that need to be heard as well, so not just LGBT, but we've got lots of different religious rights, and I think it's just really important that we remember that one of the great things about Wales is, and the UK is that we have freedom of expression and we cater for, we hear everyone's voice, and I think that's really important.
Thank you. A few other comments. I'm going to come here then, and I don't want to just pick on people right in front of me. Yes.
So it's coming up to almost a year ago now that I know Rhian was there as well. We attended a quality conference in Cardiff City Hall that the Welsh Government put on to look into Wales becoming the first gender equal country. As much as it shows that the Welsh Government are doing things and they are trying to move forward, since that meeting, since that conference, I have not heard much about it. So I think that when we look at gender equality, it's something that, yeah, people are starting to talk more about it, but we do need to do a lot more work on that.
More comments. I'll take you at the back, and then I'm going to come to you for the final comment. Yes.
As Hasna Ali mentioned, I know she isn't here, especially at today's political climate, the issue of immigration and people as refugees coming into our country, I feel that the acceptance of those people and the equality of those people are very, very important. It's, especially at the moment, not so much in the UK, but especially in America, there's a very hostile environment surrounding these people in these situations. And I feel like as young people, normally we're more tolerant. And I just think it's very important, on top of all these very important gay, lesbian rights, that we need to talk about immigration and how accepting we are of other cultures and other people's situations in terms of religion or what's happening in their country. I just feel very passionately about that.
Okay, and closing comment from you. Oh, sorry, I thought I was looking at the one behind you. But don't worry, I'll let you speak, and then I will come to the one behind you. No, you carry on in the front. Sorry.
In response to Beth's, although that is a brilliant idea and it should be done in our schools, the people who would commit these hate crimes wouldn't go to that group. So that's why I think it should be like not just LGBT rights. Like I know I've spoken a lot about that because that's just what I'm like most educated in. But about LGBT rights, about immigration rights, about religion, race, sex, all those different all those different things that people are treated differently about. Those should be ingrained in our curriculum so that they have the skills to be able to treat people fairly. Because I think sometimes it's people's upbringing, and although that's not an excuse, they're not shown another side of the story. So I feel like if that kind of education was implemented into school, it could come in play with life skills in the curriculum, then that kind of prejudice would go away in all forms of inequality.
Okay, thank you. And then behind you.
I didn't put my hand up, I'm sorry.
Oh no, the one in front of you did.
God damn, everyone.
This is proving spectacularly unsuccessful at this point.
The red-haired one, okay?
Yeah,
right.
the red-haired one, yeah.
So, with the whole, you've got an LGBT support group in your school, that is amazing. My school had one. I helped set it up because when I was leaving, I had a lot of friends who were coming to me with their problems. I was leaving to go to college, so I thought I'd try and set a support group. It fell apart after I left. There were support groups for anti-hate crimes in my school. They fell apart after certain people left. This is the sad point. It's been reiterated. It needs to be put in our curriculum. It needs to be pushed that hate crimes aren't okay. It's upbringing, like you said, with families, just past, with past generations and with past views that aren't very politically correct, per se, today. We need to show that as the first Welsh Youth Parliament, we take the biggest stand on we do not tolerate hate crimes, we do not tolerate misogyny or anything like that, and we celebrate these groups and we support them wholeheartedly, and we need to do that as the first Welsh Youth Parliament. If we're laying the foundations for other years to go, this is one that needs to be there. It's not just for LGBT, it's for everyone.
Okay, thank you for that comment. We're drawing this session to a close now. We're going to take a short break. The next session will be chaired by Manon Antoniazzi, who's the clerk and the chief executive of the Assembly. Just for me to say, as the llywydd of the Senedd, fel llywydd y Senedd, mae wedi bod yn bleser anghyffredin. It's been a unique privilege to have chaired the first session of the Welsh Youth Parliament. You are truly amazing young people, and the young people of Wales should be very proud of being represented by the 60 of you here in this first Youth Parliament. Good luck with your work. I will be following your work and working with you over the next 2 years, and you will have an influence on behalf of your young people, on behalf of the many subjects you feel so passionately about, and I've felt that passion in this chamber. I don't often feel the same passion from some of the Assembly members, but I've felt the passion today, and you've rejuvenated my hope and my belief that Welsh democracy is alive and well, and it's alive and well in everything that you are saying to us. Felly, diolch yn fawr iawn. Continue your work, and may Wales win this afternoon. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Galw'r aelodau drefn. Croeso nôl. Manon ydw i, Manon Antoniazzi, fel ddwedodd y llywydd, a mae'n anrhydedd enfawr gen i gymryd drosodd oddi wrthi ar gyfer y sesiwn olaf yma. Mae'n hyfryd eich gweld eto, a gobeithio wnaethoch chi fwynhau eich noson gyntaf draw yng Ngwersyll Caerdydd. Yn y rhan hon, byddwn nhw'n galw arnoch i drafod 2 fater ar y tro. A'r thema cyntaf yw trosedd ac ymddygiad gwrthgymdeithasol, galwaf ar Angel Eazadwm i ddatgan ei enw ac i gyflwyno ei haraith fer.
Hello everyone, my name is Angel Eazadwm and I am the representative for the partner organisation Race Council Cymru. Today I will be speaking on the topic of crime and social behaviour. In the most recent Make Your Mark ballot, 7,691 11 to 18-year-olds from Wales voted for knife crime as a top issue that they had wanted to be debated. Knife crime is a subject commonly associated with England, but Wales is no exception to it. There were 1,228 knife crimes, which includes any crime that involves the use of a blade from July 2017 to June 2018, up from 986. Notably, this saw a 25% rise in the space of a year. So the question is then asked, have we lost control of our streets? Children as young as 10 have been arrested for possession of sharp weapons. But why? Why are these young people in this position? For some, it is because it gives them a sense of adrenaline. Others are unwilling to talk. Maybe they feel the need to carry a knife because they feel threatened. Whatever their reason for carrying a knife, we need to address the issue. Police have previously said that gangs from cities such as London, Liverpool and Manchester have established bases in Welsh towns, using locals to sell Class A drugs, weapons or cash on their behalf. They said young people were being coerced, groomed and threatened by criminals. Victims of exploitation are often too young and too troubled to be able to realise what is happening to them. Young teens are lured by the promise of easy money. especially those situated in deprived areas. These criminal gangs are making a profit from preying on vulnerable young people. If crime and antisocial behaviour is not picked as a priority, then lawbreakers can continue to do wrong. Youth seeking ways out of crime resort back to crime and antisocial behaviour. Deadly weapons stay on our streets, and communities, neighbourhoods, families and victims of knife crime are left without support. In conclusion, making it harder for individuals to get away with carrying weapons and helping vulnerable young people is the way forward. Tackling all youth crime should be our priority, as these are lives at stake. Please do not be discouraged by the fact that I am the only one speaking on this topic, as its significance is limitless. We need lives, not knives. Thank you.
Thank you, Angel. Diolch, Angel, am dy sylwadau. Ewn ni mlaen nawr I thema 10, sef smygu, alcohol a chamdrin cyffuriau, a galwaf ar Todd Murray I ddatgan ei enw ac I gyflwyno ei araith fer.
My name is Todd Murray, and I'm the member for Bridgend. I'm going to address the issue of drugs and alcohol abuse in Wales. Firstly, I'm going to share some horrifying statistics with you. 1 in 20 Welsh deaths are caused by alcohol. 4.1% of 16 to 24-year-olds are frequent hard drug users. Around 3,750 deaths last year in Wales were due to drugs misuse. These figures show that there is a major problem that must be addressed. Communities are suffering. This is becoming more of a problem due to the current ineffectiveness in dealing with the problem. There has been no real terms decrease in drugs or alcohol misuse in Wales in the last 3 years. Currently, drugs misuse is treated as an abhorrent crime. This is a major part of the problem. The issue has to be discussed. We must realise that addiction is an illness. The World Health Organization defines addiction as a chronic disease. Surely this is evidence that addiction is an illness and must be treated as such in this country. Russell Brand, a well-known activist for education on drug and alcohol addiction, states that the mentality and behaviour of drug addicts is wholly irrational until you understand that they are completely powerless over their addiction, and unless they have structured help, they have no hope. Why does this country not give them this structured help? Why does this country not give them hope? I urge this Parliament to join me to debate and discuss the ways in which we can help the young people ailed by addictions to get the help they so desperately need. We have a duty to protect our vulnerable young people and make a significant change before this epidemic spins even further out of control. We must change how we think about addiction. The infamous poet George Bernard Shaw said, "Progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything."
Thank you, Todd, for those remarks. If anyone would like to make any other further comments on the two subjects we've heard about, crime and antisocial behaviour or smoking, alcohol and drug abuse, then please indicate that by lifting your hands. I see yes at the back there. Better.
Yeah, I think that the drug problem in Wales is quite adamant these days. And I think we need to legalise it because then someone will feel confident enough coming for help. Because you wouldn't want to go for help and feel like you're breaking the, well, you know, that you could be arrested for going and seeking help. So by legalising these and having them regulated, it would be safer. Because I think there is a problem in our cities that because they're not regulated, so that only dodgy people sell the drugs, which means they can be laced with things and it just leads to overdose and can lead to more deaths than if we do something like what Holland have done, where they've legalised all the drugs, but they've regulated them, which means that they can bring people off them slowly, like they do with opioids, where they give you small doses. It does help them with addiction in the end, and also would regulate it and make them a bit safer than they already are at the moment.
Thank you. I think Krian next.
I guess my comment is a plight about the legal system. Like you said, I think you're completely correct in saying that addiction should be treated as an illness rather than something that can be prosecuted. Of course, there is still legal repercussions of taking these drugs, but having a support network without the fear of being prosecuted, and then taking people who are in these situations of drugs and not simply locking them away for a certain amount of time, but giving them the support and rehabilitation so they can come back into society and be influential and contribute is far better than punishing them and throwing them somewhere else and not being able to deal with them.
Back here, Jonathan.
I'd have to say I disagree with you, Betsan, about, you said legalise drugs and then you can bring them off the drugs. If there's no law saying that it's wrong, there are no repercussions to come off the drugs. There's nothing to say you have to do it. And that would lead to it. How would you bring people off drugs? If you said you can do it, how would you bring it off? You need funding and money, and we know that we're struggling. It's a time which is financially hard. I was in a council meeting yesterday, and they're struggling for funds to fund such things as adult social services and child social services. So instead of making another problem by legalising drugs and then bringing them off, we should surely be focusing on improving the rehabilitation system that does exist. There is a rehabilitation structure at the moment, just improving it.
Thank you. I think at the back.
As with alcohol and tobacco, you can place a taxing service on people who do buy drugs, and then you'll have funding for being able to bring them off of the drug. And it's not stopping kids nowadays, it's not stopping people from getting addicted to these drugs. So the laws that we already have in place aren't working. We're just doing the same thing over and over again. We need to think of something new.
Lloyd at the front.
I have many topics to talk about, and first of all, legalisation of some drugs is a good idea. Specifically, marijuana has been proved to have many medical benefits. However, legalisation of cocaine, heroin and ketamine and their production, I think, is a terrible idea because they have been proven to have extremely negative health benefits. On the rehabilitation topic, I think that if you can prove that someone is truly addicted, they shouldn't have legal reproductions and should be helped by the state. And on a tertiary topic, you can stop quite a lot of smoke, alcohol and drug abuse, as well as crime and antisocial behaviour, through teaching it in the curriculum to link back to that. And also there's going to be a lot of repercussions from smoke, alcohol and drug abuse. And those repercussions can, of course, be helped by emotional and mental health support. Thank you.
See a number of people wanting to come in. I'm going to go to Emily first, please.
I think that the regulation of drug use could bring about education within schools by the effects, the symptoms of drug misuse, you know, like drug addiction. We could educate people on the actual effects of drug use, whereas now in schools, if you do have someone come in and tell you about drug use, they'll just tell you, oh, these drugs are bad, don't do them, you'll go to jail. Whereas if we had them and they were legalised and regulated, we could have them tell us the actual effects of them and why we shouldn't take them, not just they're bad and you'll go to jail.
Thank you. Harrison.
I think regarding drugs, we need to look at causation. And many surveys suggest that the reason behind why people do drugs, especially why young people do drugs, is because it's escapism from mental health issues. And that's why, to tackle drug abuse efficiently, I think that mental health is the best route to go down with it.
Thank you. Maisie.
To go back to what Emily said about education, we get taught in school not to do drugs because they're dangerous, they hurt us, they affect our lives, etc. But I recently have been fortunate enough with my school to partake in a course run by Gwenton Gage, Barod Choices. This course, SUST, focuses on harm reduction, more than telling children not to do drugs and not to drink alcohol and not to abuse them. But if they do, to do it safely. They tell us to line our stomachs, to drink water as we drink. And they're aware that as children, we will experiment. We will want to go to parties. We will want to drink. And they're not naive in that sense. They understand and they try to get that message across. And that is the message we need to spread across every school, to every young person. Because yes, we'll go to parties. Yes, we'll go against what our parents say. Yes, maybe some of us will go to festivals and take drugs unexpectedly. So we need to focus on harm reduction. And I know many festivals now have tents where you can get your drugs checked if you take them. And so that would ensure that drugs that were taken were safe drugs.
I'm afraid we're running out of time for contributions on this one, but we'll go to Fionn first, please, and then we'll finish with Todd as you started.
Similarly to Maisie, I've had a lot of education through my school about drugs. We've had the local police officer coming in to talk to us on a regular basis every 2 years since I was in Year 7, in addition to companies such as Regenerate coming in to educate us on how to take drugs safely if you are going to do them. But there are still, obviously, a lot of young people, especially in my school, that are still abusing drugs. As therefore, I don't think the education method, or at least the way it's being taught now, is going to be effective. Therefore, I think something needs to change within the education system, or we need to think of a different way to try and overcome this problem, rather than just focusing on teaching kids about the effects of drugs.
Thank you very much. And Todd, to finish.
I fear that some of you might have misinterpreted some of what I said. I would disagree completely with legalising drugs. I mean, cannabis and marijuana, perhaps, when we look at its effects, and there's been more studies on it by the government, by no means do I mean that we should be legalising these drugs. The solution is, instead of throw someone in prison, that'll do it, we need to take the money out of that, and the same amount of money that we're putting in to prosecute and imprison these criminals should be taken and put into rehabilitation programs. So in Switzerland, what they do is, if you are addicted to heroin, you go to this program, you will be weaned off of the drug, so you will have safe needles to use, psychological and mental health support, along with physical health supporters. I don't think that legalising it is the best idea, but we need to take the money out of just imprisoning these people and prosecuting them and put it into education, rehabilitation and reformation for these people. It comes back to alcohol abuse as well. I know that that is easier to get into because it's legal, but again, rather than victimising them, we need to put money in to help them with their mental health. We need to rehabilitate them, rather than, like they do with drugs and drug abuse, throw them in prison. I know that a lot of you might agree with legalising drugs, but personally I don't. I just think that that money should be pooled into rehabilitation programs and education programs, like many of you have said, rather than go, if we legalise the drugs and regulate it, it'll work. Higher taxation, like on cigarettes and alcohol, but like we've learned from medical studies, the effects of drugs, like heroin, like ketamine, like cocaine, are a lot more damaging than alcohol and cigarettes.
Thank you very much for all the contributions on that subject. I'm sorry that we have to move on, but time is running short. Symudwn ni nawr I thema rhif 11, sef cyfranogiad ieuenctid mewn gwleidyddiaeth a gostwng o'r oedran pleidleisio, a galwaf ar Talula Thomas I ddatgan ei henw ac I gyflwyno ei haraith fer.
Fy enw I yw Talula Thomas, dwi'n byw yn Llangollen ac yn cynrychioli'r bobl ifanc o etholaeth Clwyd. Nawr, mae gennau gwestiwn I chi. Faint o weithiau ydych wedi clywed y datganiadau megis, dydy ieuenctid ddim yn poeni am wleidyddiaeth. Maent wedi egludo i'w ffonau symudol. Swnio'n gyfarwydd? Dyma rhethreg sydd angen cael ei ddinistrio, a thrwy gynnal y bleidlais ar gyfer pobl ifanc o oed 16, credaf dyma yw'r can cyntaf. O 16 oed ymlaen, mae'r hawl â chi I briodi. Mae'r hawl â chi I adael yr ysgol, a mae'r hawl â chi I gael swydd llawn amser. Felly, beth yn union sy'n atal cymhwyster y bobl ifanc yma sy'n cyfrannu at gymdeithas I bleidleisio dros benderfyniadau sy'n ei effeithio yn uniongyrchol? Fel dwi'n siŵr yr ydych yn ymwybodol, fe wnaeth Comisiwn y Cynulliad gyflwyno deddf newydd I adnewid y democratiaeth yng Nghymru trwy ostwng yr oedran bleidleisio 16. Rwyf yn hynod o falch bod y datblygiad yma ar waith o fewn y Cynulliad, ond mwyn profi'r rheini sy'n ein hamau ac yn amau ein gallu I ymgyfarwyddo ein hunain gyda'r byd gwleidyddol, mae angen prosesau mewn lle I sbarduno diddordeb a chyfranogiad pobl ifanc. Credaf fod angen sbarduno'r diddordeb yma o oedran ifanc, felly, fel cynrychiolwr etholaeth Clwyd, rwyf yn cyflwyno'r syniad o wersi gwleidyddiaeth wedi'i symleiddio mewn ysgolion cynradd. Ymhellach, fy ngobaith yw I weld mwy o elfennau gwleidyddol o fewn manyleb y fagloriaeth Gymraeg, trwy addysgu pobl ifanc am eu hawliau dinesyddol yn ogystal â materion cyfoes sy'n cael eu trafod o ddydd I ddydd mewn gwleidyddiaeth. Yn ôl fy ngweithredydd ar raddfa leol, bwriadaf sefydlu'r pwyllgor wleidyddol lle gall pobl ifanc fetholaeth ddod at ei gilydd i drafod a dadlau materion lleol sy'n effeithio, fel yn bod ni'n sicrhau yn dylanwad ar ein cynghorion ac yn gweithredu a chyfleidio ein hawl i leisio'n barn dros faterion. Mae'n holl bwysig fod pobl ifanc yn ymwybodol fod llawer o ddiferion yn disgyn o'r ymbarel sydd gwleidyddiaeth. Felly, rwyf yn gweld gwared o'r term hwn am funud a'i ailosod gyda bywyd. Oherwydd, yn syml, dyma yw gwleidyddiaeth. Datrysiadau broblemau bywyd pob dydd sydd yn effeithio carfannau bobl, gan gynnwys ni fel pobl ifanc a dyfodol. Fy ngobaith yw i sbardun o newid mewn y gweddau ffigurau gwleidyddol a phobl ifanc tuag at ei gilydd, credaf trwy sicrhau'r bleidlais i oed 16 y bydd sylfaen i ni fel Ieuenctid Cymru allu adlewyrchu ein hawydd dros newid a materion gwleidyddol. Gan gyfeirio nôl at fy nghwestiwn dechreuol, yn ôl datganiadau pobl amdano ni fel cenhedlaeth, mae gennym un cwestiwn olaf ar eich cyfer. A ydych yn barod i'w profi nhw'n anghywir?
Diolch Talwna. Nawr, Lane Woodcock.
Diolch yn fawr, Madam Presiding Officer. I am Lane Woodcock and I am profoundly honoured to be representing the younger generation of Ogmore, the birthplace of the revolutionary thinker Richard Price. What term could be used to describe the millions of women who, before 1918, were denied the right to vote? Disenfranchised, disaffected, the list is patently endless. Many in our nation are mistaken in the belief that those days of disenfranchisement are long behind us. However, that same feeling of disenfranchisement is still regretfully present in modern society among our younger generation. For too long, our political system has ignored the needs and interests of the younger generation, and as a result, they have become politically alienated. From 16 years of age, you are legally eligible to get married, pay taxes, work full-time, and join the British Armed Forces. Yet we systematically deny 16 and 17-year-olds any say in the policies that affect the most crucial aspects of their lives. I believe that, in order to lift the younger generation out of that state of disenfranchisement, increase younger participation in our political process, and guarantee a secure and prosperous future for our younger generation, it is imperative that we lower the voting age to 16. One of the principal arguments against lowering the voting age is that 16 and 17-year-olds do not require the sufficient knowledge nor experience with voting and politics to make a justified and sensible voting decision. However, they fail to acknowledge that the current voting age coincides with finishing compulsory education and leaving your childhood home, meaning that many 18 to 24-year-olds do not have experienced voters whom they can emulate. And this has led to a perennially low voter turnout among the younger generation. However, 16 and 17-year-olds can be added to the electoral roll with ease and can be introduced to the political system by their teachers or parents. By lowering the voting age to 16, the younger generation can develop sustained voting habits and, by the time they reach adulthood, will be experienced and ardent voters. This, in turn, will result in a higher voter turnout among 18 to 24-year-olds, and the election results will be more representative of the whole Welsh electorate. Moreover, lowering the voting age to 16 would result in a far more diverse electorate with a higher average turnout. With constantly increasing birth rates and immigration levels, Wales's population is one of the most diverse in the world, no more so than among our younger generation. If we were to lower the voting age to 16, the Assembly members and other elected officials that we elect would be representative of all demographics, from income to race, and this would result in a far more accurate voter representation in the National Assembly. If the views of minorities are represented in the National Assembly, certain issues such as immigration would become significantly less controversial, and policies regarding such issues would be more practical than ideological, and we would begin to witness practical and progressive change. As well as this, the younger generation tend to be far less ideological than the older generation and tend to prioritise more progressive policies such as raising the minimum wage and reforming the education system. These policies are some of the many that affect 16 and 17-year-olds' everyday lives. And if given a say on these issues, we are again more likely to witness real progressive change. By denying 16 and 17-year-olds the right to vote, we contradict the very foundation upon which our nation is governed, democracy. After all, it is the younger generation who will have to endure the struggles of paying off our country's debt and facing climate change. By giving our younger generations the right to vote now, we can avoid the impending struggles that they will have to endure and give them a head start at adulthood. In doing this, we would be ensuring that we have a sustained electorate of younger voters that are vital in preserving a healthy democracy. The National Assembly's proposed Senedd and Elections Wales Bill, which aims to reduce the voting age in the National Assembly elections to 16 by 2021, is undoubtedly a progressive step in the right direction. And on behalf of my constituents, I thank all those who have worked tirelessly to draft this bill. However, I believe that we will only have achieved full suffrage for Wales's younger generation when the voting age is lowered to 16 for all regional, local and national elections. The slogan for my election campaign was, "When our voices are heard, change is made." We have been given a unique opportunity as members of the first Welsh Youth Parliament to have our voices heard on this issue and guarantee the younger generation their right to vote. Madam Presiding Officer, little over 100 years ago, our nation made history by guaranteeing women the right to vote. It is now time to honour the memory and work of those who fought courageously for suffrage by guaranteeing the same rights for our younger generation. Diolch.
Diolch yn fawr, Lyn. Ac yn nesaf, Gwion Rhysart.
Helo, fe enw yw Gwion Rhysart a dwi'n cynrychioli Can Caerdydd. Heddiw mi fyddai'n trafod pwnc llost dwi'n credu dylai Senedd Ieuenctid Cymru fod yn trafod. Gostwng yr adran pleidleisio a chyfranogi at pobl ifanc mewn gwleidyddiaeth. Yn gyntaf, hoffodd gymryd o Comisiwn o Gynulliad am gyflwyno'r bil Senedd ac etholiadau, sy'n cynnig gostwng yr adran pleidleisio 16 yn gyd ag newidiadau enw ac yn y blaen. Os fyddai'r bil yn cael ei pleidleisio'n gyfraith, mi fyddai hwn yn gyfle eiraidd i bobl ifanc ymwyddori a chymryd rhan yn Democratiaeth Cymru. Pe bai Senedd Ieuenctid Cymru pleidleisio dros y mater yma, fe gallwn ni gydweithio gyda'r cynulliad yn mwyn sicrhau'r bleidlais ar gyfer pobl ifanc 16 ag 17 mlwydd oed. Mae gennym ni gymaint o gyfrifoldebau'n 16 ag 17 mlwydd oed. Gyda'i ceir, talu trethu, mae'r rhestr yn ddiddiwedd. Yn ogystal â hyn, dwi'n credu dylai Senedd Ieuenctid Cymru fod yn trafod y mater yma yn mwyn ceisio sbardino pobl ifanc i gymryd rhan a chyfranogi at wleidyddiaeth Cymru. Mae'n amlwg wrth edrych bod y canran o bobl ifanc 16 ag 17 mlwydd oed sy'n pleidleisio mewn gwledydd fel Awstria, yr Alban, Nicaragua a Slovenia, mae mae'n modd iddyn nhw pleidleisio yn 16 ag 17 yn uwch na'r categori oedran 18 i 24. Felly, wrth ni gynnig yr oedran pleidleisio yn 16, mae gennym ni fel Senedd Ieuenctid gyfrifoldeb i addysgu ac ymddiddori pobl ifanc mewn gwleidyddiaeth. Pe bawn ni'n rhoi'r bleidlais yn 16, dyn ni gyflwyno addysg trwydyddol o fewn gwersi addysg bersonol a chymdeithasol mwyn rhoi syniad duedd i bobl ifanc o sut mae'n democratiaeth ni'n gweithio. Felly, wrth y amser dod i ben, rhaid ystyried dyfodol yn cenedl. Mae'n amlwg mewn amseroedd diweddar bod barn pobl ifanc yn dod yn fwy ac yn fwy perthnasol a phwysig yn ein cymdeithas. Os ydym ni'n eisiau newid dyfodol Ieuenctid Cymru ar y gwell, rhaid gostwng yr oedran pleidleisio a rhoi addysg gwleidyddol i'n cenedl nesaf ni. Ni yw lleisio'r dyfodol. Diolch.
Diolch yn fawr i chi am eich sylwadau i gyd. A'r ddeuddegfed thema yw Brexit a'i effaith ar ddyfodol Cymru. Felly galwaf ar Evan Burgess i ddatgan ei enw ac i gyflwyno i araith fer.
I'm Evan Burgess from Aberconwy and I'm here representing Aberconwy. The prosperity of Wales's young people depends on the strength of the Welsh economy. Wales's economy is not strong. Wales's economy is ranked 11th out of 12 regional British economies when it comes to productivity, according to the Welsh Government. Wales's economy has been boosted by the European Union. So, in the face of Britain leaving the EU, it is of utmost importance to prepare Wales for Brexit. The EU has been invaluable to the Welsh economy, not only providing billions of pounds of investment, funding and economic security, but funding youth projects, town centres and under-20s rugby in Wales. Post-2020, when payments from the EU stop, what will Wales do? Can the Welsh economy handle the £680 million a year void departing the EU would cause? Ask yourself, can every active farmer in Wales under the Common Agricultural Policy cope without the crucial investment the single farm payment provides? A £200 million a year policy which gives farmers the chance to produce key public goods, according to a farmer in my constituency, without which he said half of Wales's farmers would go bankrupt. Then ask yourself, can Wales's young people succeed without the connection to Europe post-Brexit? Investment from the EU gives the chance for the Welsh Government to prosper. The loss of it will compromise our ability to make a difference, compromise our ability to fund the health service, the police and the environment. But most importantly, it will compromise everyone's futures, what matters most. We have to realise that in order to make a difference, we need a strong economy. We need to prepare for Brexit. How will we fund recycling, disability support or mental health when we will receive millions of pounds less every year? We all want to see change. We all want to see progress. But in order for that to be realised, we need an improved economy.
Thank you, Evan, for those remarks. Nid yw lleici yn bresennol heddi, felly dyma fideo ohoni yn cyflwyno ei ffwnc diwysol. Lleici Haf William.
Helo, Lleici William ydw i, ac rwy'n cynrychioli fy etholaeth Cyfarfu'r Aelodau ar y Senedd Ieuenctid. Rwy wedi dewis trafod sut fydd Brexit yn effeithio ar Gymru heddi. Rydym ar noswyl penderfyniad anferth a hanesyddol am wneud ar sail referendwm llawn anwybodaeth. Mae Cymru'n elwan ariannol o fod yn yr Undeb Ewropeaidd, ac mae hi'n derbyn yr arian hwnnw oherwydd mae hi yw un o ranbarthau tlotaf Ewrop. Trychineb o economi sydd gan Gymru yn union oherwydd esgeulistod o wladwriaeth Brydeinig ar yr un llaw, ac yna ar y llaw arall, yr un wladwriaeth yn ein rhwystro rhag cryfhau ein economi, oherwydd ei fod yn rhan o'r Deyrnas Gyfunol ac yn gaeth i reolaeth San Steffan. Does gen i ddim hyder felly y bydd unrhyw lywodraeth Brydeinig o ba bynnag liw yn cael bwlch ariannu gydag unrhyw fath o fuddsoddiad tebyg i'r hyn a gafwyd gan yr Undeb Ewropeaidd. Yn wir, pan gafwyd cynnig ar hyn, fe wnaeth y sawl a ymgyrchodd dros Brexit fynd nôl ar ei gair a phleidleisio yn erbyn sicrhau cyllid digonol i Gymru. Meddwl am bethau byr dymor mae nhw yn San Steffan. Yno mae gwleidyddion yn dibynnu ar bleidleisiau o etholaethau yn Lloegr. Fel person ifanc, dymuno fod yn rhan o Gymru allblyg a'i golwg ar fod yn rhan lawn, integreiddig o Ewrop. Mae'n achos o bryder mawr i fi y byddwn yn colli rhaglenni Erasmus sydd wedi bod y gymaint o fydd i'n myfyrwyr. Dwi ddim eisiau Cymru i ddychwelyd i hen ddyddiadau'r ymerodrwydd, lle y darniwyd ei hadnoddau naturiol, nid ar lles ei phobl, ond ar bydd ymerodraeth Prydain. Does dim awydd gennym ni i fynd yn ôl at ddyddiau tryweryn, lle chwalwyd cymuned gyfan mwyn defnyddio adnoddau gwerthfawr Cymru i gyflenwi etholaeth Saesneg gyda dŵr. Mae'n eiron i creulon ein bod yn gadael yr Undeb Ewropeaidd yn y flwyddyn pan fydd hi'n blaenoriaethu ieithoedd brodorol, fel y Gymraeg. Bydd ein ffermwyr mynydd yn diodde'n arw a bydd hyn yn cael effaith andwyol ar gymunedau lleol ac yn enwedig ein cymunedau Cymraeg. Dyn ni ddim eisiau mynd nôl i dryddiau hynny pan oedd pobl fel fy mam yn teimlo fod rhaid iddyn nhw adael Cymru mwyn cael gyrfa. Mae deilliant Brexit yn parhau i fod yn ansicr, ac ar hyn o bryd teimlaf yn ddirym, ond teimlaf nad oes rhaid i ni parhau fod heb lais. Ein dyfodol ni yw hi, a dyna pam mae hi mor bwysig ein bod yn trafod Brexit nawr, pan mae'n gwneud gwahaniaeth.
Diolch yn fawr i Lleici am ei sylwadau. Nawr, ni'n agored yr llawr. Os hoffai unrhyw un wneud unrhyw sylwad ar gyfranogiad ieuenctid mewn gwleidyddiaeth a gostwng yr oedran pleidleisio, neu Brexit a'i effaith ar ddyfodol Cymru, codwch eich dwylo. Dwi'n gweld Jonathan yn y cefn.
I must disagree with Evan on the Welsh economy. I come from Wrexham, and Wrexham's industrial estate is actually the second largest in Europe. I was in a meeting with Wrexham County Council just last week, and I raised the question, what is the effect of Brexit on our businesses? And they said that Brexit isn't affecting the industrial estate. It continues to be the second largest in Europe, and it's actually grown since the vote for Brexit. It hasn't decreased. Businesses are still thriving. So I understand your fact that there are many benefits from the European Union, but also there are many things that are happening. There are many schemes that are funded by the Welsh Government and also the UK, and I think that it's wrong to say that the Welsh Government, the Welsh economy isn't thriving, because indeed I think it is.
Tor.
So I'd like to start by, Tallulah made a point about you said you'd like to put together a local political forum. So in some of our areas, I know that a couple of other people are on them, we have youth councils. If you go to the council, they should be able to help you set that up, because there will be an officer in the council who's responsible for that. To Lane, what you said about you can join the British Army at 16, you can, and I have viewed that as an argument to do with voting, and I agree with vote at 16, but you don't actually go into combat until you're 18, so that's sort of something I would like to come back to. I'd like to congratulate Wrexham on their great local economy, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the Welsh economy is better off after Brexit. Although in Wrexham, it might be great for you, but when in the rest of our constituencies, we talk to people who it does really affect them. Can anyone raise their hand if their parents run their own business? Right. So, your parents run their own business. Please raise your hand if when your parents run their own business, they have realised that Brexit is going to affect that small business. I know that your parents run a farm, and for farmers, Brexit isn't going to be, in Wales, Brexit is not going to be beneficial. So I think it's really wrong to say that you can't say that there's going to be an economic impact when you look at the amount of projects that the European Union is running. In Porthcawl, in my constituency, right now, the European Union are funding 2 buildings which are going to really increase tourism and our local economy. Where are we going to find all of that funding, which the government in the Westminster, the government here can't match because they don't have that funding? Where are we going to get this money from when we leave the EU? So I would just like to say that the fact that Wrexham might have a booming economy and it might be great because of Brexit, and that's really good for Wrexham, glad for them, but for a lot of us, it's just not the case. So I think that by using Wrexham as a macrocosm for Wales is just a bit wrong. Apologies if that's offensive.
Thank you. I think we're going to have to try and keep our comments succinct, because I can see this is a subject that is drawing a lot of attention as well. Harrison Fisk has his hand up for a long time.
So, on regard to funding, the misconception is that it's European money in which Wales takes advantage of. Well, the true fact is that money belongs to us to begin with, including rebates, including investment from the European Union. We take out less than we put in. Therefore, the funding will come from Westminster, who are a lot more local than Brussels. Therefore, they will be able to tackle the more local issues around here and make the most of that funding. Also, regarding businesses, businesses will be impacted, yes, but they will be impacted for the better. We will no longer be part of the customs union. We will no longer be part of the single market, meaning that we can trade everywhere else in the world. And only 10% of the world's economic growth in the next decade will be within the European Union. So by trapping our businesses inside of the European Union, we are no benefit to them.
Obaid.
I know that Harrison has just stated that many businesses will be affected for the better.
that depends from your standpoint, and that is mainly larger businesses, but small-scale businesses will be largely impacted in a negative way. And the Welsh economy is putting in less than we get back out of the European Union. But then there are other benefits of being in the European Union, such as military power, aid, like crisis aids, and there's just so many more benefits that by losing a little bit of money, it's almost like we're paying for a service that the EU would help Britain and Wales develop more, whilst just losing a little bit of money.
Thank you. Charlie.
I think that Brexit is a controversial subject which is pulling a lot of us apart. We've all got different opinions, different views, and it's clear to see even in this room that everyone has different opinions on Brexit, and that's okay because it's okay to have your own opinion. But I think instead of discussing these opinions and discussing our differences, we really need to think about the effect it's going to have on Wales, because it's clear it is going to have an effect, and what we can do about this. Because what happens, but we need to work together as a whole instead of be apart because of our views, and we need to bring all our opinions together to make Wales strong after Brexit.
I think we can fit in 3 more, so I'm going to go to Jonathan at the back there first.
Presiding officer. So very quickly, I just want to touch on the votes to 16 stuff before Brexit. Yeah, so I completely agree with as I spoke about in the curriculum for life kind of thing I spoke about earlier to Lula, completely agree with the politics thing, and I'm more than happy to share the document I've put together over the last 6 months about it with you later. But on to Brexit, what I think a lot of members in this Parliament are forgetting is that Wales voted to leave. Overall, Wales voted to leave over Remain. Hands are up, that's fine, I can take that. Wales voted to leave overall, so it's the job of our MPs in Westminster, it's the job of our AMs in Cardiff to implement that decision. Oh God, that's fine. Controversial, I can do that. It's the people voted to leave. If your MP votes for Theresa May's deal, I've just looked this up now. Theresa May has said she will, in the deal, all the EU farmers in the Wales and all those kind of things will still get the same funding they got from the EU and more, because we won't be paying the substantial amount per week, per month, per year that we've been paying in the past. And that's really all I have for myself.
Thank you. Lloyd.
Well, first of all, I'd like to address Brexit, as everyone else seems to be doing. Yeah, I've spoken to my local MP, and he does assure me that Wales will still be getting the same funding it was. I'm not sure about the more, but I trust Jonathan has got that figure correct. And he has assured me that the farming subsidies will be equal, if not more, to what we gained. And after all, my area, Monmouthshire, has a lot of farming, and a lot of them did vote to leave. On something that the Youth Parliament can actually talk about is the Erasmus programme. Now, I did decide to look into it, and I believe that by 2020, we will be losing the opportunities in Erasmus, but everyone who applied will receive funding. And in my opinion, we are losing a great deal, and so I believe that the Youth Parliament should work towards potentially re-entering Erasmus, or even rejoining the European Solidarity Corps, which is what Erasmus is under as a whole.
And finally, Ari Amran.
There's currently a super school being built near me, well, not near me, but between Landod and Bilth. I'm not sure if you know how big Landod and Bilth schools are, but they're pretty big on their own. They're planning on building a super school, and they're going to build both of those schools into one campus. Do you want to guess who's funding that? The EU, which we are currently leaving. There is no way that this school is going to be built by 2020, which means that someone is going to either be left with a very big plot of land or a half-built building, where they're also planning on demolishing Bilth School and Landod School. So you will have thousands of kids who will have nowhere to go to school. There will be no one paying for their transport to get to this super school, and they will have nowhere to go.
I'm very sorry to draw this one to a close because there are clearly many strongly felt opinions, but it's in your hands to take this forward and discuss further. We will now go on to the 13th thema. Y drydydd thema ar ddeg yw gofal iechyd yng Nghymru a galwaf ar Abi O'Sullivan I ddatgan ei henw a chyflwyno ei haraith fer.
Hi, my name's Abi O'Sullivan and I'm representing Bernardo's Cymru. I'm representing Bernardo's as a young carer. I am going to be talking about healthcare in Wales. As a young carer, this topic is very close to me, as I have had lots of experience with the healthcare system. As a young carer, the older I've got, the worse the healthcare system's got. I believe that there is not enough support out there for carers because the healthcare system just don't understand that you can't cope with it all on your own. Healthcare providers and care agencies that give care packages that are delivered at your home don't understand the needs that your family needs. They think just because your family live with you, you don't need support when it's wrong. Because I'm a young carer, I know the difficulties it involves. I've missed quite a lot of school because of my caring role, and it's not right. There should be more support out there for carers, and the care providers just don't understand. 1 in 5 young people are young carers, which means, on a whole, about 12 of us in here are young carers. Many young carers don't realise they're young carers. I didn't realise that I was a young carer till about 3 years ago. I've been a young carer since I was about 5, and now I'm nearly 16. Thank you.
Diolch yn fawr, Abi, am dy sylwadau. Pedwaredd thema ar ddeg yw digartrefedd. Mae gennym un aelod sydd wedi dewis y pwnc yma, sef Ruth Sibayan. Nid yw Ruth yn bresennol heddi, felly dyma gyflwyno ei fideo hi.
Hello, my name is Ruth Sibayan and I represent Swansea East in South West Wales. I became a Welsh Youth Parliament member because I wanted to give my area more of a voice, especially to the young people and to the people who don't get heard. My key issue as a member of the Welsh Youth Parliament is the increase of homelessness. This is important to me because if you haven't noticed, there has been an increase in homeless people in Wales, or particularly in my area. I believe that this should change, or for the benefit of the doubt, and because no one deserves to be living on the street with no food or money. As who would want to live their life like that when they could live their best life somewhere else? To change this, I think that we should provide a home to the homeless first, before we sort out how they're going to earn their money. So at least they have some place to look after themselves and a place to sleep. We need to create more job opportunities for the homeless so they can start earning money instead of allowing them to beg people passing by for money. If we don't prioritize my key issue, this will lead to more homeless people going on the street, which would then make people think that the government isn't doing anything to benefit or help them, which would then lead to protests about homeless people and how the government isn't helping them. But if we do prioritize homelessness, there would be less people on the street, which would let people know that we care about everyone here in Wales and that we don't want them to live their life on the street. Thank you for listening. Hwyl fawr.
Diolch I Ruth am dy sylwadau. Oes unrhyw un hoffai wneud sylwad am ofal iechyd yng Nghymru neu digartrefedd? Os felly, codwch eich dwylo. Dwi'n gweld Ifan o'n fan I fyny.
Dwi fy hun yn credu bod unrhyw llywodraeth neu unrhyw wlad sydd dal efo pobl di gatra byw ar ei stryd sy'n wlad sydd yn ffeilio. Detha cerad trwy stryd Caerdydd ac dwi bron yn dychryn ac dwi'n chwerthin y fy hun rili efo'r sefyllfa sy'n yna. O'n i'n cerad trwy stryd Caerdydd cwpl o fisoedd yn ôl, dolyg. Ac o'na siop yn gwerthu gwelys a dwfes a bedsheets a pethau fel yna. Siop eitha mawr. A dyn tu allan, o'na tua 5 neu 6 person di gatra tu allan yn yr oer fel mewn tent. Ac oedd y adeilad edrych mor neis, mor gynnas, a dyn oedd rhyw tu allan. Dyma hwnna iddo fi, jyst yr hun yna meddwl fi, yn symboleiddio yr strygl dyn ni'n mynd trwy rwan. Ond dim ond dyn ni'n meddwl am digartrefedd fel un problem pobl yn byw ar y stryd. Ond ultimately, mae yna problem arall ar y digartrefedd cudd, sydd ddim hefo tŷ i fyw yno, ond eich maen nhw'n byw ar soffa met nhw, a dyma rent yna'n rhedeg allan ar ôl mis, a dwi'n mynd i soffa met arall nhw, a dyn arall ac un arall. A maen nhw'n cario mae'n mynd. Dyn nhw ddim yn cael unrhyw llais, dyn nhw'n mynd wneud yn byd, sy'n neb yn siarad na nhw, herwydd maen nhw'n rhoi cydd, dyn ni'n gweld nhw ar y stryd. Mae yna ddau ochr i hwn, a mae angen canolbwyntio ar hwnnw.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Luke.
Just to talk about healthcare in Wales. When you mentioned about they do drop boxes for young carers and caring, what they could do to, like, if this does get voted in, what we could look at is actually looking at individual boxes. As my mum gets the same boxes and I'm a young carer as well, so I know that they're pretty awful, aren't they? Really, what they give you and the supplies they give you, they're not that great. They're not prioritised to your specific young carer and the carer's needs, what the person with disability needs. It's not done to them. And that just adds to the stress and the pain that they have on a daily basis. So if that does get voted in, we could look at how to change that. The solution to your problem.
Angel.
I think with homelessness as well, I think there are a lot of homeless people that don't want to go to shelters because obviously in shelters there are a lot of drugs there or bad things that are happening, and for people to rather sleep on the streets rather than go to a place where they perhaps would at least be dry and have a tent. I think that's an issue that we have to look at as well.
Thank you. Grace.
Going back to what Abby said, nearly every young carer has come across the health professional within their lifetime, and nearly any one of them can say that they have been looked down on by that health profession. And what needs to change is not only how they come across, but the level of respect that they need for young carers. For example, if a district nurse comes into your own home and they look down on you for being a young carer because you don't have manual handling training or you're under 16 and you shouldn't be in care of this person, it is disgusting that these people are still saying these things. You are a young carer, they're your family, and you do it to help them. You don't have a choice, but you want to do it. It's your normal life, so why are we being looked down on because of that?
Thank you. Anna Cem, Beta?
Mynd a trafod ar ôl digartrefedd eto, so homelessness. Mae'n gylchedd ffiaidd mewn gwirionedd. Achos i gael gwaith, da chi angen cyfeiriad. I gael cyfeiriad, da chi angen tŷ. I gael tŷ, da chi angen arian. I gael arian, da chi angen gwaith. A da chi'n ôl i'r dechrau. Mae angen i ni ffeindio ffordd o dorri'r cylched yma fel bod rhywun yn gallu ella cael gwaith. A jyst yna, sa'n ni'n gallu gweithio ar yna, so mae'n ei byd o anef, yn enwedig yma Nghaerdydd.
Diolch yn fawr. Anna Cem, Aaron.
So a statistic that I want to point out is that if you are 16 to 25, I believe, and you are homeless, you are 5 times more likely to go back into homelessness. Now, considering that and the average life expectancy of a homeless person is 45, if you put both those statistics together, it's really worrying. And considering a lot of, as Angel pointed out, that a lot of people who are homeless would rather go back into homelessness instead of being in such a dangerous environment, it really needs to be addressed.
Thank you, Abby. Blaine.
When I was in the process of deciding my 3 main issues for my campaign, homelessness was one that I was seriously considering. And I heard a story about a man in my constituency who was homeless, and this gentleman was, and I call him a gentleman because truly he must be the purest person who lived in my constituency. And he lived on the streets, and I can't remember what year it was, but recently he died, he passed away, and everyone in the constituency who knew him was expressing their sorrow about it. But yet they did nothing for him while he was alive. So it's okay to talk about the issue, but it's one thing to talk about it, it's another thing to actually exact action. And I just think that we have a crisis of apathy in our country towards homelessness, and I think that it's incredible that as a parliament we're discussing it now, but I think that if people aren't going to do it themselves, then the government needs to do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid the clock is against us. I think we'd better move on to the 15th theme. Y 15fed thema yw cyfleoedd gwaith I bobl ifanc a galwaf ar Ifan Wyn Jones I ddatgan ei enw ac I gyflwyno ei araith fer.
Pnawn da pawb. Enw fi Ifan a dwi'n cynrychioli Ynys Môn yn y Senedd. Dwi'n edrych ymlaen i weithio efo chi gyd dros y misoedd nesaf ac yn gobeithio fedrwn ni wneud rhywbeth efo'n gilydd. Problem fawr ar Ynys Môn ac ar draws Cymru i gyd ydy diffyg swyddi addas a diffyg cymorth i bobl ifanc wrth gael mewn i'r byd gwaith. Mae hyn yn rhywbeth sy'n gyffredin ledled y wlad ac yn berthasol i ni gyd fel bobl ifanc. Ar Ynys Môn, mae'r tirwedd a'r golygfeydd yn wych, ond y dewis o swyddi ddim. Yn enwedig ar ôl y cyhoeddiad diweddar bod Wylfa newydd wedi gyhurio. Credaf, mae hwn yw'r topig pwysicaf, oherwydd mae'n sicr o'n effeithio ni gyd, ac efallai i'r gweithaf ar ôl Brexit. Mae datrys y broblem yma hefyd am helpu fy materion eraill yn cynnwys diweithrea a iechyd meddwl. Trwy wella dealltwriaeth bobl ifanc o swyddi a'r byd gwaith, annog fwy o fentergarwch a chodi ymwybyddiaeth y gyfleoedd amrywiol, nid gwthio pobl ar llwybran anaddas, fedrwn sicrhau fod mwy o bobl ifanc Cymru yn cael swyddi sydd wir na addas i nhw. Gofynnwch i chi yn y cwestiwn, a ydw i am gael swydd prodol ar ôl gadael yr ysgol, y brifysgol, y coleg, neu ydw i am ddiweddu yn gweithio'n rhywle sydd ddim yn galluogi cyrraedd y wir potensial. Does dim syndod bod pobl ifanc yn symud lefydd arall i weithio. Mae angen sicrhau bod y cyfle yna i aros ac i fod yn bosib iddynt aros a chyfrannu at yr economi leol. Ar y funud, mae pobl ifanc yn cael gadael lawr, ond wrth i ni weithio hefo'n gilydd, fedrwn wella'r sefyllfa personol a sicrhau bod pobl ifanc yn cael swyddi da neu bro. Diolch.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Ifan. Yr unfed thema ar 15 yw fforddiadwyedd addysg uwch. Felly galwaf ar Rhys Lewis i ddatgan ei enw ac i gyflwyno ei araith fer.
Pnawn da, good afternoon. I'm Rhys Lewis, I represent Selly Pembrokeshire, and I'm going to be talking about the affordability of higher education. It's said that our time at university is often the best times of our lives. You get to learn about a topic or subject you're passionate about, meet new friends with a common interest, and occasionally get drunk to the point where you can barely walk. And after this, you come out with a degree that can add 132% to your pay. Now, the main reason people don't go is because it's expensive, and the Welsh Government are handling that very well. But the Welsh Government can do more. They can work further back down the education system to prepare us for higher education. I've already mentioned how much I hate Welsh back. And it provides too much stress that makes us not only perform worse in our other exams, but also takes up a slot where we can do another GCSE that we will work harder for. It gives us more opportunities in the future. And talk of opportunities, there should be more opportunities anyway in Pembrokeshire. There's lots in this, well, not in Pembrokeshire, but sort of in the southern area, Swansea, Cardiff, you get not as much as it should be, but you get lots there. Elsewhere, there isn't that much. I've also gone in to mention about the funding for extracurricular activities like music services. I know John's already mentioned that. And sport. Universities also look at any extracurricular activities, and the Welsh Government have cut funding a bit. I'm a musician myself, and I've noticed particularly this year the effects of what's happened, and it's shocking. Also, lots of good universities like your Oxbridge, your Warwick, Durham, they look for very high grades. And not very many people are achieving this purely because I don't think there is enough support for the more able and talented students. Schools are too concerned with trying to get the D's up to C's than they are about getting the A's up to A stars. Everyone should have the same level of help to get the grades that they need. Diolch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rhys. We have two subjects left, and rather than pause to discuss at this point, I think the best thing to do is to tackle them one at a time, and then we can protect a little bit of time to discuss the remaining themes. So the next theme, ail thema ar 15 yw ffermio a chyfleoedd gwledig, a galwaf ar Cai Phillips i ddatgan ei enw ac i gyflwyno ei araith fer.
Diolch. Pnawn da chi gyd gyfeillion. Fy enw yw Cai Phillips. Dwi'n aelod dros Gorllewin Cyfyrddin a Des i'r Benfro. Dwi'n byw ar fferm laeth ymlaen y coed ar gyrion tref Cyfyrddin. Mae amaethyddiaeth yn rhan fawr yn welliant Cymru, ac mae'n fywolaeth i lawer ohonom. mae'n cyflogi 52,000 o bobl yng Nghymru. Oeddech chi'n gwybod bod amaethyddiaeth yn cyfrannu 370 miliwn o bunnoedd i economi Cymru? Mae'r cymunedau yma ddim yn unig yn ffermwyr, mae'n tyfysgyblion ysgol, athrawon. Mae pob math o bobl yn byw yn y wlad. Felly, rhaid i ni gefnogi ein ffermwyr, heri dyma galon ein gymunedau. Gyda diwrnod Brexit, dim ond 34 diwrnod i ffwrdd, rydym ni fel ffermwyr yn crynu yn ein Wellingtons. Mae hyn oherwydd roedd y sector amaeth yn cael llawer o fuddion o aelodaeth o'r Undeb Ewropeaidd. Gyda dros 90% o dir Cymru yn wylo yn ffermwyr, coedwigwyr neu warchodir eraill y dirwedd, rhaid sicrhau Brexit ar gyfer yr ymweithwyr. Mae cymunedau gwledig yn gweld nifer o heriau. Un rwyf yn weld yn bersonol yw cysyllteb band-eang cyflym. Mae fel loteri cod post. Mae'r llywodraethau yn ffafru ardaloedd trefol mwy ariannol. Yn ôl arolygon gan Undebau Ffermwyr Cymru, mae bron hanner y ffermwyr heb band-eang ddigonol. Mae'n bwysig ar gyfer pobl ifanc. Mae'n bwysig ar gyfer busnes. Mae'n warthus bod rhaid i gymunedau deithio i wneud gwaith sylfaenol drwy'r we, pan mae'r rhyngrwyd yn angenreidiol yn yr 11 ganrif ar 20 ar gyfer gwneud pob math o bethau. Gobeithio byddwch chi yn ystyried dewis ffermio a chyfleoedd gwledig cyd-aelodau. Diolch.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Charlie. Ac os newn ni mlaen nawr at y caim yn ddrwg gen i. Os ewn ni mlaen nawr at y pwnc ola, y deunawfed thema yw pethau i bobl ifanc i gwneud, clybiau ieuenctid a lleoedd i hamddenna. A dwi nawr yn galw ar Charlie Oliver Holland i siarad ar y pwnc hynny.
Shemai, Charlie Oliver Holland ydw i. I represent Newport East. 1 in 4 people suffer with a mental health issue. Over 4,000 young people are currently homeless in Wales. These are shocking statistics which urgently need to be tackled. There has been almost £1 billion worth of cuts in youth services over 5 years. That single statement says it all. How can we as a nation afford to cut services that are in place for the people in society most able to shape the future of our country? It is vital for services to be in place to help develop young people both physically and mentally. Better funding for youth centres could not only occupy young people, but ensure our ever-growing needs are met. They could be non-judgmental, fun, safe and worthwhile. There is a multitude of potential opportunities within the field of youth services. Mental health workshops could help distract the mind. Youth councils should be mandatory to help project every voice, encouraging political education. Services could help provide support for vulnerable children, and they could run adaptable clubs and activities shaped for the diverse. They could aid young people in learning vital life skills, education on sex, relationships and drug misuse. Somewhere to Go will help conquer street gang violence. Granted, improved services will not resolve every issue, but with substantially greater support and funding, youth services could be a starting point. Our youngest years are our most impressionable, and adequate services need to be established to support us. We must make people aware of services available as well as improving them. My local youth service provided me with my youth council and a safe place, also my LGBT club and mindfulness sessions. Furthermore, I gained an amazing support system and lifelong friends. As Gwent Regional Youth Forum, we launched a video about the curriculum for life. This was a helpful experience for all involved. With thanks to these services, I am here today. With thanks to youth workers, we are all here today. We wouldn't have a Welsh Youth Parliament without them. Welsh Youth Parliament members, what if? What if we could help tackle a range of issues that affect each and every one of us here today? The UNCRC Article 15 states the right to meet with friends and join groups and clubs. We must have clubs that are beneficial to all of us. Why are we cutting funding for services that are vital for the future of our country? Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Charlie. So we have 4 potential subjects for comments and questions now. Job opportunities for young people, affordability of higher education, farming and rural opportunities, and things for young people to do, youth clubs and places to hang out. So I'm looking at a sea of fantastic hands up then. Let's start at the back. Yes, Ruth.
Just building on what you said, I'm going to university in about 5 or 6 months, and before I've even set foot in my university, I'm about £10,000 in debt already. So it's just a bit daunting to know that for the rest of my life, I will be slowly chipping away at these loans. And I know you can't avoid it, and I know that the way Wales is handling it, as you said, is very good. But I just feel as if, like you said, politicians especially are warping it in a way to say that, oh no, people can't afford to go to university because of these things. I feel like there should be maybe some more financial support. Maybe it could link into the curriculum, educating people on what student loans are, how to manage them, and they're not really as scary as they seem.
Thank you. Tulula.
Fel yma sefydlu'n y Chris Leid, efo fatha ysgolion mond yn ffocysu ar geisio cynyddu graddau i Ds a Cs a balli. Just fel comment, mae sefydliadau mewn lle fatha rhwydwaith seren i geisio cynyddu'r niferion o bobl o Gymru i fod yn uchelgeisiol ac i fynd i brifysgolion ma fatha Oxford a balli. So just, yeah, everybody.
Diolch yn fawr. Greta.
Dwi'n credu bod ni'n gallu edrych ar y model o'r Alban wrth sôn am fel universities a pethau fel yna, achos maen nhw'n cynnig am ddim, a fi'n credu bod ni gyd yn gallu gweld bod wedi bod yn lwyddiant. So ni ddim angen profion o dros yn hun, achos ni'n gallu gweld bod yn gweithio'n barod. So ie, fi'n credu'n bendant, gallwn ni edrych am hwnna i cael dyfodol gwell, a neud siŵr bod pobl ifanc yn cyrraedd potensial nhw, neu addysg.
Jonathan.
Just to reassure everyone, I'm not going to bang on about Brexit again. Just to start, I completely agree with Charlie and what she said about youth services cuts. I'll stand, actually. It's completely awful to see, but I felt like I should just clear over a couple of things about student debt, stuff like that. As Reece said, quite rightly, it adds 132% on what you could earn if you have a degree or not. And I do believe that the Welsh Government have taken the right steps into subsidising tuition fees, but I think all the parties have used tuition fees as they messed about with it politically to gain points, where actually it's a graduate contribution scheme, and the way it's portrayed by the media and politicians puts people off going to university because it's portrayed you're going to have £50,000 worth of debt. Yes, in a way, it is true, but it's a graduate contribution scheme where you will pay it so little over an amount of time, and you will only pay it if you earn, I think it's over £21,000 a year, and even then, it's only a very small proportion of your wages. And if you look at it in the bigger picture, 132%, I personally think it's worth it. Deal.
Evan.
I'd just like to reinforce the points that Ivan made, that especially where I am in North Wales, I feel that there is a lack of high-quality jobs, and I think that is something that does need tackling, because it is one of the big reasons why people leave Wales, which is kind of a root cause of Wales's of the poor economy that Wales has got.
Thank you. At this point, I'm afraid I'm going to have to move on to the next item. Ag os gai egluro pam ofynwyd i eich cyd bobl ifanc ar draws Cymru, pa bynciau dyle fod ar agenda heddi. Fe nodwyd 3 thema ychwanegol yn ynholiadur sydd ddim wedi cael amser i'w trafod heddi. A'r themau yna yw gordewdra ac iechyd corfforol, fforddiadwyedd trafnidiaeth gyhoeddus, a bwlio a cyberbwlio. O'n i eisiau gwarchod rhyw 5 munud rhag ofn bod rhywun am sôn am y pynciau yma. Yn amlwg, does neb wedi dewis gwneud i haraethiau ar un o'r pynciau hynny, ond dyw hwnna ddim yn meddwl bod nhw'n llai o ofid i bobl ifanc. Gallai weld yn barod bod yna ymateb. Felly, os hoffe bobl wneud cyfraniadau byr ar un o'r pynciau yna, na bydde croeso iddyn nhw wneud. Ifan.
Yr beth dwi'n sôn am ydy fo fforddiadwyedd trafnidiaeth gyhoeddus. Un peth dwi'n gweld yn joc ydy bydd y rei sydd dros 16 yn gwybod ydy, da ni'n cael ei cyfri fel oedolion pam da ni'n 16-17 bod ni ar cyflog plant. Weithiau dyn ni'n cael ei gweld yn dadleuon, weithiau dyn ni'n gweld bod plant, so ddim cysondeb. A wedyn, especially efo fi, dwi'n mynd i chweched dosbarth mewn coleg, dwi'n gorfod talu 100 punt y tymor i cael bus sy'n mynd i coleg. A os hwnna 2 flynedd, 6 tymor, hwnna 600 punt. Just ar gyfer fi ar gyfer 2 flynedd. Mae angen neud trefnidiaeth cyhoeddus lot rhatach. Dwi'n gwybod mae yna bethau fatha rail cards a pethau sy'n ar gael, ond eto ydych chi'n gorfod talu 30 quid y flwyddyn ar gyfer rail card. So dyn dysa ddim y fforddiadwyedd da yna, especially os pobl fatha fi eisiau mynd i cael addysg, a dyn ni'n gorfod talu 600 punt am 2 flynedd i cael hwnna. Dio ddim yn deg ar hwnna.
Angel.
Affordability of public transport, I'd just like to say the price seems to always be increasing, yet the actual quality is decreasing. I mean, the amount of times that the train is delayed, yet we're still having to pay, outrageous prices, for these tickets. And you may only be going to a certain place that, it shouldn't really cost that much. And especially for people that, I know there are people that the train lines aren't effective in the way of getting to places.
Thank you. Lloyd.
I'd just like to mention bullying and cyberbullying and then obesity and physical health. I've just spent the last 3 months with my school council looking over the National Wales's guidance on bullying and our own bullying policy, and they seem to be quite accurate and they seem to be quite working, but cyberbullying now is an ever-increasing issue, and I believe that we as a Welsh Youth Parliament should look to try and solve issues which are arising and perhaps our current Welsh Government has not yet addressed. On the topic of obesity and physical health, I believe that both can be addressed through life skills in the curriculum and overall curriculum change. And so I feel that that was maybe a primary reason why that wasn't mentioned. Thank you.
Maisie.
O ran fforddiadwyedd trefnidiaeth gyhoeddus, o'n i'n credu bod gan bawb yr hawl i addysg Gymraeg, ac mae rhaid i fi deithio awr i ysgol cyfrwng y Gymraeg, ac fel ifan, mae rhaid i fi dalu erbyn i fi gyrraedd y chweched, ac mae hynny'n afiach. Dyw rhai pobl methu hyfforddio hynny. Dwi'n digon ffodus i allu, ac mi wnaeth fy mrawd talu amdano fo. Ond fi'n gwybod mae nifer o ffrindiau fi yn mynd i gorfod mynd i ysgol uchaf lleol, Saesneg, achos dyn nhw methu hyfforddio hynny.
Betsa.
Jyst i ategu at yr gordewdra a iechyd corfforol a cyfeirio nôl at trafnidiaeth llesol, a dydy hwn ddim yn pwysio arwyn dych chi'n gwneud, mae jyst mynd i ddod â ymarfer corff yn beth rheolaidd fewn yn cymunedau. Os dyn nhw'n mynd i'r siop ar y beic, mae'n mynd i wneud gwahaniaeth i'w iechyd corfforol nhw yn y pen draw. So os ydych chi yn credu'n gry yn hwnna, fysa trafnidiaeth llesol yn dod o dan hwnna, dwi'n meddwl.
Luke.
I have been working with in my local county for the last year about bullying and cyberbullying, as that was our priority issue with our junior forum, which is our youth council. And I would just like to bring awareness of the work we've done. We've created a brand new algorithm that is much more understandable, and that goes up from level 1, I think, to level 2. That is, it's a lot cheaper than most of the anti-bullying surveys to do, so you can do that. But we also helped work on the bullying policies that are in all your schools. We helped redesign them with other young people's input, but we helped redesign them so it was done by a child's input, from bullies, bystanders and upstanders. We've also raised awareness of upstanders, which is not a bystander, so you actually upstand, you protect people if they are being bullied as a target. Upstanding, and we've worked with the Diana Award as well. So if bullying and cyberbullying is an important issue you want to look at, ask me about anything that Cyfarfu's done. We've got a lot of services and packs you could use.
On that positive note, I am going to bring this session to a close. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry that I wasn't able to bring in everybody who wanted to contribute, but this is the start, and we are going to have lots of chances to pursue these issues, and I can see all of you growing in confidence and making contributions of great substance. Diolch I bawb sydd wedi cymryd rhan yn y trafod heddi. I chi wedi siarad yn arbennig o dda ag o'r galon. Rwy'n gobeithio bod y profiad wedi rhoi blas I chi o waith aelodau'r cynulliad tra bod nhw'n gweithio yn wythnosol yn y Senedd. I ni wedi clywed eich sylwadau chi, a mae'r amser wedi dod nawr I chi benderfynu ar y materion sydd yn fwyaf pwysig I chi. Mae pobl ifanc Cymru wedi pleidleisio hefyd yn eu cannoedd ac efallai byddwch yn dewis ystyried canlyniad y bleidlais hynny pan fyddwch yn penderfynu. Ond eich penderfyniad chi yw hyn, ar sail yr hyn yr ydych chi wedi glywed yn y siambr prynhawn yma. Felly hoffwn i chi nawr gymryd eich iPads o'r drariau yn eich desgs a dewis yr eicon Senedd Ieuenctid Pwrpasol. Dewiswch 3 o'r materion rydych chi'n ei gefnogi nawr, ond cofiwch dim ond 3. Cofiwch deipio eich enw'n llawn ar waelod y ffurflen pleidleisio cyn gwasgu'r botwm cyflwyno. Felly, i ni'n mynd i rhoi cwbl o funudau nawr i bawb i ystyried ac i wneud y pleidleisio. Codwch eich llaw os oes eisiau unrhyw gymorth technegol arnoch chi, os oes unrhyw beth ddim yn gweithio. Mae gyda ni rhywun yn y cefn fan hyn sydd angen cymorth. Let us know if there are any difficulties that you are finding. Remember, you must choose just 3 subjects. Gyda ni, dyw pawb ddim cweit wedi rhoi ben a pleidleisio eto. Give us a minute. Ag, fel y gwelwch chi o'r screens, mae'r bleidlais nawr wedi cau. The voting is closed. Please talk amongst yourselves while we verify the vote. Fyddwn ni yn y staff nawr yn gwirio'r canlyniad. galw'r cynulliad I drefn. Gyfeillion, os gaiw a'ch gwachodd chi gyd, may I invite you all to resume your seats. We have a result. Yes. The first vote. Okay. Enough now. Thank you. Diolch yn fawr. Ni'n barod I gyhoeddi canlyniadau y bleidlais ar y pynciau rydych chi wedi dewis fel Senedd Ieuenctid Cyntaf Cymru i'w trafod yn ystod eich tymor. A mae'r canlyniadau fel a ganlyn. Fel y gwelwch chi, yn dod i'r brig heddiw, mae cymorth iechyd emosiynol a iechyd meddwl. Yn ail, mae sbwriel a gwastraff plastig. Ac yn drydydd, mae sgiliau bywyd yn y cwricwlwm. Felly, da iawn bawb nath gymryd rhan ac nath bleidleisio dros rheina, a dyn ni'n edrych mlaen yn fawr iawn at glywed ymhellach oddi wrtho chi ar y pynciau yna. Mae wedi bod yn anrhydedd arbennig I arwain y sesiwn olaf yma. Byddwch chi fel Senedd Ieuenctid Cymru nawr yn mynd ati I gynllunio sut byddwch chi'n ymgymryd ar gwaith o ymchwilio mewn i'r materion hyn ac I gyflwyno unrhyw ganfyddiadau ger bron y cynulliad. Pob hwyl I chi gyd gyda'r gwaith ac edrychaf ymlaen yn fawr iawn at glywed am eich ymdrechion yn ystod y misoedd nesaf. Yn y cyfamser, mwynhewch eich cwrs preswyl cyntaf a holl weithgaredder penwythnos. Dyna'r sesiwn ar ben.